Rifenheim, the capital of the Antares Empire, was surrounded by fire on all sides. The howls of the giant demons made my blood run cold. Brave warriors perished under the paws of monsters, like grapes under the feet of a winemaker. But despite the terrifying size of the monsters, the soldiers continued to fight, defending the capital. His Majesty, having learned that the battle with the demon had cost the lives of 2 million soldiers, gave an inspiring speech. "The Demon King may have destroyed our world, filling it with evil, but he will fall at the hands of great heroes," he declared loudly, and his words were drowned out by the general jubilation. Meanwhile, in the Abyss Hall of the Great Demon Palace, a confrontation was already underway. "Your crimes are over!" the fair-haired youth shouted. It was one of the heroes, Alex von Holling, and he wouldn't let up. "It's time to return to the darkness, you fiend of hell." From the throne, the Demon King Reifenhart looked boredly at the entire squad of heroes, including the screaming Alex. "Demon King, we will destroy you, and your death will mark the fall of the evil empire," declared Cyrus the Holy Sword, preparing his weapon for battle. Riffenhart was annoyed that his empire, which he had put so much effort into, was being called evil when it had a decent name, Antares. Teslon, the king of martial arts, ignored Reifenhart's caustic remark and promised to destroy him and all the vicious monsters that came from the underworld. The Demon King thought about how stupid it was to call monsters vicious when all he had done was teach them human tactics to fight back against the oppression they had been subjected to for as long as they could remember. "Have you already slain the 4 heavenly kings?" he asked the heroes. "Yes, these filthy orcs are no match for my sword," Cyrus replied. "Are you saying that even the brave great orc Takid has been defeated?" Reifenhart exclaimed in bewilderment. The Demon King knew about the friendliness of the orcs, their loyalty and mutual assistance, which was difficult to combine with the terrible smell. But nevertheless, calling them monsters is unfair. Teslon, smiling, came to the conclusion that the 4 heavenly kings were just trolls who got what they deserved for their sins. "Even Garut Atika is dead," said Riffenhart, remembering that trolls look scary, but they are also kind and close to nature and the spirits of their ancestors. "The evil dwarf who worshipped the god of darkness was also called to account for his deeds," St. Flynn said almost tenderly. "Even Mashelin was finished off?" The Demon King sighed, mentally accusing the people of arrogance, because the god of the gnomes, All, was the same god of darkness as he was a ballerina. Reifenhart's thoughts were interrupted by the boastful speech of the light mage Jade about how his techniques were too much for the vicious dark elf. The Demon King shuddered as the memories of the beautiful elf painfully stabbed him in the heart. "And Cirrus too?" he roared, calling upon his magic. "You're practically begging for death." Those present were not surprised by his antics, and Teslon only chuckled when Reifenhart tried to explain that Cirrus's skin had only become darker because of the need to flee to the Badlands after humans cut down all the trees in her area. "You are accusing a pure-blooded elf with dark skin?" the Demon King said in disappointment. The squad of heroes, fully armed, ignoring Reifenhart's speeches, rushed into battle under Alex's furious cry that all the fallen would be avenged with the help of his sword. After making sure that they were not going to listen to him, the Demon King asked the heroes who would avenge the rest of the fallen, breaking into a mad smile. The fair-haired hero shouted something about Reifenhart's meanness, and that if it weren't for him, the monsters wouldn't have gone over to the evil side, continuing to live their normal lives. The frustrated Demon King called upon his strength, convinced of the futility of small talk with the heroes. As Alex rushed towards him with his sword, Riffenhart thought about how any non-human species that did not agree to live the life of a slave immediately became an excellent target for extermination and a servant of darkness. Riefenhart became humble and willing to play his part. "I will become the Demon King you want me to be," he roared, sending a powerful blast of his power towards the heroes. The room shook and the palace walls of the hall shattered into pieces, burying a squad of good warriors underneath them. Tears streamed down Riffenhart's face, but his expression remained stony, as if resentment had frozen him from within. He always considered himself a very ordinary magician, although this does not fit with the greatness imposed on him. And I never understood why people so stubbornly refuse to recognize other intelligent races as equals. For them, elves are servants who were simply lucky enough to live a little longer than people. Dwarves and orcs are nothing more than labor, useful in the mines or as heavy draft animals. And trolls are generally used as components of healing potions. Riffenhart was deeply impressed when he discovered the culture and roots of the so-called monsters. He was very inspired when he was able to get to know them better, study them, and understand them. The Demon King was given access to the magic of spirits by the elves and trolls. Combining their knowledge, He became the first in history to reach the 10th circle of magic. Riffenhard could no longer turn a blind eye to the relationship between humans and monsters, and began to help the latter, since they were in a more vulnerable position. The more the boundaries of Riefenhardt's aid expanded, the more attacks on monsters came from humans. The attacks did not stop until the demons learned to fight back and began to reclaim their lands. The lands grew larger and larger until they became the Antares Empire. The Riefenhardt Empire was built not on hatred of humans and a thirst for space, but on the belief that other species were no worse than humanity. The citizens of Antares simply wanted to live in peace on their land, but to the people their wishes were equated with the machinations of the devil. And everything probably wouldn't have been so bad if Riefenhardt hadn't considered the people's desire to exterminate orcs and goblins because of their less than pleasant appearance stupid and unacceptable. "It is my duty to protect the Empire," the Demon King proclaimed, sending a powerful spell towards the enemy. Alex was pierced by pain, and as if through a veil, he heard Riefenhardt speak about human laws that allowed senseless killings, and how he would create new ones. Alex's sword shattered, as if listening to the magician and refusing to participate in useless violence, and the hero himself collapsed dead onto the cold marble, finally hearing Teslan, not believing his eyes, scream his name. "I'm sure you've earned the title of heroes by achieving success with sword and magic, but in reality you lack mastery in both," the Demon King said out loud. And he thought to himself that most book heroes were frankly lucky to survive to the end. Only the king of martial arts, Teslan, known for his physical strength, remained alive. Riefenhardt thought that the rest of Teslan were no match for him, and that dealing with him would be a difficult task. While the Demon King was thinking about a profitable strategy, the martial arts king was already rushing towards him, tearing the air with powerful energy. Teslan knocked the ground out from under Riefenhardt with one blow, forcing him to learn the basics of levitation in the process. Without waiting for his opponent to come to his senses, the martial arts king once again gathered energy and prepared for a new strike. Teslan took pleasure in the fact that the dark mage barely survived his first attack. Another powerful blow, and Riefenhardt and Teslan leave the palace, leaving behind a huge hole in the wall. Riefenhardt seemed to come to his senses from the blow, and the martial artist sees how the enemy's rage oozes out of him with all the dark spells. Out of the corner of his eye, the Demon King notices an attack being prepared. Teslan puts all his pain and anguish into this blow to avenge the dead crew members. Riefenhardt manages to whisper a few words and makes mysterious movements with his hands. "Victory will be ours, Demon King Riefenhardt," the martial arts king roars loudly. The Demon King literally folds in half from Teslan's blow, but still looks at him with stubborn eyes. "Is that all you can do? I blocked your blow with magic," the mage taunts as Teslan pulls away. The Demon King thinks to himself, "Damn it, my spine is broken. I'm going to die now." While the martial arts king sentences Riefenhardt to a personal trial, the dark mage considers his chances of winning in his current state. "Okay, you win. Good for you," the Demon King concedes. "I suppose they are all now free of your evil spell," says Teslan, confident in his truth. In Riefenhardt's eyes, there is a realization that if he leaves, there will be no one to stand up for his people, buried under slander and hatred. Gritting his teeth, he gathers his last strength into a fist and thinks that he will never come to terms with the fact that a life of slavery for those who are not like ordinary people is the order of things. He grabs the Eye of Space and Time, an extremely powerful artifact that even he, a 10th Circle mage, has not yet fully figured out. "What are you trying to do?" Teslan exclaims. "A regression spell," Riefenhardt almost spits out the words. "It will turn back time and disrupt divine providence." "Try and stop me, martial arts king," the Demon King shouts, now completely under the spell's spell. Teslan makes one last push, exploding the ground beneath his feet. Riefenhardt directs a spell towards the enemy. "I can't afford to die," the martial arts king begins to think. "Not like that," the Demon King finishes. Teslan delivers the final blow straight into the center of the dark mage's spell. Riefenhardt casts the spell despite the fact that it causes him no less pain than his opponent. The world surrounding the magical duo begins to crumble into pieces. Knowing no mercy, ready to stand for goodness to the end, they seem to see themselves as a single whole, converging at one point. There is nothing left in the world except this bright point of the spell, which grows so quickly, as if the moon is being pulled to the earth by a rope. And then comes a long, endless, bright night, and a silence that makes your ears ring and makes you want to clear your throat. The trills of birds cut through the oppressive silence. A cozy hunting lodge is visible in the forest. You can feel a light breeze playing with the curtains. The Demon King reluctantly opens his eyes and immediately asks himself, "Am I still alive?" It turns out that the spell worked, which he didn't decipher even halfway. Well, who is he if not a damn genius? It seems that a time jump did occur, but I don't remember such a place in my past, the magician thought, analyzing where he could have ended up. And he asked himself another question that interested him. I wonder how old I am now. Looking at his body, he came to the conclusion that most guys would die of envy if they saw him in such shape. All that remains is to answer the main question, who are you? A mage only needs magic. What's the point of a six-pack? Riffenhart muttered under his breath, looking at the huge number of calluses and scars. The Demon King recalled the times of his youth, when every beauty's legs buckled at the sight of him, and the elves generally cried from his beauty. Looking at himself in the mirror, Riffenhart no longer saw the sharp features of his former face, because it now resembled something between a felt boot and a statue. The internal monologue did not stop even for a second. The Demon King doubted whether the spell of moving in time and space worked. He had definitely seen that stubborn look, those red eyebrows and pursed lips reflected in the mirror somewhere. What if the spell didn't send him back in time? But there was an exchange of souls between two bodies. The magician and his reflection simultaneously said, Teslon, literally a second later, as if mimicking the magician. He was also loudly called by the name of his recent enemy. Riffenhart turned to see a giant man trying to squeeze through the doorway. The sun is already high in the sky and you're still hanging around here? Why don't you go outside? The stranger asked in surprise, not noticing the frightened expression on Teslon's face. We have another great day ahead of us today, he continued joyfully. Who are you? The Demon King whispered in shock. Why are you looking at me as if you were seeing me for the first time? The giant said thoughtfully. Using the amnesia excuse a second time won't help you. I thought you knew it wouldn't work once. He interrupted Riffenhart's mutterings about not remembering anything. The giant hand of the new acquaintance grabbed Teslon by the head and pulled him out into the street. Let's go train, he announced enthusiastically, not wanting to waste time on stupid excuses. The magician immediately had an epiphany, and he realized that this was the strongest warrior of the continent of all times and peoples, and also Teslon's mentor. Riffenhart was ready to swear that this was the very same king of martial arts, Gerard Crom Protas. Coming out of his thoughts, the sorcerer realized that he was tied to a tree by his arms and legs. Attempts to persuade Gerard to listen to Riffenhart's story only resulted in his mouth being tied with some kind of dirty rag. So, let's begin training, Gerard announced, grabbing a bamboo stick. Riffenhart's heart began to pound wildly, and his eyes were filled with terror. Gerard delivered a powerful blow with the bamboo straight at the sorcerer's torso. The veins on his face formed a visible pattern. Tears gushed from his eyes, and only one thought was spinning in Riffenhart's head. Can someone explain what the hell is going on here? Without allowing his student even a little rest, Gerard continued to strike mercilessly. Is this how I'm going to die, Cirrus? The magician asked himself, replaying happy memories of the elf. At this time, the coach was trying to understand what was happening to his student today. If this is indeed amnesia, then it's not a big deal. Gerard himself has often fallen into unconsciousness from endless training. The Battle Clan is an indestructible gym without a break, where perseverance and hard work are valued. This means that there is only one solution to the problem, and it is trivial. Train the fighter harder, and he will recover faster. Gerard taught Teslon that weapons and equipment are only needed by weaklings who are unable to overcome difficulties. People are like steel. The more you hit them, the stronger they become, the coach shouted at Rieffenhart. Where is a man like steel? A cretin, the magician thought mockingly. Believe me, there are no limits to physical development. You can become steel. Gerard kept telling Teslon, whom he had once personally chosen as his student. The coach knew that just as quality iron becomes steel, only a select few can have a steel form. You are one of them, Teslon, Gerard declared, hitting his student in the face with a bamboo. Gerard beat him and asked him to imagine himself as an ocean, absorbing everything, but not changing its shape. Riffenhart sobbed, and imagined that his tears were the ocean in which he and the beautiful elf were splashing. When the magician was ready to die on the spot, the coach declared the end of the training and walked off into the sunset. Riffenhart sat for a long time among the bamboo debris, hugging himself by the shoulders and thanking all the gods that he had survived. Rieffenhart had a bathing session scheduled for the night. Petals and leaves of the geranium. Am I being bathed in a healing potion? The magician thought in surprise, remembering that one bottle of such a potion costs at least 10 silver. I heard that queens bathe in milk to get velvety skin, but that's nothing compared to this. What is this for? The Demon King asked the trainer. What do you mean? Steel always needs to be cooled after forging, Gerard answered confidently. After working through the entire musculoskeletal system on the brink of death, I quickly recover using the power of the aura and healing potions. the mage concluded, noting a working method for returning the body to shape before it breaks down. It was no wonder that Teslan had such a strong body when Reifenhart fought him, since the martial arts king had been through similar training since he was a child. Now the magician was finally convinced that he had traveled into the past. It remains to be seen how young Reifenhart is doing. The dark mage wondered if his younger self could exist, while his older soul was in the same dimension. Based on the current situation, there were only two assumptions. First, the elder Reifenhart in Teslan's body coexists with the now young Reifenhart. The second irritated and even slightly frightened the magician. The soul of a martial arts king could now be in the body of young Reifenhart. "Dinner is served," the coach roared, pointing Reifenhart to the dining table filled with pork hams. Gerard continued to preach about the benefits of replenishing the supply of nutrients to the overworked body when the magician had already pounced on the food. After lunch, the coach and student went for a run in the mountains, having first loaded Reifenhart with a backpack filled with stones. The trainer didn't allow him to take off his backpack when he forced the sorcerer to do push-ups using only his little fingers. With the same backpack, he did exercises on the edge of the abyss, while Gerard yawned and mocked Teslan's fatigue. After a walk in the mountains, the dark magician could not make his brain work, but it was vital to think. "I have reincarnated as the Teslan from the past," Reifenhart concluded wearily once again. There were many questions. How will this affect the future? What will happen if I run away right now? What if I meet myself? The uniqueness of the soul is the immutable rule underlying this world, and it can cease to exist at the slightest mistake. It is almost impossible to encounter little Reifenhart, because for the next 10 years he only studies magic and reads books in the Delphic Tower. But what if Teslan is now in Reifenhart's body? Who will use the time to good use and pump up the mage's puny body? Reifenhart thought, calculating the options for the king of martial arts to come for his soul. Without a coach, Teslan would not have achieved such success in the method of indestructible rocking of the body and aura, but his abilities should not be underestimated. In any case, the priority now is to escape from this madhouse, the magician concluded. He left his room and ran wherever his eyes looked. All he could think about was that he would never come back here again. Ahead, a trainer appeared, sitting on a rock with his arms crossed. He asked where his student was going at nightfall and added, "You've been suspiciously quiet for the last 2 months, and now you're running away again for the 9th time." "I'm really not Teslan," the sorcerer exploded. "My name is Reifenhart, and I'm a magician." "Oh, these true stories of yours that cannot be kept silent about," the coach sighed. "The last time you assured me that you came from another world, you told me about the gods and dragons you met," Gerard continued, while the magician froze in surprise. "What else was there? A great master from the Huang Empire in the east, from a place called Murim, who lives a second life or something?" the trainer asked mockingly. Gerard praised Reifenhart for his conviction in his current role. The next moment, the trainer's fingers closed on the magician's hair, and he dragged the fugitive back into the house after wishing him good night. Reifenhart admitted defeat with tears in his eyes, but promised himself never to give up and to leave this madhouse as soon as possible. The magician continued to try to escape, but each time the trainer found him and returned him to training. There was a feeling that you couldn't hide from him, either on land or in water. "Don't worry, just be patient a little longer. It will all pay off, I promise," Gerard repeated after another killer workout. Reifenhart resigned himself to the idea that it was simply impossible to escape from this eccentric, because the word surrender did not exist in Gerard's lexicon. "Did you know that the indestructible gym has over 130 ways to prevent students from escaping?" the coach said with a smirk, while Reifenhart absorbed his words with hatred. "Throughout its history, there hasn't been a student who hasn't tried to escape or feign illness. This idiot will find me everywhere, so it will be easier to finish my studies and get official permission to leave the mountains," Reifenhart decided for himself. Therefore, the dark magician remained in this wonderful prison for 2 years. "Well done, student," the coach exclaimed as the chains slid to the ground. "Finally, you have awakened your aura," he continued enthusiastically. This news excited the magician, because even the recognized holy sword, Cyrus, was able to awaken the aura only in his 30s, and Reifenhart in Teslan's body was not yet 20. If you develop your survival instincts in parallel with your physical abilities, your will to live will increase your survival rate and manifest your power, known as aura, the trainer instructed, throwing away the club, no longer capable of causing pain to his student. Gerard announced the transition to the next stage of training, which made the now young magician very happy until he heard the following words. "You're in for a sparring match with me, buddy." Reifenhart watched in panic as his mentor gathered an aura around himself. He will remember this fight for a long time, as well as all the subsequent ones. Fast forward 3 years, and the sound of water can be heard in the middle of the southern mountains. The waterfall crashes down on the rocks with such force that some of them have already been worn down to the size of pebbles. And in the middle of this power stands a strong red-haired guy. He gathers all his aura into a fist. Riffenhart attempts a move called the Horn of Disaster. To do this, you need to concentrate all your strength in one point of your body. In this case, the concentrated aura has the appearance of a horn, hence the name of the strike. The mage exhales and strikes the rock hugging the waterfall. Exhale, and the usual thought that it seems he is not doing enough. I can't think that the third level is my limit. I have to advance to the fourth, Riefenhart encourages himself. The final stage of the Horn of Disaster is the ninth, calling forth 9 waves that can kill even a god. The Teslon that the magician fought in his time was at the 7th stage, and the teacher Gerard reached the 8th. The mentor promised his student to let him go from the mountains as soon as he reached at least the 4th step. Today was the perfect opportunity to escape, while the trainer went down to the village closest to the mountains. But Riffenhart did not take advantage of it and decided to devote his time to learning magic. The sorcerer cast an air bullet spell and sent it towards the target. The purple ball left his hand and flew straight into the nearest tree. But, alas, the spell left only a couple of scratches on the dark bark. Riefenhart came to the conclusion that with such a meager amount of mana, Teslon's dull brain, not inclined to calculations and magical skills damaged due to forced movement, he would no longer be a mage. Suddenly he felt someone's energy very close. The sorcerer could tell for sure that it did not come from a human. The crunch of branches under massive paws was heard, and an impressively sized orc appeared in front of Riefenhart. Everything would be fine. But the magician didn't like the sword in the orc's hands at all. Riefenhart showed his displeasure with his whole appearance and had already begun to call upon the aura in case a blow was necessary. "Pretend you didn't see me, human, and then I won't touch you," the orc said, stumbling and trying to catch his breath. The mage analyzed the stranger's appearance and thought that he was a very young orc, perhaps one who had escaped from the arena. "Pretend you didn't see me and I won't hurt you," the orc repeated. "Young orc, who is pursuing you?" Riefenhart responded, realizing that his interlocutor was not hostile and was definitely one of those who did not want senseless sacrifices. "How does a man know such a great language?" the orc asked in surprise, flattering Riefenhart. The orc confirmed the magician's suspicions and said that he was being chased. "I want to help, do you believe me?" the man asked the monster. The orc trusted the magician like a brother, because he knew the great language, and the kindness of his soul was not in doubt. But he was very worried that helping him would cost the man his life. Riefenhart noted the nobility of the orc's speech and convinced him of his readiness to help in any case. The sorcerer had already figured out how to hide the stranger and immediately began to cast a spell. He opened a portal, inviting the orc to step inside so that the magic could cover him. "My savior, are you also a magician?" The orc was surprised, baffling the magician himself. "With a body like that?" he added, causing Riefenhart to look him over from head to toe. After this pause, the orc stepped into the portal, once again thanking the sorcerer for his help. The magician barely had time to complete the spell when footsteps were heard behind him. Mercenaries were coming out of the forest, lamenting about some problem that was worth only a couple of silver coins. "Hey you, has a small orc passed by here?" One of the humans, apparently their leader, addressed Riefenhart disrespectfully. The fat-tailed man even offered the magician a gold coin for his help. However, even without gold, Riefenhart had no intention of helping them. The people were convinced that the magician was hiding the fugitive from them, because there were orcish tracks everywhere. "This is my home, actually. I won't let you in just like that." The sorcerer frowned, internally scolding himself for the fact that the basic magic hadn't removed the traces. The leader was beside himself with rage that some kid from a remote village dared to tell him where he could go and where he couldn't. The entire squad continued to shout insults at Riefenhart, but they did not dare attack him. The magician remembered the coach's instructions about showing mercy to the weak, and under no circumstances using your fists where you can take the life of an opponent with one blow. To fight people, you can use their own means, weapons. "At least you won't die from a blow from this," Riefenhart said mockingly, drawing out a training club with a spell. Indestructible Jim focuses on the art of bare-handed combat, but that doesn't mean it doesn't include weapons handling. "Are you pretending to be a great fighter or something?" one of the people yelled. But seeing a slight smile on his opponent's face, he began to back away. Unfortunately, it didn't help him. A few moments later, half of the squad was lying unconscious on the ground. The boy continued to mercilessly hit the sides with the baton, and each time the blow hit the target, the mercenaries cursed but bravely went into a very fair fight. all against one. There was one catch to Reifenhardt's weapon. It was created for training students, not for combat. So there were no defensive moves, only offensive ones. They tried to thrust a sword into the sorcerer's back with all their might. Unfortunately, it simply bent in half and was no longer usable. It seemed unfair to Riefenhardt how strong his body was. He even began to doubt a little whether it was human. But on the other hand, he fought with a weapon that was not intended to kill the enemy. So why worry? Joints will be torn, bones will be broken, but these mercenaries will not die. No matter what happens, you won't die, thought Riefenhardt, half irritated, half relieved. All his opponents were already lying on the ground and begging for mercy, except for the squad leader. "What's your name, freak? Speak," the mercenary growled, causing only disgust in the magician. "It's not fair that you're standing on your feet while your friends are already praying to their ancestors," Riefenhardt said playfully, swinging his arm at the mercenary. The squad leader, frightened, picked up his wounded comrade and wandered away from this boy and his remote village. Riefenhardt was glad that he had managed to warm up, and even allowed himself to think that it was time to have his own students, so that he would have someone to beat up. Coming out of hiding, the orc again thanked his savior. "I will not forget this until the end of my days and will definitely repay your kindness," the wanderer promised. Riefenhardt was surprised that the orc bowed his head to him, since warriors were not supposed to do so. But his new friend surprised him even more by saying that the mage made him look at his life differently by becoming his mentor. "When the time comes, I will surely dedicate my sword to you," said the green warrior. "May I know your name, savior?" "I am Tess," the sorcerer began, but changed his mind. Could it be that he himself began to forget who he really is? "My name is Reifenhardt Waldanteris," he said after a few seconds of hesitation. "I will remember this name," the orc promised his savior. Despite the fact that the green warrior had nowhere to go, because he was an unwelcome guest on human land, he did not lose his optimism, and was sure that it was better to die as a free wanderer than as a slave. Reifenhardt remembered the nameless wasteland that the orcs called the Land of Trials. The magician told his new friend that the orcs of the Blue Bear tribe were hiding there, which meant that he could find shelter among them. The orc, following Reifenhardt's instructions, set off. "What is your name?" the magician managed to shout at the back of the departing warrior. "I am the son of the mole, the heir of the lat's axe." "My name is Tahid," the warrior shouted, and the Demon King's jaw dropped. As the warrior made his way through the fields, paving his way into a new future, the magician felt warmth in his soul. He remembered one of the 4 heavenly kings, the great warrior Tahid, which the young orc had not yet become. Riefenhardt wondered if the real Teslan could have met Tahid in a past life, turning their lives upside down without offering a helping hand. The magician watched his departing friend and was convinced that this was definitely a fateful meeting. For the first time since the time travel, the magician felt such a strong and bright longing for home. He missed an empire built on understanding and tolerance for each other, and he really hoped to meet again with all his friends, whom he had long considered his family. Half a year had passed since the mysterious meeting with Tahid, so the mountains where Riefenhardt and Gerard used to train were covered in snow. The booming, "Bite me, student," could be heard from several kilometers away as the trainer rushed towards the Demon King, summoning so much aura that it looked like a ray of sunlight. "This is too much," cried Riefenhardt, meeting the attack. The mentor hoped that Teslan would have time to get his bearings and set up a defense. The student did not fail, using the Vortex Guard technique. "Your Vortex Guard is beyond praise," Gerard noted happily. "It seems like just yesterday, after another scolding, you were whining about how you were some kind of Reifenhardt and not Teslan," the mentor began. But the sorcerer interrupted him and asked him not to recall the events of 6 years ago. Gerard pointed out to the sorcerer that it had been 10 whole years since he began his training, but he was still very small. "What do you mean, small?" Riefenhardt was indignant. "I'm almost 2 meters tall." "The member of the indestructible gym must exceed 2 meters, the trainer recited, recalling the previous kings of martial arts. "Were you sure you followed the breathing technique I taught you correctly?" he asked Teslan. Riefenhardt replied that build wasn't that important, but he thought to himself that the old man had gone completely crazy, since even with his current height, the sorcerer had a hard time getting through doorways. The trainer, agreeing that the student was not bad and strong even in his rather small frame, asked to start training. Riefenhardt called upon his aura, strength, and endurance. Feeling ready, he lifted off the ground, swirling the air around him into a spiral of energy. The sorcerer prepared to use the Horn of Disaster, but this time the target was a frozen body of water. Having concentrated all of his aura into his fist, the mage exhaled in an attempt to free his mind. One precise, yet so destructive and powerful blow allows Riefenhardt to break through the ice. Already in the water, he realizes that the fourth step has been conquered by him. The frozen pond explodes like an ice geyser. The mentor watches the ice flows soaring into the sky and laughs. "This is simply superb," he exults, sharing his student's victory. "Now you're definitely not going to be easy to beat," the trainer tells Riefenhardt when he surfaces. "It seems the time has come for you to go to the outside world," Gerard says, ignoring Teslan's surprise. "You did a good job, student," the coach smiles. "Now you are free to live as you see fit, as a hero or a villain," he continues. "This is a reward for all your efforts," the mentor concludes. "Mentor, Gerard," says Riefenhardt, not even realizing what he wants to tell him. It's good that the coach doesn't let him finish and tells him about his teacher, who told him to remember the 3 main rules. First, making money is good, but you shouldn't get involved in dishonest things. Even if you're going to be a villain, you have to be a decent villain with style, after all. Second, whenever possible, speak out on behalf of those who have been wronged. But there is no need to defend every weakling on the way, because weakness is not always a consequence of unfair treatment, and the world is full of those who are already weaker than Gerard. And finally, he talked about the most important third rule. Bring the teaching of the unbreakable rocking chair to the masses and make sure that it does not break. Gerard explained to the sorcerer that he would need to find a student to whom he would pass on their great techniques, but he warned that finding a talented student is not easy. It is important not to miss the opportunity if it presents itself. Otherwise, you can spend eternity looking for the next candidate. The mentor gave Riefenhardt 30 silver for the journey and a bag with his clothes. The sorcerer did not expect such a small salary, because he counted on the fact that Gerard had his own estate and untold riches in the kingdom of Vasily. The trainer just laughed at the student, noting that the payment was set by the clan, and he had received less at the time and handed Riefenhardt the card. The map had a marker indicating a surprise in the Settlered Mountains, which the mentor had advised me to definitely visit. Wrapping himself in warmer clothes, Riefenhardt took one last look around at the place he was about to leave. Is he really going to leave these mountains? Finally, after 6 long years, he is free. Before Riefenhardt could rejoice at his release, a powerful beam of energy appeared in the distance, exploding the tops of the mountains. This spectacle seriously frightened the now young sorcerer. The performance that the mentor arranged literally said, "Go, my student. Do not be sad about parting. Carry steel determination without hesitation. After all, you are the heir to the greatest techniques on this earth." The trainer's voice reached Riefenhardt. The magician, without thinking twice, rushed on foot towards civilization. Meanwhile, in a cozy house in the village, the following events took place. The establishment's employee tried to dissuade the village elder from talking to the knights, but the knight himself turned to the elder. "What's the matter? I ask you to pay for the food provided to you and your knights," the old man said sternly. The knight threw a gold coin at him, thinking about how selfish the peasant people were. The village chief stared in surprise at the gold in his hands. "I'm sorry, sir, but that's not enough," the old man mumbled. The knight, in a rage, began to accuse the village elder of impudence and attempting to deceive the aristocrats. Without a shadow of regret, he hit the old man in the face. Looking askance at his offender, the elder thought that it was the knights who had become insolent, having occupied their houses, gobbled up their food supplies, and were trying to pay for all this with one damn gold coin. "What is the matter, Sir Edward?" asked a black-haired young man who had come down from the second floor. The knight asked Mr. Stefan not to bother his head with this. "That's why you can't be nice to peasants," the young gentleman said with a grin. "They forget their place. Let's move forward in time and space to a luxurious palace where 2 people are lying on a bed in a bedroom." Ceres runs her finger along Riefenhardt's collarbone and laughs at the boy's question about why she loves his frail body so much. "Your features are so sharp and chiseled like a fine blade," the elf whispers, smiling. These memories cause Riefenhardt and Teslan's body to hate his golem-like outer shell. The only plus to his current position is that he has become much taller. The mage thought that Ceres was now about 70 years old, which in human years was only 17. Riefenhardt stopped in Krom, a town south of the kingdom of Vasily. In a year, the elf will be sold at the Chetan slave auction. Maybe he should smash this auction to hell. On the other hand, acting recklessly will make it difficult to restore magical powers. It is better to solve the problem with money. The prices for elves are astronomical. Riefenhardt is literally a beggar, but he has a powerful body, techniques, and knowledge of the future, so he will somehow figure it out. The magician knew that on the way to Chetan there were only ancient runes, but the black-haired young gentleman did not know, and therefore resorted to the help of the sorcerer Todd in his search. The archaeology-focused mage of the Delphia Tower was an excellent search engine. When the magician finished his rituals, Mr. Stefan asked him again if they were on the right path. Todd convinced him that these were indeed the mountains where the burial place of the famous swordsman, Sir Claude von Leotars Altheon, was located. Meanwhile, Riffenhart was already on his way, glad that thanks to his training he didn't have to worry about things like colds and flu. With the help of a special magical technique of artificial return, the sorcerer was able to regain his memories of the ancient ruins at the foot of the Catan Mountains, which the magician from the Delphia Tower, Todd, told him about. In his past life, Riffenhart had already been there and even found real treasures that Todd's comrades had missed. He made good money selling the jewelry, earning about 2,000 gold pieces. The mage's thoughts flew ahead of his feet, so he did not immediately understand that it was time to stop. Riffenhart looked down on the village of cattle and saw that nothing had changed since his last visit. While the Demon King was indulging in nostalgia, the local villagers were deciding who would have to go to the Valley of Death with the Knight's squad. The nobles demanded a guide, but the peasants could not refuse because the last person who stood up for them, the elder, was not in the best condition now. There were heated arguments, no one wanted to volunteer, but there was also no desire to expose their comrades to danger. Unexpectedly, Ted took the initiative and offered his candidacy as the most suitable, because he knows the mountains very well. The volunteer's wife and daughter swarmed around him, begging him not to go with the knights into the Valley of Death. The crowd very quickly saw his candidacy as the only correct one, and encouraged him with phrases like, "You can do it. Everyone should do what they can do. Good luck, Ted." "If you don't want to, I can go," they shouted from outside the window, frightening everyone present. Ted, without a moment's hesitation, pulled the bowstring towards the stranger, asking who the hell he was. After talking with Riffenhart and being convinced of his good intentions, the peasant still could not believe that he was voluntarily volunteering to go to the Valley of Death. "They don't come back from there, are you sure, son?" one of the locals asked, causing the magician to smile and want to get on the road as soon as possible. Death Valley is nothing more than a dungeon, a relic of the past. 50 years ago, there was a knight from the Altean family named Claude. He awakened his aura at the age of 45, went through many adventures, and legends about him circulated throughout the kingdom of Vasily longer than he lived. Fame often breeds arrogance, so Claude went into the Valley of Death with only one squire and died, leaving his famous demonic sword, Altean, underground. The sword was a symbol of the family and was passed down from generation to generation, so the heirs were obsessed with the idea of finding the lost relic even after 50 years. And now, Riefenhart has joined the squad of the young master Stefan von Rapanto Altean in search of the lost inheritance. The magician noticed that Stefan was often carried away by conversations with the elf accompanying him. Humans usually need elves for entertainment, so the Demon King concluded that the giggling girl with long ears was a slave. Riffenhart was also bothered by the fact that there was only one saint in the squad, and he looked very young and inexperienced. If he is a boy at all, he looks an awful lot like a girl with his long red hair. The magician decided that he would need to talk to Todd, since he was at least a familiar face. But Todd didn't leave the saint's side for a minute, entertaining him and, it seemed, flirting. Could it be that the magician he had known for a long time preferred boys? "This just can't be. Todd is a great guy," Riefenhart internally lamented when the knight spoke to him. The warrior noted that the sorcerer was not afraid to choose the difficult path when the peasants in the village did not want to move in any direction. The magician understood the fears of ordinary people before the unknown, and almost choked when his interlocutor asked, "What's so scary when you are accompanied by brave knights? It seems that there really isn't a knight in the world who doesn't spread his tail like a peacock." Suddenly, a noise came from the side, which distracted Riffenhart's interlocutor, and later the magician himself saw how, throwing up columns of air, something was flying up from the forest into the sky. At first it seemed as if the treetops had broken off and decided that they were birds. But when the unidentified object stopped spinning, they revealed sharp fangs and glowing eyes. A whole flock of half-birds, half-humans quickly attacked the heroes. Retreating is not a habit of the brave knights, so they prepared their weapons for battle. The harpies looked truly terrifying. There was nothing but rage in their eyes, and their powerful wings could easily bury one or two warriors under them. Young Master Stefan did not lose his head and sent his knights into the attack. Todd had already cast a fire chain spell and sent it into the crowd of harpies like an arrow from a bow. The cries of half-birds engulfed in fire will haunt even the most cruel magician in his nightmares. However, Todd did not abandon the spell halfway and finished it, thus damaging most of the pack. At this time, the knights were overcome by a wave of energy, charging them for victory. "Oh, Lord Philances, send them strength and courage," the detachment saint shouted with all his might. Riffenhart watched the fight from the sidelines and was surprised at how well his new acquaintances were doing, especially Stefan. From a magician's point of view, of course. From a martial artist's perspective, they are all pretty pathetic. The magician noticed that one of the harpies that had attacked the knightly detachment had set its sights on new victims. With her mouth open, growling and lightning flashing from her eyes, she swiftly fell from the sky onto the passing orcs. The monsters closed their eyes, not wanting to see their comrades suffer. And then, out of nowhere, a huge fist flew straight into the face of the predatory half-bird. The harpy's body parts and feathers flew through the air, mixing with each other. When the orcs opened their eyes, they saw before them Teslan, the then unknown king of martial arts. If Riffenhart remembered Todd's adventures correctly, then the guide Ted died right on this spot in the past. Now the magician, or rather the guide, has survived, and history must forge a new path for itself. The expedition captain Stefan had a glare in his eyes no less than that of the harpies. His sword lived a separate life on the battlefield, punishing his opponents. The half-birds did not spare the warriors if they managed to reach them with their giant claws. Young Master Stefan paid no attention to the cries for rescue from his own squad. It can't be said that he is a bad person, but he doesn't really care about his subordinates. And because of him, the guide Ted died in the past. The red-haired saint interrupted Riffenhart's thoughts with an order to hide behind the trees. Before the magician could even move, the half-bird's sharp knife-like feathers flew at him. The Demon King was once again surprised by his body's endurance capabilities, as he didn't even feel ticklish from this attack. But one feather hit him straight in the untrained eye. He punched away a bird falling from the sky during an attack with one fist, and with his other hand he brushed away the tears that he thought he had cried to the last drop during training. The squad leader, Stefan, as he should have, was only concerned about whether the mages and the saints survived, and he didn't give a damn about Riefenhart, and especially about the monsters that the mage was trying to save. "The Knights of Alchion are strong," the young master called out to his soldiers with a battle cry. "May the sweetness of victory come to your hearts. Rest." He dismissed the squad to gather strength. Riffenhart took the chance to talk to Todd. "If I remember correctly, you are from the Magic Tower Delphia?" the Demon King asked, after thanking the magician for saving his life, although it was blatant flattery. "Do you know Riefenhart, my friend?" The sorcerer tried to find out about himself. Todd was surprised that a talented child had such great friends. "He's so sweet and cute," the Delphic magician muttered under his breath. Riefenhart asked again if everything was okay with the young magician, if anything strange had happened to him, and he was satisfied with Todd's answer that Riefenhart was immersed in his studies and spent his days cramming. "His little sharp nose, as always, is on point," the Delphic magician said clearly. "And the eyes are like jewels and the skin is so soft, so soft." He couldn't stop. Riffenhart wanted to beat up the sorcerer who was obsessed with the young body, but he decided not to draw attention to himself, especially since Todd still hadn't said anything intelligible. A red-haired saint joined their company and asked if Riffenhart needed help. The magician thanked the priest for his concerns and sent him to heal the orcs. The knights of the squad began to complain that the saint should not waste his precious time helping monsters. Riffenhart noted that despite the squad's outrage, the saint continued to heal the orcs, but his attitude towards them was more like love for animals than anything human. "Hey, guide!" the captain exclaimed. "Show us the way, and quickly!" "Go straight ahead, then turn right," said the magician. "There's a body of water straight ahead. You'll have to slow down a bit." And they set off. Several hours later, somewhere in the forest, the tired sighs of knights and the rumble of a disorderly detachment could be heard. First the basilisk, then the dark wolf, and more than 20 ogres. One of the warriors recounted their adventures over the past hours. Riffenhart chuckled, because he had led them through this area infested with creatures on purpose. The knights are arrogant, the priests are too serious, and the magicians are downright crazy, the sorcerer thought to himself, justifying himself by saying that he was leading them along the shortest path. "Who would have known that there were so many monsters here in the place where Sir Claude died?" Stefan said, out of breath from fatigue. The next second he completely forgot how to breathe. Such an incredible sight opened up before him. The young gentleman looked at the entrance to the underworld. "Is this it?" the captain asked the guide and the knights uncertainly. "These are ancient coat ruins," one of the warriors said enthusiastically. After some time, they were already walking through the Valley of Death to the entrance to the ancient ruins. None of the travelers dared to be the first to step through the open gates of the massive structure. Todd pointed to the entrance to one of the best knights and a young gentleman. "Get ready, comrades!" roared the heir of the Alchion family. Riffenhart wished to remain outside, after which Stefan wanted to send him home. But having made sure that the guide would not return home alone, he promised to accompany him on the return journey. The magician could barely restrain himself from smashing the young captain's head with his fist when he found out that no one was going to see him home in the first place. Stefan gave a passionate speech about his ancestors' wishes and set the party on a quest to find the demonic sword. Riffenhart waved his hand with pleasure at the brave warriors, and so, after a couple of minutes, he was left at the gate completely alone. "Okay, well now it's time to take care of my own business," the magician said to himself. Right now, this place, the ancient ruins of the Coat, is completely filled with monsters and spirits, but originally in the Silver Age, it was a strategic point and was used as a normal military facility. Riffenhart hadn't been to this place for a long time. The last time they came here was with Ceres. The elf found a secret passage after hearing the whispers of the sylphs. Ceres was Riffenhart's personal goddess, whom he was willing to worship. Remembering what they had done with the brave elf in the middle of the danger zone, the magician blushed as if he were wearing paint. Riffenhart remembered that the key to entering the secret passage was the balance of the water and earth seals in reverse order. But despite the secret knowledge, it was difficult to open the entrance due to the lack of mana and not the sharpest mind in the current body. However, when he opened his eyes, Riffenhart saw the walls parting, forming a passage. He decided to take off his jacket and leave it at the entrance. After all, it cost 10 silver coins. "Well, the time has come to test the physical capabilities of this body," the magician said to himself, warming up. From the depths of the ruins came terrible screams. Riffenhart was confused because they were coming from a different direction than where his companions had gone. He stopped to think about the secret passage connecting the third floor with the basement. "If I open it, it won't be a very nice situation," the magician thought fearfully. And then I immediately remembered that this was, after all, a military structure. Activating any device with mana will trigger traps designed to scare away intruders. Last time, it was just the two of them with Ceres, so they weren't too worried about other places, but right now, there's an Altian squad out there somewhere. They must have fallen into a trap and fallen somewhere into the basement area, the magician thought. Meanwhile, somewhere in the depths of the ruins of the Coat, a sharp scythe cut off the head of the valiant Sir Thomas. The captain of the detachment uttered the name of his brave soldier for the last time and turned his gaze into the abyss that opened before him. "What the?" Stefan only managed to mutter before he noticed a glint in the darkness. The scythe, with drops of blood from a recent murder, stubbornly stuck out of the wall. Suddenly, a red ember flared up in the darkness, illuminating a giant skull. "We cannot defeat this monster." The young gentleman was frightened when his eyes got used to the darkness, and he saw the real size of the enemy. It turned out that the scythe was not sticking out of the wall. It was just a piece of the terrifying monster's weapon. Is it even possible for a human to defeat such a terrible demon? The captain asked himself, trying to make out the devil's head somewhere high above. "Oh, great Philances! Shine your healing light on this wounded soul," the red-haired healer muttered to himself as he helped his wounded comrades. The priest gladly accepted the knight's thanks, but he would be lying if he said he would have survived in this place without them. So his spells were partly an act of selfishness. The entire team was almost not killed by the collapse of the floor, so the red-haired saint hastened to thank Todd for the magical protection. "We may have escaped the damage from the fall, but what dangers await us further is unknown," warned the sorcerer from Delphia. The entire squad froze on the threshold of the unknown. A blow came from the darkness, instantly sending the first row of knights to rest on the stone floor. "Monster!" cried the terrified soldiers, confronted for the first time with a threat of such magnitude. From the gate stepped two giants, armed to the teeth with red skin, 4 hands in each of which was a weapon, huge horns and eyes that glowed like 2 embers smoldering in a dark abyss. The soldiers only had one look at the giants to start running, so they didn't notice the troop of dead men walking behind their leaders. Only the priest did not move from his place. With his hands folded in prayer, he called upon the great Philanins. A pink haze of spells surrounded the mighty idol above the red-haired boy's head. "Great Philanins, grant your slaves unshakable courage," the saint asked. "The ever-boasting knights of Altian don't have enough of him at all. A waste of muscle," he thought. The healer also asked for an unbridled wave of courage. Todd was surprised by the amount of holy power that his friend poured into the knights. The knights literally became berserkers. "Knights of Altian, let us show these inferior creatures our strength," one of the outstanding warriors commanded, and led his squad into the attack. Demons and humans clashed in a fierce battle. The courage with which the knights were instilled allowed them to look their enemy in a less than pleasant face. At this time, Todd was casting his spell, calling upon the earth to reach out and reveal what she had given birth to. His iron steel spell freed his opponent's hands from their weapons. One of the giants tried to get his sword back, but a clever elf appeared in his way. Lelsia looked incredibly epic, wielding 2 swords at once. She attacked the largest of the giants several times, jumping at great heights where other knights were afraid to go. Putting all her fury into the blow, the elf attacked the red giant's hand, trying to cut it off. However, the demon only crushed Lelsia's sword and threw her from the height, allowing the sword fragments to fall as quickly as the girl. After the fall, the elf could not find the strength to even get back on her feet. "Have I been helpful, master?" she asked Stefan when he finally joined his knights. "Good job, Lelsia," the captain roared, rushing into battle. The demons did not want to retreat, destroying everything in their path. The young master also did not have the word surrender in his vocabulary, just like the martial arts king he did not know. The heir of Altion crushed the dead with his sword without mercy. Stefan despised the dead and did not tolerate cowardice among his soldiers. "Gather at once. Here Sir Claude himself has fallen, the greatest knight of the past." The captain tried to inspire the squad. A huge pillar of fire pierced the ceiling, turning the battle hall into a bathhouse for a while. It was so hot. Stone slabs fell to the floor, burying brave warriors underneath them. When the knights' eyes became accustomed to the bright light and smoke from the fire, they saw that in the middle of the room stood a monster, larger than the 2 red giants. Composed entirely of lava, with huge horns and a row of teeth capable of biting several fighters at once, the monster looked straight into the heroes' souls. He let out a deep roar and charged. With one blow of its paw, the monster knocked down 6 soldiers at once. Without hesitation, the captain tried to inspire the squad. "You yourself decided to go to the end, so do not disgrace the title of the Knights of Altion." The monster released a blast of fire, baking alive any soldiers who got too close to it. Only echoes of his blow reached the captain, but even from them he felt as if he were in hell. "I can't die like this," the young gentleman repeated to himself through clenched teeth. "I don't want to lose so shamefully," he thought, grabbing the nearest sword. The last descendant of the great Altion family ran for a powerful blow. Believing in his own steadfastness and putting all his fury into the attack, he rushed towards the monster. The technique of a swift strike never failed the young master. And then, having pierced the monster's chest, filled with lava with his sword, he was confident of the success of his maneuver. But a powerful paw hit him in the face. The heir of Altion rose into the air like a feather. And then, hard as an anvil, he fell to the floor of the stone hall. The darkness in the young gentleman's head thickened with every breath, and after a couple of seconds he surrendered to her embrace. Filling the room with a pink haze, the idol appeared in the air again, sitting on something like a rattle. "Great Philanense, crush the wicked creatures with your ray of light," the saint prayed. The holy rattle struck the monster in the back. The monster roared and instantly realized who had struck the blow. Tears mixed with sweat on the healer's face, and there was impenetrable horror in his eyes. The fire giant turned around and headed towards the red-haired boy. The saint froze, not knowing what else he could do, and resigned to his imminent death. He closed his eyes, clenched his teeth, and mentally recited his last prayer. Then something flew over the healer's head like a bullet. The saint opened his eyes and could have sworn that someone had punched the monster in the face. The red-haired boy was finally able to see his savior. It turned out to be a young man who led them into the Valley of Death. The aura flowed in rings around the red-haired warrior, so at first the healer did not notice that the room had become cooler. But when the young man stopped spreading energy around himself, everyone turned their attention to the monster. More precisely, what was left of it after the conductor's attack. "No wonder I almost died from one blow from Teslon," thought Reifenhardt. The magician glanced around and frowned. So many brave knights fell within these walls, including the cheerful elf. And it seems that the heir of Altion did not survive the battle either. Riffenhardt had just suggested moving the fallen to safety when more undead began to descend the stairs. Todd and the healer froze in place as they watched the guide deal with the dead with barely a touch. The squad of monsters scattered across the hall faster than ale in a tavern. Reifenhardt was simply trying to carry the elf away from the battlefield and politely asked the undead not to stand in his way. Captain Altion could barely open his eyes. His whole body ached, especially his head. "Are you awake?" one of the knights asked him as the young gentleman began to look around in shock. Stefan wondered what had happened while he was unconscious. After hearing the whole story, the heir of Altion was indignant. "Is he a martial artist?" he shouted, pointing his finger at Riffenhardt. "I could not recognize such a distinguished warrior. May I know your name?" the young gentleman asked Riffenhardt. The mage knew Todd would be suspicious if he introduced himself by his real name, so he chose the shortened form, Reifen. Stefan tried to find out more about Ryfin, but he didn't even know where he came from. Gritting his teeth, the heir of Altian thought that the guide turned out to be a commoner without any support, not even an aristocrat on a free voyage. "It seems you've only just finished the job we started, but thank you anyway." Stefan praised the Demon King. Riffenhardt, grinning, pointed out to the young gentleman that his brain was clearly not working well, and that their squad of fighters was of practically no use. "How dare you? Where is your respect for the Altian family?" the black-haired boy roared. A knight from the inner circle reassured the young gentleman, reminding him that commoners had no manners. Stefan tried again to find out where Ryfin learned martial arts from, but he just waved it off, saying that he learned a little bit of everything and everywhere. The young gentleman doubted the guide's words because, grasping at chaotic knowledge, one cannot achieve such skills. The close knight noticed that Ryfin's speech was very simple and natural. Perhaps he did not even realize how arrogant his words sounded. Those guys could definitely use some help. The guide pointed to the wounded Altian fighters. The knight continued to talk about how Ryfin treated those around him, as if the difference in age and status did not bother him at all. Perhaps he was a member of a royal family from foreign lands. After all, it is only in royal nature to lecture everyone around you as if they were younger than you. The knight turned away from the guide and went to help his comrades when a saint approached Ryfin and asked how tall he was. "Well, about 192 centimeters, the Demon King answered, but was immediately stumped by the question about weight. The red-haired youth did not calm down and continued to ask the guide about his training methods, the secrets of such a body, and all sorts of nonsense. Healer Silenphil Marsus lost his parents early and grew up in an orphanage, and was often reproached for his cute face and frail body. Deep down, Silen wanted to have a healthy body and a low voice, which is probably why he joined the monks who torture their bodies to prove their piety. But, unfortunately, he never grew up, never matured. His hair grew too fast, and instead of physical strength, he was only able to grow divine strength. That's why the priest is so jealous of muscular guys." "I'll go look for a way out," Ryfin said, trying to escape Silen's devouring gaze, but the priest ran after him. The magician persuaded the healer to stay with the wounded, in case someone needed help, and the saint left. Stefan was chatting with Lelsia, who had already received a dose of divine healing, but he got distracted and volunteered to go with Ryfin. "You don't mind, do you?" the young gentleman asked the conductor. "As you wish," the red-haired warrior replied, and continued walking. As they walked through the tangled corridors of the ruins of the coat, the captain reasoned that he was offended that some village boy helped him, and did not regard helping knights as an act of honor. Stefan even dreamed that demons would appear from around the corner, which he would quickly kill, and Ryfin would fall at his feet and worship his power. Before the young gentleman could imagine the demons in vivid colors, he received a blow to the head. "Almost there," Ryfin said, looking at the captain's falling body. "Take a little nap," he added with a grin. Even before he turned around, the magician sensed something was wrong. A squad of the dead rushed towards the red-haired warrior from the dark corridors. Ryfin had no trouble dealing with the monsters. Once the monsters were dealt with, it was time to look at the treasures. Riffenhardt looked around the upside-down treasure trove. He knew approximately where the 50 gold coins from the Silver Age should be, and immediately began to look for them. His eye fell on a bottomless bag that could hold 10 times more items than it appeared to hold, and its weight was also reduced tenfold. The magician also grabbed a heavenly brazier, a blade of return, and a magical sapphire. Stefan had already begun to come to his senses when Ryfin returned. "They hit you right in the back of the head and you passed out right away," the guide said joyfully. "Thank you for helping," the captain said through clenched teeth. "No need to thank me," the magician answered nobly, keeping quiet about the fact that he had knocked Stefan out. And not just once, because while Riffenhardt was digging up the artifacts, he had to add a couple more blows to the first one on the captain's poor head. However, our hero had no regrets about this. While Stefan was wondering how he could have missed the enemy, Ryfin was happy with his bag being filled to the brim and was planning his next return for the remaining treasures. The guide and the captain returned to their detachment without incident. Silen continued to bombard Ryfin with questions, and he seemed to have come up with the idea that the red-haired warrior was a prince. The healer noted that despite his extraordinary fighting abilities, the prince's first and foremost trait was his habit of speaking condescendingly. And while in Stefan's case this was understandable, he was still very young. It was extremely rude to treat one of the best knights, Sir Edward, condescendingly, since he was, after all, much older than Ryfin. "I just rarely met people on my way, so I forgot my manners," the magician justified himself, and noted to himself that he must not forget that his current body was only 22 years old. The squad walked along the corridors that Ryfin had previously examined, so there was nothing to worry about. Stefan opened the gate that had appeared in the warrior's path. And then everyone standing behind the heir saw something that the magician had not noticed during his walk around. It seemed they had entered the wrong door, because in the middle of the hall there was a huge head of a demon, Greblista. Breaking through the ceiling, the monster straightened its shoulders and tried to stand up to its full height. In the demon's hands, the very sword of Sir Claude that Stefan had come here for lay menacingly. "Who would have thought that this place had such a guard?" muttered the heir of Altion. Reifenhart noted with displeasure that he did not remember Greblist appearing within these walls, which meant that by the time he came to the ruins with Cirrus, the demon was already dead. "Let's go back. We can't handle this monster with our own forces," he suggested to the captain. But it was too late. One of the knights pointed out to Stefan the treasure he was looking for in the hands of the monster. It was impossible to confuse the demonic sword Alchin with another artifact. "You're not going to fight this monster, are you?" Sir Edward asked, obviously stupid. Despite the offer to retreat and develop a plan, already knowing the enemy, the captain prepared for the attack, because he could not forgive the desecration of the sword of his ancestors. "I wouldn't back down even if the sword was in the hands of the Grim Reaper," Stefan shouted. "To arms, my brothers!" roared the captain, leading his soldiers to certain death. What a moron, Rifen thought, knowing he would have to take on most of the battle himself. Within the spatial rift in the ruins of the Silver Age, there is a system of automatic correction of the system's deficiencies. That is, when the system fails, protection is triggered that absorbs monsters. In other words, the entities guarding the dungeons exist peacefully until the system kidnaps them to use as guardians. In front of the squad stood the same demon that had defeated Claude, who had mastered the aura. The captain made fun of the frightened army, hinting that the demon was chained and there was no need to fear him. Rifen rightly noted that the squad had no chance against the monster. Sir Edward took offense at Rifen's words, pointing out that he was a country boy who did not know the honor of a knight and the things worth dying for. Reifenhart looked at the squad in shock as they walked towards certain death. They couldn't defeat the lower-level demons. What hope could these madmen have? "May the blessing of the goddess be with you," Sillin implored the knights. The emboldened warriors went on a direct attack against the monster. The demon, even in a restrained state, was able to knock out half of the attackers with one blow. Watching the knights scatter across the hall, Rifen noted that he had said that this plan wouldn't work. "Another one is flying," he said without a trace of sympathy. "How can there be compassion if people actually enjoy getting the shit kicked out of them? Don't lose heart. We are the Knights of Altion. Even this demon fears us." The captain's instructions were heard. Rifen was once again convinced of how stupid the young master was, that no matter what you tell him, he won't listen. And you can't rely on Sir Edward, he's only helping this impudent young man in his attempts to die. The captain, of course, shows off. Flutters like a butterfly, stings like a bee. But he barely scratched the monster. Sillin once again summoned the holy rattle. "O Philinense, turn your sacred staff upon this evil being," he prayed. A pink shroud enveloped the monster and the space around it. The idol that the priest had summoned opened its mouth in a non-existent cry. Sillin insisted that Philinense release his sacred staff. Gracefully waving his hand, the healer directed energy towards the monster. For a second, Riffenhart thought it might work, as the room was filled with pink light and sacred rattles were flying toward Greblist. Unfortunately, the pink light dissolved. The demon was still there, but the agile Lelzia was already rushing towards him with her trusty sword. She jumped on the monster's head and delivered several precise blows. She then pushed off his horns and flew down, simultaneously striking at his upper body. At this time, Stefan attacked the lower part of the monster's body. Riffenhart thought that Lelzia was very talented. Perhaps she would be cooler than Sir Edward. Did I really underestimate them? The magician was surprised when he saw his colleague cast a spell. "Cold of the northern winds, whirl in my hands." Todd made mysterious movements with his hands, causing a snowstorm. Riffenhart looked around at what was left of the ruined ceiling. And just at that moment, the color of the panels switched from blue to bright orange. The chains holding the monster began to gradually heat up. The current defense system is overloaded. The second phase has been activated, freeing the monster from its shackles. "Damn it!" Rifen cursed, frightened by this state of affairs. The rower took off from the ground in a jump, and landed back on it, crushing a couple of soldiers along the way to the point of, "We'll hardly be able to put anything in the coffin." Greblist looked like a real Satan, with his huge horns and a star carved into his forehead. "Die, Greblist!" Stefan shouted, raising his sword over the monster's head. However, the monster made its move faster, and with one blow sent the captain into the nearest wall. Blood gushed from the nose and mouth of the heir of Altion. Sir Edward, seeing how hard the monster had thrown his master, immediately rushed to help. But when he ran up to the wall, Stefan was already almost on his feet and was getting ready to fight again. Lelsia drew her sword and ran to attack, the young captain joining his battle friend. The elf, in her usual manner, jumped around the monster, delivering pinpoint blows. Her movements were reminiscent of a wild cat, just as graceful and elegant. The rower was already becoming irritated by her constantly flickering face nearby. Lelsia did not hide her disgust towards the monster and swung for another blow. At that moment, the monster opened its mouth, from which a wave of fire burst forth. The wave of fire turns into a waterfall, and now fills the entire hall. The hall becomes unbearably hot again, and the already few soldiers of Altian's detachment perish in a fiery storm. It feels like there is no escape from fiery punishment. The hot river is ready to reach Silan before he can even put up any defensive spells. Once again today, a priest is ready to say goodbye to life. And then, out of nowhere, the red-haired prince, Mr. Riffin, blocks him. He creates a shield from his aura which allows them to survive. "Sorry, I slowed down a bit and didn't react in time," Riefenhardt apologized. The rower and the mage looked at each other, realizing that their battle was bound to happen, no matter what. "I can handle this, right?" Riefenhardt asked himself. He wondered what the limit of his current strength was, and whether martial arts could help in the fight against a demon at all. If he were a magician, he wouldn't take risks if the chances of winning were small. But now he's a warrior. Riefenhardt felt goosebumps at the sight of a strong opponent, a feeling he had never experienced in his past life. The magician summoned 2 energy fists and was able to inflict significant damage on the enemy at a distance. Gerard would have been proud of his student's successful attack, because the mentor often repeated, "If in doubt, just strike first." Grelbist swung his sword back to strike, and it missed Riefenhardt's head by a centimeter, grazing his collarbone. The magician was genuinely surprised that the demonic sword was able to slightly scratch him, because he had long ago developed immunity to ordinary human swords. The demon cut through the air several times in a leap, trying to kick Riefenhardt with its hoof. One of the attempts was successful when the magician's hand was hit. Blood spurted from the impact site, and Riefenhardt's eyes widened in confusion. The monster, noticing the enemy's hesitation, took an even greater run and struck with its hoof again. Riefenhardt was thrown head over heels into the wall on the opposite side of the room. He would have been lying if he had heard clearly what the excited Saint Silenus was shouting, because at that moment he only heard his head breaking through the bricks. But when the magician was able to get out from under the rubble, he shouted to the healer just in case that he was okay, and there was no need to worry about him. Silen was pleasantly surprised to see the aura power blazing around Riefenhardt, which earlier in the fight with the lava monster had easily been mistaken for the light from the surrounding fire. The Demon King was upset that he had not held back the blow, because then he would have had a chance to counterattack, and he was too used to dodging his mentor's beatings. But when Grelbist roared in the highest language, Riefenhardt muttered only, "I don't understand a damn thing, but forward," and rushed to meet the monster. The opponents' auras collided and dealt powerful blows to each other. The squad captain's face twisted as he too realized that the village guide was using aura-based combat techniques. How can it be that an aristocrat cannot control the aura, but some unknown commoner managed to awaken it? Stefan wondered. Riefenhardt looked majestic, and didn't even notice it, since the battle completely absorbed his attention. And the heir of Altian was close to hysterics, asking fate how it had allowed such injustice. As if sensing how close Stefan was to the brink of his sanity, the monster roared with all its might and rushed at the warrior with another blow. There was genuine fear in the captain's eyes and a question. Where did the one who uses aura come from, as if he fights with it every day? He no longer saw Riffen as a man, a guide, or a village boy. From now on, in Stefan's eyes, the battle was between two monsters. The squad captain's internal monologues did not distract either Riefenhardt or the monster from the fight. Grelbist's demonic sword once again flew past the red-haired warrior, just a few centimeters away. The demon didn't know that for the magician, their fight was equal to a regular, high-level training session. Riefenhardt easily read the monster's attacks and was able to quickly develop counter-tactics. The Demon King's blows hit the enemy's most vulnerable spots, but unlike ordinary people who could be killed by such techniques, the demon only shook himself off and continued the fight. The Guardians of the Ruins do not fall even after serious injuries. The ruins pump mana into them, healing them endlessly. Therefore, any blow from Riefenhardt, as long as the magic of the ruins is alive, is only a slight discomfort for the monster. Almost immediately after realizing this fact, the magician understood what benefit he could get from this fight. I guess I could practice the grabbing technique since it wouldn't hurt either of them, Riefen thought, wrapping himself around his opponent's arm. And you can also hone your fighting technique in the air, the magician rejoiced, lifting himself off the ground and aiming his boot straight at the monster's face. Well, and of course, where would we be without practicing our punches? The magician rejoiced internally, working his fists. The monster was definitely the best punching bag in the world for him. The squad of surviving soldiers, the captain, the mage, and the healer, watched the battle without stopping. "I've gotten carried away," thought Riffenhart, noticing the observers. While the monster tried to crush him with its mighty hooves, the magician thought out his next strategy. If he uses the Horn of Disaster, the monster will be defeated, but he will bury himself and his entire squad alive under the rubble of the destroyed ruins. "Rifen, use the sword!" the Delphic Tower mage shouted. "You can crush him by covering the sword with the priest's aura and blessing." The Demon King's expression involuntarily twisted. He knew about this information even without Todd's instructions, but preferring not to start a quarrel, he told the truth that he did not know how to cover a sword with aura. "I can only envelop the body with aura," he prompted his stunned colleague. "This is the teaching of our fighting clan." "Rifen," the priest shouted, attracting the warrior's attention. "What else do you want from me?" The Demon King got angry, barely holding his opponent's hand to prevent him from plunging the demonic sword into his heart. "Your body has high resilience, right?" Sillin clarified. "Durability?" Rifen said, confused. "Well, yes, it's pretty strong." "Excellent! I'll cast a binding now!" The priest rejoiced and immediately began casting the spell. "Philinensi, send a blessing upon your trusty sword," Sillin prayed as he pumped the power of the gods into the Demon King. Rifen broke into his signature smile and charged forward, feeling like he was 1,000 times better than his punching bag this time. Grabbing the demon by the arms, the magician lifted him off the ground and threw him into the opposite wall of the hall. Was this revenge for Riffenhart's previous flight? Quite possibly. A pink haze enveloped the warrior, and he felt the blessing of the gods on his skin. But one significant point confused him. Did he want to kill me? The magician was filled with rage. "This is a divine strike spell. It is used on objects, not on the human body." "It worked!" Sillin exclaimed, as Rifen tried to come to terms with the idea of being used. "Now beat this battered demon to death," the priest commanded in his sweetest voice. In principle, Riffenhart agreed with him. He himself was already impatient to finish this fight. The boot slammed into the monster's face with furious force. The divine kick technique has never failed a warrior, as well as the divine knee strike technique he used afterwards. After stopping for a minute, Riffenhart took a running start for the main attack. He concentrated all his strength and mana into his fist, aiming at the only correct point. "Divine fist technique," he declared, breaking the chains on the ceiling that the monster seemed to be getting its mana from. Turning into one solid clot of aura, Riffenhart shot through the monster like a comet. Having broken the floor of the hall, he remembered training with his mentor on the lake, where, breaking through ice flows, he went to the bottom to the 4th level of his strength. Grelbist fell apart before his fallen body even reached the ground. The magician assumed a completely natural, heroic pose, allowing the spectators to admire his triumph. To be honest, he even slightly idolized himself at that moment. But when Rifen saw how the priest was looking at him, he even became a little embarrassed. The runes on the ceiling of the ruins, accumulating 1,000-year-old magic, made an ominous sound, and then they began to fall down as if it were a meteor shower. "Hurry up! Remove your spell," Rifen asked the healer, seeing that the monster's body had also begun to crumble into dust. Captain Stefan could barely stand on his feet, but he had already begun to sort things out with the warrior. "And you hide your identity well," the heir of Altion said angrily. "Are we that insignificant to you? I admit you are strong, but I will not forgive you for trampling my knightly honor," Stefan continued, confident that the warrior was having fun watching from the sidelines how desperately people fought for their lives. "Fun? Not at all," Riefenhart replied, because in reality he wasn't having fun. He just didn't give a damn about any of them. The warrior turned around and was about to head for the exit when he saw a glint in the broken floor. "How dare you turn your back on me?" Stefan shouted, aiming his sword straight at Rifen's neck. The mage bent down to pick up the demonic sword. The captain, not meeting any resistance with his sword, stumbled. Riffenhart seemed very surprised when he stood up and saw the heir of Altheon tumbling across the ruined floor. If Riffenhart had the opportunity, he would have given him a little push. "You creature, you even dodged on purpose!" Stefan screamed hysterically. "I'm not making fun of you," said the magician, handing the captain the demonic sword. "Take it. That's what you came here for." And while Sir Edward was discussing the lack of any greed in Rifen, who was so truly strong as to so carelessly hand over a precious speech, Stefan burned the sword with his gaze and muttered, "Damn it, what kind of greed are we talking about?" The sorcerer laughed mentally at the knight's speech. "This is second-rate compared to the weapons I usually use, and I used to get swords like these in packs and give them to everyone around me." The heir of Altian could not stop staring at the desired sword. "Let's go back," Riefenhart suggested. "There's nothing else to see here, is there?" he continued, and the entire squad supported him. And now, finally, our heroes returned to the village of Kadal, where their journey began. The priest, sparing no effort, helped all the local residents who came to him with a request. Riefenhart was surprised at how generous Sillin was with his power until he started handing out gold to everyone. Although, if we consider what a generous image will be attached to the Sacred Order of Philinense after this, then this is a very profitable investment, the magician thought. The Knights of Altian no longer needed to stay in the village, so they set off with the mage. Sir Edward was not at all surprised by Stefan's request to find out more about Rifen. After all, it is not every day that you meet such talented and capable warriors. It can't be that I'm weaker than him, the captain of Altian was indignant to himself. At this time, in the mountains, looking at the departing knightly detachment, Riefenhart sighed serenely. "Great, now I can meet Ceres," he rejoiced. "Why do you continue to follow me?" the sorcerer asked his red-haired pursuer. "You know that there are such priests who travel around the world, showing him the mercy of the goddess and take care of the believers," Sillin babbled happily. "I was actually thinking about returning to the Holy Order, but I felt like trying myself out as a pilgrim," he continued, while Riefenhart recalled how often those same pilgrims died on their journeys. "And to be in the company of the strongest of men," Sillin whispered passionately, finishing his speech. "Gerard and Todd have a similar look," Riffen was afraid. "I hope they just look at other people's bodies a little differently. Perhaps the Demon King was cursed by someone and is sending him strange people as punishment." Riefenhart had counted on the fact that Sillin was a reasonable guy and would walk off into the sunset if he was asked nicely. "Do as you wish. It's your choice to follow me or not," the magician said. But inwardly, he hoped that the walking first aid kit would join in, since Ceres could get hurt. In the first couple of minutes of the hike, Sillin had already exhausted the sorcerer with questions about his physical condition, and even told him about a new device that alchemists had invented to strengthen muscles called protein. While the two travelers were setting up camp for the night, disgruntled cries could be heard in the beautiful palace. "How did you even conduct the briefing?" Someone behind the closed door was indignant. "Forgive me, young master, I did what I could," the courtier justified himself. "Elves must be loyal to their owners, giving themselves to them with both soul and body," squealed the heir to the Karen Trading Union, Beret. "I knew she was too cheap for a slave. There are such ignorant elves," Beret continued. "I was born with these eyes. I was born like this," the slave muttered, while Beret was discussing how her gaze was annoying. "I don't care how much it costs. Buy me a normal slave. This one is at a discount. Defective. Return her." The nobleman gave the order, finding solace in the arms of the more experienced elves. Elf number 148 was being returned to Elfenheim, a traditional slave market with a long history located in the Principality of Chatan, for the third time. The Principality of Chatan is an entire nation of traders located in the very north of the continent. Riefenhart and Sillin arrived in Zeppelin. Zeppelin is the capital of this principality, the heart of trade routes. The magician told the healer that the merchants in this city felt like they were in chocolate, because this country was basically founded by people of their profession, who bought land from the Kingdom of Grain. Then Sillin began to complain about the mage's fast-walking pace. Slowing down, the travelers noticed a scene of violence in the alley. "You slandered the Rollfine Trade Association, you pathetic beggar," shouted a richly dressed fat man with green hair. "I'll teach you a lesson, beggar," continued Tarek, who turned out to be the owner of the Rollfane Association and was now beating the kneeling man with a whip. "Since I hit you, 30 gold should be enough, right?" Tarek squealed, throwing something at the poor man. Gold coins hit the beggar's head, leaving new bruises. Sillin, having made sure that the offenders were moving away, approached the poor man and examined his head, on which blood was visible. "What a terrible person! We need to report him to the police." The healer was indignant, calling for justice in the townspeople who were already rushing about their business. "Are you kidding?" the old man replied happily. "That much money will help me open my own business." "What? You're going to act like nothing happened just because you got paid?" The priest was indignant. "I told you, everyone here is obsessed with money," Riefenhart muttered, watching the man happily jumping up and down as he ran. The magician said that in this city the punishments for breaking the law are acceptable, and if you have money, you won't go to prison. And what business could you possibly have in a city like this? The healer said, disappointed. I want to buy an elf, the magician answered excitedly, knowing that a wave of condemnation would follow. So you're one of those? Seelan asked nervously, covering himself with his hands. Realizing that he couldn't justify himself without revealing his past life, the magician muttered, "Oh, think whatever you want, I don't care," the priest said with disgust. Ugh, man. Riffenhart had to remind him that, unfortunately, Seelan was also a male. Somewhere in the expensive halls, Tarek sat on a beautiful chair and reasoned that if traders beg for money from his trade association, it means they are bad traders who are looking for someone to blame for their failures. The elven courtiers eagerly agreed with their master. Barrett clearly did not expect Tarek to visit, and was genuinely surprised when he entered the hall. Tarek was interested in why Beret and his new slave had not developed a relationship, and where she had gone. Upon learning that Karen's heir had failed to tame the elf and had returned her, Tarek laughed and questioned whether Beret would ever be able to bring Karen into the top 10 trading alliances. Baret's doubts that Tarek would be able to tame the elf spurred the fat man to visit Elfenheim soon and buy the impudent girl. The owner of the Rolfane Trading Association couldn't wait to see Beret's stunned face when he managed to calm the rebellious one down. At this time, returning to the hotel room, Riffenhart found Seelan in an interesting position. If he's working out so hard, why aren't his muscles showing up at all? The sorcerer asked himself as the healer, dressed in a t-shirt and sweatpants, did push-ups as hard as he could. Do I look like I've been training? Seelan asked, as Rifen looked over his skinny body. Don't push yourself too hard. I can't lose you because of muscle pain, the magician encouraged his comrade. Yes, everything will be fine. I will be able to move, the healer replied, enveloping himself in a pink haze of the spell. One and done, concluded Seelan, who showed no sign of sweat or fatigue. Riffenhart immediately understood why the priest was not gaining muscle mass. Healing magic is like turning back time, the mage thought to himself. Muscles grow from micro-damage and subsequent regeneration over and over again. But when he heals himself, he only returns them to their original state. The Demon King wanted to yell at his partner, "Idiot! You're wasting your time!" When Seelan noticed the displeasure on his comrade's face and asked if something was wrong, Riffenhart only promised to show him a more effective training method. They also discussed whether the priest's long hair would interfere with his training, but as it turned out, if he cut it, it would quickly grow back, which in some countries is considered to be associated with indecent thoughts. But we won't go into details. Now that Riffenhart had enough money, he was going to the slave market. Seelan naturally tagged along with him. The auction in Elfenheim sells a wide variety of slaves, but the most popular, of course, are elves, because they are beautiful. The prices for them are much higher than for orcs or gnomes, for example. An elf assassin will cost 800 gold. An ordinary elf slave costs 300 gold, but an elf child costs only 100. Elven boys were sold for 30 gold, orc swordsmen for 10, and orc workers for 5. The cheapest were orc children, who cost 4 gold, and a male elf who was given away for next to nothing due to the frequency of suicide. Another reason for the popularity of elves is their long lifespan and long adolescence, which is why jokes arose that stupid merchants would rather die of old age than pay off elven children. I heard that Elfenheim is a slave market specializing in the sale of elves with a history of 300 years. Seelan sang admiringly, despite Rifen's displeased look. I've never been to an elven slave market. A slave contract in any case, do you think they like it? Riefenhart tried to moderate the joyful mood in the healer, but he waved it off and replied that elves were probably treated better than orcs. Orcs live in the wilderness, Seelan continued. Isn't life under the care of more civilized people better than hunger and death? Yes, that's exactly what the average person thinks, the sorcerer concluded mentally. It is not easy to change people's mentality, and force can only instill fear, he reasoned, recalling his achievements. I need to found a new kind of empire, different from the one I built in the past. Sorry to keep you waiting, sir, the merchant said, interrupting the Demon King's train of thought about a new, fully fledged nation of intelligent races. Here they are, the world-famous slaves of Elfenheim, the same green-haired man declared majestically. The disappointment on the magician's face was dictated by the fact that he did not find a familiar face in any of the elves. The merchant didn't pay any attention to this. He was very amused by the red-haired lady's reaction to his elves. After all, not every gentleman brings a young lady with him to such a place. Are there any elves with dark skin? The magician asked. While the elven pimp admired his master's refined taste, Sillin tried to shame Rifen, as if it wasn't he who had talked about the harm of slavery 5 minutes ago. We have one dark-skinned slave, the green-haired man remembered, and led the clients to the exit of the hall. As they walked along the long corridors of the luxurious building, the travelers were given a short tour. Our elves receive the proper education, the merchant said. We use special teaching methods so that our goods are always in demand. They are fed only fresh nuts, fruits, and vegetables, he continued as they walked past the open kitchen. Proper nutrition helps them smell good. Pride was evident in his voice. Thin elves at the slave market are a common sight, but ours are quite different. I don't need your explanations, just take me to that elf, Riffenhart said angrily, unable to bear the boastful speech. The elven pimp became embarrassed, and they walked the rest of the way in silence. I want number 148, the man said as they approached a gate guarded by several knights. Here we have some of our young candidates for assassins. They are being trained here, said the merchant as the doors swung open. Here is the product you are so interested in. Riffenhart no longer heard anything. He saw Cirrus in the crowd of fighting elves. His eyes instantly filled with tears and a lump formed in his throat. Her hair was cut untidily, obscuring her eyes, but he would have recognized Cirrus from any body part in any universe. In a few seconds, she would throw her curls back and reveal her wonderful amber eyes to this world. But right now, Riffenhart was already falling into memories. Before the eyes of the magician, his laboratory in the Delphic Tower appears, in which rare plants, crystals, models of spells, and a huge number of books were collected. Sir Riffenhart, you can't mix this, Cirrus shouts as the sorcerer pours the red liquid into the test tube. Who would mix fire flowers with stone seeds anyway? The brave elf continues to scold Riffenhart after his mixture blew up the tower wall. Sorry, I think I just got distracted by something, the magician stammered awkwardly. But it seemed the girl didn't believe him, because she heard this excuse every time their experiments ended in an explosion. And lately this was happening more and more often. Don't move, your face is all dirty, Cirrus asked, wiping the soot from the sorcerer's cheeks and wondering why she was so attracted to him despite his venerable age. How long will you call me Sir Riffenhart? The magician asked the girl. Call me as usual. I can't, the elf whispered quietly. And then the sweet scene in the laboratory was replaced by a fire that engulfed the Riffenhart Empire in flames. He stood on the balcony of his palace and watched as what he had spent many years building smoldered. His closest allies, the people he considered friends and family, appeared behind him. He was afraid of losing each of them, so he didn't want these destructive actions that people brought with them. I have come to greet you one last time, my lord, said the orc Tahiti. Atilka, Mashalin, Cirrus, what's wrong with your faces? Is this the first time you've seen someone on the brink of a grave? Riefenhart chuckled. You know that 2 million soldiers from all over the continent have gathered to crush the Demon King, the mage boasted. Perhaps all of humanity's fighting power has gathered here. I wonder how they'll deal with the aftermath. Their countries are completely incapacitated, all for one fight? Riefenhart wondered out loud. They don't even think about accepting our right to exist, my lord, Tahid supported Mr. The orc asked if the Demon King wanted to leave the castle with them. However, he was sure that they would only be able to leave alive if he stayed here. Riefenhart apologized to Owl then for losing even with the divine guarantee behind him. Only it wasn't a guarantee, it was a prophecy. And it went like this. Keep the elf close while the orc makes the way. The one who can pass the Daemon Abyss and tear down the Pillar of Hawkrul will come soon, so follow him. He will change your fate and grant you salvation. I was so surprised, Riffenhart recalled. I had just destroyed some shrine, and the gnomes suddenly proclaimed me a savior. I hope the day will come when we will meet again. Owl Pot will give, said Mashalin, receiving the same warm words and wishes for survival from the magician in response. I will wait for you, Mr. Riefenhart, said the elf, saying goodbye to the magician. Nobody knows what fate has in store for us. If something happens to me, I hope you can find yourself a worthy partner, the magician said, struggling against the lump in his throat. Ceres repeated to Riffenhart several times that she would wait for him, and she even had to raise her voice and yell at him to make him understand the seriousness of her intentions. The mage's worried black eyes and the elf's cold amber eyes met. A second later, their lips met, and Riffenhart wanted this farewell to never end. To be honest, I'm ashamed to show her to customers, the elf merchant interrupted the wizard's stream of memories. She's completely unteachable, a defective product. She's been returned 3 times already. The merchant said that she was very skilled, but because of her terrible character, the dark elf had to be used to train other trainees to become full-fledged assassins. Are you still interested in buying? The merchant asked ingratiatingly. But he didn't need to ask because Riffenhart's eyes were following the girl, and he answered yes without hesitation. Having decided that he needed to shake 100 more out of this pervert, the merchant asked the magician for 300 gold for the goods. I repeat, the product is defective, frankly. I'm not sure I should sell it at all, the green-haired man said when the priest was surprised by the price tag. Are you the new master? The elf asked when she was introduced to Riffenhart. The magician noticed a huge number of scars on his beloved and could not imagine what kind of torture she was subjected to here. The merchant offered to call a priest to heal the elf's wounds, but Rifen asked Sillin to do it himself. Throwing his warm jacket over the girl's shoulders, the magician remembered that the elf still didn't have a name. What if your name is Cirrus? Riffenhart suggested. The elf did not argue, and when asked if she liked the name, she replied that she remembered what her name was now. Your full name is Cirrus Valencia, the magician instructed the girl, carefully wrapping her in clothes. And despite her objections that a slave is not given a last name, he asked her to remember it. Then the magician told her his real name and introduced Sillin. I understand, the girl replied, still wondering why the owner had given her a personal surname when he could have given her his own. After some time, new guests arrived in Elfenheim. Number 148 has already been purchased, the merchant mumbled. Tarek was indignant when he heard that the 148th had left an hour ago with a new owner. Did Beret really understand what I had planned and bought the elf back? The owner of the Rolofane Trading Association doubted. The buyer was a young man I'd never seen before, the elven pimp admitted. He paid in cash, so I didn't ask any questions. Tarek again doubted the honesty of the slave trader. After all, not everyone could carry enough cash to buy an elf, even if her price was not the highest. A young guy with a strong build, you'll understand as soon as you see him. The pimp gave a self-portrait of the buyer to Tarek. At this time, Riefenhart no longer had time for squabbles in Elfenheim. He watched as the elf examined her new equipment in complete delight and with a modicum of faith that this was all a dream. We'll make do with this for now, and then I'll buy you better equipment, the magician promised his beloved. When asked if the elf was hungry, she replied that she would follow the will of her master. Riffenhart was surprised and said that she could not call him master. Cirrus immediately decided that it was because he was bringing her back. What? Of course not, that's not what I meant, the magician justified himself, while the elf was confused as to why he was treating her like an ordinary girl. I mean, you can think of me as a comrade you're traveling with. Riffenhart smiled the most charming smile this stupid body had to offer. Don't call me sir, call me by my name, okay? This pervert seems to like role-playing games where he is an adventurer, Cirrus thought. And his favorite type of game is saving a beauty, like a hero, she concluded, and said out loud that she would call him Riffenhart. All people are the same, the voices whispered in Cirrus's head, even as she stuffed herself to the brim in the tavern. In front of her stood a huge variety of dishes, and Riffenhart was talking next to her about how the Redanti's Mercy was the most popular restaurant in Zeppelin. They took advantage of the name of the goddess Redanti, known as the patroness of a bountiful harvest, who gives food, so we considered ourselves part of the flock. The magician continued to entertain his comrades with stories. Rifen and Sillin argued a bit about how the clans profit from the names of the goddesses, remembering that the cult of Philinense is also not without sin, and makes money from beauty services. Well, of course, she is the goddess of love and beauty. After all, this does not contradict the canons of our religion, the priest justified himself, ignoring the fact that one service costs a whole mountain of gold. Riffenhart paused from their little argument to watch Cirrus eat a giant lobster. He couldn't figure out if she liked the local cuisine and company. After all, the magician brought her here to honor the memory of their first anniversary. But then he appeared before Cirrus as a savior, and now she sees him only as a buyer. The first meeting can cause completely opposite impressions, and the magician wondered if he should have come later. However, sooner or later Cirrus will understand the meaning of his words and actions, and he is quite happy with that. These are the best products in our store, you won't find anything like this anywhere else, said the weapon seller, laying out all the sharp things he had on the counter in front of the travelers. Riffenhart was surprised when the elf chose a rapier. Don't you usually use a saber? He asked Cirrus. Wow, it's not for nothing that they say that martial artists can tell who wields what weapon just by looking at their hands. Sillin admired, while the sorcerer's beloved was angry at his insight. I never thought that I would ever have the mithril-based weapon that I dreamed of so much. The priest continued to admire as they continued on their way, having stocked up on everything they needed. Why would a priest need a weapon at all? Riefenhart wondered. And before he could receive an answer, his gaze was drawn to a strange gathering in the alley. A squad of 6 fighters seemed to be waiting for our heroes. "Can I have a word with you?" their leader asked, turning to the sorcerer. From the look in Riffenhart's eyes, it was clear that he would have preferred anything but a few words. "What's the matter?" the magician asked haughtily. "A certain famous aristocrat wishes to obtain this elf," the man said, pointing his finger at Cirrus. The elf's face immediately changed from irritatedly neutral to irritatedly angry. "So what?" Riffenhart demanded furiously. "He is willing to offer a reasonable price for the slave," the squad leader promised and handed the magician an envelope. "If you wish, we can replace her with another one of higher quality. Please take a look." Riffenhart refused to accept the envelope from the man's hands, saying that he was not interested in such deals. "It seems you didn't understand. I told you that my master was offering a reasonable price," the postman continued to insist, not accepting refusals. "It's you who don't understand. I repeat, I'm not interested," the magician said through clenched teeth. "You seem to be attracted to this elf," the opponent stated factually. "I see you are stubborn. In which case you left me no choice," said the man, gathering his squad and walking away. That evening, there were some very restless conversations in the luxurious chambers. "What? Why did you come back empty-handed, Romand?" Tarek scolded his servant. "You could have smeared it and sprinkled coins on top." "He won't sell it no matter the price. He has very naive ideas about this world," Romand tried to justify himself. "Besides, there were a lot of eyes there. I decided it was better to adhere to the norms of decency." Servant of Tarek about his plan. "We'll wait for the right chance to kidnap this elf and then tell the guy that she's dead and offer double the price. The girl was sold for next to nothing anyway." Tarek approved of Romand's plan and suggested taking Sir Lantis with him so that he wouldn't hang around doing nothing. Riefenhart was not aware of the evil plans of the owner of the Rollifen trading associations, so he rested peacefully in the hotel. He poured out all the gold he had from the bottomless bag in front of him. The 2,000 gold pieces he had stolen from the ruins seemed at once a huge sum, and yet quite small when one considered his plans to found a new empire. The sorcerer seriously thought about investing so as not to carry these heavy things around with him just like that. If we recall the lessons of history, then in the near future the kingdom of Crovens will be struck by famine. A country of farmers, where, thanks to the fertile soil and generous harvests granted by the goddess of the earth, Redanti, there have never been any reserves made in case of famine. Investing in grain is a wise choice because next spring, famine will raise a wave of deaths and terrible images of parents eating their own children. 3 major trading groups came to mind: Rollifane, Karen, and Tauban. But Riefenhart knew for sure that he was not going to invest in Rollifane, since the founder of this trading group had bullied Sirius in the past. If he had to choose between the remaining 2, he would choose Taobang, as they specialize in grain sales and are Rollifane's main competitor. The head of the Taoban Trading Association, Seavold, sat in his office and lamented that because of the unscrupulousness of the head of Rollifane, he could be left without partners, profitable deals, and even without work. The secretary said that Seavold had a visitor who wanted to make an investment, but since the locals could not offer a good amount, the head of the association asked the secretary to send the man away. "But he offers a large sum, sir," said the secretary excitedly. "I want to invest 1,500 gold pieces in grain," Riefenhart said with a smile when he was finally allowed into the office. Bags of gold on the table of the head of the association proved the seriousness of the intentions of the newly minted investor. "Please fill my warehouses in the kingdom of Crovens for the barley harvest next spring," the mage asked. "But selling grain in Crovens is like selling soap to an orc," Seavold doubted. "No one will buy it." Riefenhart insisted on his own, despite assurances from the head of the trading association that he would not allow money to be invested in a clearly failed business. "If you don't want to do it, I'll just go invest in another trade union," the magician muttered, taking the bags of gold from the table and ending the useless argument. "To be honest, our business is going through hard times right now," Seavold revealed his cards. "But with your investment, we can easily survive them and even succeed. I just want to offer you a more profitable investment. It's my money, so I'll decide where to invest it. Just draw up a contract," Riefenhart asked, remembering that in his past life, Seavold had been a very unyielding person. "Promise me just one thing, not to use my contribution for personal purposes," the magician threatened the merchant, taking a promise from him. Afterwards, Riefen asked if there was a branch of the Taoban Trade Association in the Kingdom of Grain, and Seavold assured him that there was, since they were just building a trade route to the northern regions. But the magician didn't care about the northern regions. He needed a branch near the Magic Tower of Delphia, which, unfortunately, the merchant did not have. But the path to the branch in Ronta passed right through those places. The mage took this opportunity to find out how young Reifenhart was doing in Delphia, asking the merchant to pass on any information about the sorcerer that could be obtained. Meanwhile, in the courtyard of the hotel, Cirrus continued training in handling the new weapon, under the supervision of Scylla. Each swing of the blade cut through the air near the young elf's hair, making her 1,000 times more beautiful. Scylla, who initially wanted to learn a couple of techniques from the elf, stood to the side and watched her training with admiration. For Cirrus, training was a substitute for meditation, allowing her to briefly delve into the past. High elves were originally meant to be guardians of the forest, said an incredibly beautiful adult elf, stroking Cirrus's hair. While the little elf lay on her mother's lap, she told her that they lived in eternal grace under the protection of the World Tree, Elfenheim, where every living creature is a friend, and the trees provide the elves with food. And although people oppress us, putting us in a miserable position, one day Elida will show us all the way to paradise. Cirrus heard her mother's voice. We are the heirs of the great fairy, my beloved daughter. Never forget about pride. My mother's words overlapped with the memories of the burning house and the destroyed elven settlement. After the death of her parents, Cirrus ended up with an elf who prepared her for life in a better place. For this, she had to learn to be loyal and polite, as befits a good, nice elf. The girl was regularly beaten and subjected to domestic torture. For example, they might not feed her for a few days to make her more obedient. Her kind mocked her, and her pure-blood heritage only gave them more reason to mock her. In those days, only the sword saved her, because all the adults she remembered wielded a sword, and they fought bravely and died with honor. That's why Cirrus loved this weapon so much. Swinging the sword, she recalled the image of her parents who were fiercely fighting for their lives. Time passed and memories faded, but Cirrus kept one phrase forever in her heart. My beloved daughter, never forget about pride. Loud bangs brought Cirrus back from her memories to the real world. That was so cool. How do you move like that? Scylla asked in admiration. You just have to try your best, the elf answered sincerely. Oh my god, it's like I'm listening to instructions from Rifen. Are all warriors like this? Scylla asked rhetorically as he mimicked powerful blows in the air. It's like that, huh? But the priest did not have time to receive an answer, because their training was interrupted by the phrase, There you are. You will come with us, elf, Roman barked, implying that his orders were not to be discussed. We will take you to the real master, he continued, not daring to hold back his smile. Even a fool could decipher the elf's warlike gaze. She had no intention of going anywhere with Romand. A whole squad of men, dressed in such a way that it was impossible to tell whether they were mercenaries or government employees, lined up, blocking the only exit from the hotel courtyard. Who the hell are you? St. Scylla shouted. While the priest reminded Romand that the elf was not for sale, the former only smiled and repeated that no one would come to the aid of the travelers. At some point, Scylla's loud screams got to Romand, and he rushed at the healer with a sword. The ringing of metal deafened the priest when the soldier's sword met the elf's nimble blade. Having repelled Romand's attack, she went on the attack against his unit. The elf, unlike Rifen, did not try to spare people and calmly inflicted fatal wounds. This provoked her opponents because everyone was sure that it would not be so difficult to deal with the girl. Ceres successfully dodged the squad's attacks and delivered her own pinpoint strikes. Her blade turned red and her eyes blazed with fury. The elf killed men before they could touch her. A drop of sweat appeared near Roman's eye, apparently from fear. The squad leader could no longer resist the thought that the 148th was unusually strong. Dear Philinense, crush these ignoramuses with your iron rod, Silanus prayed. Ceres grabbed the priest by the shoulder and moved him from his place before he could complete the spell. A sword thrown by someone flew to the place where Scylla had stood before. If a pilgrim dies, no one will even blink an eye, right? The squad leader encouraged his soldiers, and it immediately became clear that the sword had flown to Scylla from him. What is this freak talking about? The priest was indignant, but Ceres convinced him that everything was fine. After the elf was sure that the healer was not going to do anything rash, she spun her blade and moved towards the men. Getting into a fighting stance, she cast a defiant glance at Romand. These guys are no problem at all, Ceres said mockingly. She would have said these words as many times as she wanted, if only the commander's expression would always remain the same surprised, angry one. Time to get to work, tall cat, Roman called to someone. Ceres stood surrounded by the dead bodies of men who thought it would be an easy task to deal with her. But when an orc the size of her new master entered the inn courtyard, even the elf's knees began to tremble slightly. Scylla, although he had seen everything, was still just as nervous as Ceres. Talcata is working, the orc growled loudly. Catch the elf. The orc's vocal apparatus does not allow them to fully reproduce human speech, but from the big guy's phrase, "Sorry, that's fate," Cirrus caught the true essence. "Forgive me, but that's fate. Nothing can be done. Better to accept it." The elf thought that the orc was much stronger than the human squad, and that she would have to try very hard to deal with him. Commander Romand ordered Talcat to seize the 148th and not damage the goods. Cirrus' blade met the orc's mighty sword. The sword bounced strangely off the elf's weapon, as if it had bent. The next moment, Cirrus felt the sword hit her hard in the back. Apparently, he deliberately curved the blade to perform this maneuver. The elf was ready to swear that after such a thing the sword should have been broken. But she examined the enemy's weapon and made sure that it was intact. Now she was sure that the fight with the orc would not be easy. "You shouldn't have left the saber in the room," the elf noted briefly. Ceres did a deft somersault to get above her opponent's head and strike him in a vulnerable spot. But the orc was not a fool, and immediately put up a block with his sword. "What are you messing around with there?" Romand yelled. "Can't you even handle an elven girl?" Talcata thought with disappointment that it seemed he would not be given food again today. The orc's heavy boots blasted the beautifully laid tiles of the inn's palace as he charged towards Cirrus again. Swinging his sword, Talcata hoped to scare the elf. After all, he had no plans to cripple her. However, his opponent did not even allow herself to think about stopping. Confusion and horror filled the orc's face. He struck with his sword from above, as if he was going to cut the girl in half, but she stopped his sword with her small blade. But what scared Talcata most was not the elf's ability to fight, but her gaze. She looked as if she was not afraid to die, and most importantly, Cirrus did not dodge, only repelled the attacks. Talcata put away his sword, leaving room for the bold elf to maneuver. The opponent smiled as if he had done exactly what she expected from him. A second later, Cirrus plunged her blade into the orc's armor. Blood stained the tiles of the hotel's courtyard. The elf's eyes burned with either rage or the excitement of battle. "I almost killed her. What would have happened if I hadn't changed the trajectory?" The orc was indignant, looking straight into the eyes of his battle partner. "I believed you would make it," Cirrus smiled. "Can you block thrown blades?" Scylla shouted, tearing the elf away from her mental suppression of her opponent. "I believe in you," said the priest and began to cast a spell. Roman cursed and prepared to throw another blade. "I told you to stand still," he growled and released the weapon towards the red-haired healer. Ceres materialized right in the path of the flying blade. She playfully repelled Roman's attack, breaking his blade in two. Meanwhile, the entire courtyard seemed to be shrouded in a pink haze, and painted skeletons on rattles hung in the air, the very saints to whom Scylla always called. "Please crush these bastards with all your strength, Saint Philinense," the priest prayed. The elf had never seen her companion's strength in action, so she was seriously surprised, and Roman seemed to have shit his pants when he saw the saints. With their arms crossed over their chests and their mouths open, the skeletons of the Philinense family looked more like demonic creatures than anything religious. Roman's subordinates were in a stupor. They had no instructions on how to fight the Holy Spirit. And then a huge explosion blew the hotel courtyard into pieces, throwing up the once neatly laid tiles. "Although divine power is meant to fight demons and the living dead," the saint spoke quickly as explosions continued to sound behind him, "it will help us buy time. Let's run quickly." "Understood," Cirrus replied, and grabbed the priest by the back of his robe. She threw the soldier's sword that she found on the ground, and he entered the wall almost halfway with the blade. The elf used the sword as a step, jumping onto it. She bounced upward, and here Cirrus, with a healer in one hand and a blade in the other, was flying gracefully toward the second-floor window. As they broke the glass and flew into the hotel, the elf covered Scylla's head with her hands, not caring that she might hurt her own. "Talcata, get after them quickly!" Romand yelled as the pink haze left the yard and the aftermath of the explosion subsided a little. Someone from the side laughed slightly and asked if Romand and his team had screwed up again and missed one little elf. A slave who fights on equal terms with an experienced orc warrior? The bearded man continued to grin, while the squad leader tried to justify himself by saying that they already practically had her in their hands. "Well then, it's my turn. Where did it go?" the bearded man decided. Romand pointed him in the direction and tried not to even look in his direction while he accepted the task. An expensively dressed, fair-haired, bearded man leapt into the air in one leap. His painted cloak flashed in the same window where Cirrus and Scylla landed. Romand was not delighted with the bearded man's manner of constantly bragging about his strength and skills, but even he noted that to rise so high in one jump is difficult and commendable. However, the bearded dude had an aura, so it was easy as pie for him. "Well, hide, my dear," "Hide!" the bearded man sang playfully when he realized that he had lost his prey. After all, Sirius and Scylla were already far from the hotel. Sometime before the bearded man was brought to their case, the travelers ran to their room to collect the rest of their equipment. Scylla suggested this idea because even if there was an ambush waiting there, they could handle one or two opponents. Sirius was genuinely surprised by the healer's reasoning. Before that, she had considered him a naive child. Naturally, there was a soldier from Roman's detachment standing near Riffenhart's room. He raised his head and saw the elf jumping towards him at great speed. Sirius kicked her opponent right in the bridge of the nose, knocking him out for the rest of the evening. "Do you think we have time to change?" Scylla lamented as the elf tried to put on all the equipment she had bought. "Grab what you can and run." "Oh, Philinense, erase our traces, protect us from danger, and give us a second wind." The saint whispered a simple spell, and the room began to shine with cleanliness, as if no one had lived in it before. Meanwhile, in the present, Lanthus was walking down the corridors of the hotel, a swordsman who had reached a certain level of fencing and had even mastered the aura. The one who owns the aura is able to slightly sense the movements of all living beings within 30 meters, and even walls will not become an obstacle for him. That child is able to erase traces of presence like a high-ranking priest? Lanthus was surprised, remembering the red-haired healer, and kicking down the door of the room. The swordsman was convinced that the travelers had fled when he saw a completely clean and, most importantly, empty room behind the broken door. "Don't tell me they got away again, Sir Lanthus," Romand asked, following the swordsman into the room. "Let the dogs go, they couldn't have gone far," Lanthus smiled. Meanwhile, the priest and the elf ran wherever their eyes looked, meandering through the courtyards and alleys of the city of Zeppelin. Ceres first suggested that they get lost in the crowd, but Scylla was sure that they should avoid people as much as possible, because no one would help slaves running away from their owners. "Even the Holy Order won't help us, now I understand why pilgrims die more often than flies," thought Scylla. But the prospect of giving in now and returning to the power of a strong lady, as frail as he was more frightening than the current chase. "If Mr. Riffin were here, everything would have been resolved already," lamented the priest. "Where the hell is he?" "We must find him at any cost," muttered Scylla, starting to cast a spell and ignoring Sirius's question about the master's true strength. "Oh, Philinense, have mercy, show us the thread of fate," the healer prayed. "See how painful our separation is and reunite us." Painting the city with pink lines before the travelers, a fork in the road of fate appeared. "Love can forge destiny from chance," Scylla explained to the elf. "A chance meeting becomes a destiny at the behest of love. A man meets a woman and says, 'Among the countless men and women of the continent, our meeting is like a miracle.' The probability of such an accident may be extremely small, but with Philinense's blessing, it becomes destiny. Actually, this spell is meant to find suitable matches, but we have a different goal now," Scylla thought. The priest praised Ceres, noting that she seemed stronger than Lelsia, the only elven assassin he knew. Ceres responded to the healer with a reciprocal compliment on his abilities, noting that he had an incredibly high rank for his young age, which incredibly flattered Scylla and made him think that communicating with the elf was like talking to a friend, not a slave. "Are we here?" Ceres asked, emerging from the alley into a wide square surrounded by several towers. "Yes, this is where the thread breaks," Scylla replied, noticing that one of the towers had collapsed. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps made the travelers turn around. Lanthus reluctantly emerged from the arch, dragging his feet along the ground. "This is not Mr. Riffenhart," Ceres remembered, covering the priest with her body. "I got caught, kids," said the stranger. "Thanks to you, I got a good workout." A bearded and expensively dressed gentleman moved towards our heroes and advised them not to run away anymore. But the elf herself realized that running away and exposing their backs was pointless. She needed to give battle immediately and leave quickly, having defeated her opponent. Ceres struck with her blade, but the enemy managed to dodge. "These aren't beginner skills, you're quite talented," Lanthus said, appearing behind the elf. He continued to talk about her must have been training hard and her successes as Ceres continued to make more and more attacks. The elf kept thinking about who this rich and impudent gentleman could be. "Oh, Philinense, grant your servant the courage of a lion," the priest asked, thinking the same thing as Ceres, that with such skills a man is known in the world of knights or swordsmen. "Fill the hands that grip the sword with the strength of giants themselves. Let her gaze become like an eagle's, and her legs become like those of a bull, so that she can crush the enemies on her way." Scylla finished his prayer. "A holy strike?" Lanthus was surprised. To cast so many holy spells at once is not even the level of a high-ranking priest, but a bishop level. I'm quite famous in the south of Vasily, if you want to know, Scylla boasted and encouraged his battle friend, directing her into battle with the consecrated sword. With the priest's blessing, you have changed beyond recognition. Lantis tried to distract the elf with conversation, delivering a critical blow. The blessed sword cracked and shattered into pieces all over the area. Ceres gripped the hilt of the cracked sword and looked into the eyes of her opponent. "But you got too carried away while I was playing with you," the swordsman said disappointedly, and struck the elf, letting her blood stain the pavement. Scylla turned pale and noticed that the aura was coloring the air around his opponent. "Who would have thought that a slave would force me to use aura?" Lantis muttered. "What is a swordsman with an aura doing here?" Scylla was indignant, trying to help the wounded Ceres. They can live anywhere in luxury, he thought. Hiring one to capture a slave is like using a dragon to light a furnace. Arriving at the scene of the battle, Roman addressed the swordsman by name. And then Scylla realized who was in front of him and called out to him, causing Lantis to be surprised. Of course, Scylla knew who Lantis was, just a famous knight in the Taken Kingdom, the heir of a noble family who displayed astonishing military prowess after awakening his aura after the age of 30. The entire Taken Kingdom rejoiced at the arrival of a new aura lord. However, Lantis had a secret of his own that he could not share with anyone. He had a terrible fetish that began with elven slaves and extended even to royalty, and was then inevitably revealed in high society. Sir Lantis became the greatest disgrace in the history of the Taken Kingdom. "You're a monster. You disappeared into the Chatan Principality, huh?" Scylla asked, remembering how he was scared as a child that if he stayed out late, Lantis would catch him. While the priest was indignant at how the owner of the aura could engage in such dirty deeds that truly justified his reputation, Lantis only laughed that he was working for his salary. "In Takon, I killed hundreds of slaves, and then I fled here," said the Dark Knight. "Besides, I like to play tag." Roman had no complaints whatsoever against Lantis. After all, his dishonor was nothing compared to the benefit that hiring the Lord of the Aura provided. Over the past 10 years, the Rolofane Trading Association has become the second largest in the Chatan Principality, and this is thanks to Lantis. "Let's suppress your divine power for a moment," the knight said, pointing his fingers, shrouded in aura, towards the priest. "You see, I have a good understanding of what a high-ranking priest can do if he is allowed to talk freely," Lantis continued, as invisible aura bullets slammed into Scylla's body. Roman asked the knight to be careful not to hurt the elf even more. But Lantis just waved him off and replied that he could always hire a priest and heal the damaged goods. "By the way, this young priest also looks cute," the Dark Knight said, and asked Roman to take Scylla with him. "Wait, I'm actually a guy," the red-haired healer protested. "Boy?" Lantis was surprised, his eyes lighting up strangely. "Well, this will be an unusual experience." "I'll take good care of you," Roman promised the priest, holding out his hand. Slicing through the offered hand with his mithril blade, Scylla stood up and shouted something like, "Don't you dare! Don't touch me!" Lantis's eyes nearly popped out of his head. "Your tendons must be torn. How did you get up without treatment?" the swordsman asked. Seeing that Scylla was trying to cover the lying elf with his body, the knight continued to put moral pressure on the priest. "You are probably the most beautiful, fragile, and trembling zombie in the world. It looks like I'll have to cut off your little legs," Lantis smiled, and saw the furious horror on the red-haired guy's face. At that moment, the walls of the square seemed to explode and raise a storm of dust around. Lantis looked sideways at the explosion with displeasure, sensing that they had come for his soul. Scylla's spirits were lifted when he saw such a familiar face. "Found you, bastards," Riefenhart said through clenched teeth. "How dare you covet Ceres?" he yelled, gathering his aura into a fist. The red-haired warrior took a step out of the hole in the wall that he had made himself and took off his warm coat. Lantis knew from one look at the guy that something was wrong with him. "This is not just a young guy who was lucky with his physique," the knight reasoned. "I can feel a very strong aura coming from him." Roman revealed that this was the slave's current owner, surprising Lantis, who thought that the elf was owned by some brat. All of Lantis's senses were going crazy from the mere presence of the red-haired guy, and that fool Roman was calling him a brat. The fact that the knight can't count the guy's level while being the owner of the aura only means that the brat also has it, despite his youth. "Thank you for protecting Ceres," the mage thanked Scylla and asked him to hold his coat. "I haven't met such strong people for a long time," the Dark Knight said, turning to the elf's owner, thinking that perhaps the guy was over 30 and just looked younger. Riefenhart exhaled and grinned evilly. "Don't you dare make chivalrous speeches being a dirty, perverted old man," the magician snapped angrily. "Attack!" An aura glowed in a red haze around the dark knight, matching his wild eyes. The orange aura of the magician, like a ray of sunshine, enveloped him from head to toe. From the side, it seemed as if he was in the center of a fire. The Demon King rushed towards his opponent, thrusting forward a fist full of energy. The knight, however, chose not to change his habits and imbued his faithful sword with aura. Both opponents moved as if in slow motion to each other, but observers saw only flashes of energy. As the two opponents clashed, an orange-red explosion erupted around them. The people in the square could not even distinguish the figures of the knight and the warrior in the bright flames. Lantis looked up at the heated Riffenhart. The red-haired warrior swung and prepared to strike, his eyes burning with rage. There was mockery in the knight's eyes. He did not take this fight seriously. The young warrior and the dark knight continued to strike each other. When their faces were too close in the heat of battle, Riffenhart could have sworn that Lantis laughed. Romand, like his soldiers, decided that the best solution would be to retreat, because if they were caught between two madmen with aura, there would be no one to pick up their bodies piece by piece. Sillin used the time between Riffenhart and Lantis's fight to heal Cirrus. "Does Mr. Riffenhart really have an aura?" the elf said in confusion. When the priest confirmed Cirrus's suspicions, something akin to admiration lit up her eyes. Lantis didn't understand where the child had managed to gain such a level of mastery over the aura. "He fights as if he didn't receive it yesterday," the knight concluded, attacking the red-haired warrior with a sword imbued with aura. If there was one thing Riffenhart knew how to dodge, it was that these attacks weren't scary to him. The magician gathered his will and energy into a fist and launched a Kwai bullet technique at the enemy. Did he really open his aura as a teenager but somehow manage to retain his baby face into his 40s? Lanthus thought as he took another punch to the gut. Such a possibility is complete nonsense. The knight was indignant. Riffenhart crushed everything he saw on the way to his opponent. Why is he so strong? How dare the pervert who laid his hands on Cirrus use such strength and skills? The mage seethed internally. Whoever claims that martial arts build good character needs to be punched in the face, Riffen said, upset. Having climbed onto the ruins of the tower, the knight watched the warrior from afar. The fact that the boy can knock my sword away with one swing of his hand is incredible skill, thought Lantis. Realizing that the only option in this situation was a competent mentor. Are you a disciple of the martial arts king, Gerard? The knight asked the warrior. Riffenhart chuckled. He wasn't about to give away his training secrets to this pervert. And why do you care so much about this slave when you are so strong? The bearded swordsman continued. Now repeat what you just said, Riffen squeezed out through his teeth. Those you call slaves have feelings and will, he began to shout. Lantis stared at the angry boy in bewilderment. Have you even tried talking to them? The red-haired warrior asked, gathering aura in his fists. Have you ever wondered why they became like this? The blast wave that Rieffenhart had created with his blow blew away the rubble of the tower, and the knight flew down. I have no idea what you're trying to prove, Lantis replied, attempting an airborne attack. The magician thought that this was a typical human reaction, the unshakable belief that any creature other than man is second class. This idea was too ingrained in the minds of mankind. And how are humans any better than elves that they allow themselves to subjugate them? Riffenhart continued to ask, knowing that humanity could clearly see how representatives of other species cried and laughed, but still refused to admit that they had feelings. It's natural that we, being the pinnacle of evolution, make them slaves. The knight tried to reason with his interlocutor. Who are they if not slaves? Lanthus's voice echoed in Riffenhart's head. Why should the descendants of great spirits bear such a heavy cross? The magician tried to convey his thought to the knight for the last time. Does it really not even occur to you that if people were not at the helm, they themselves could very well become slaves? He shouted and delivered one of his signature blows. Lanthus was unable to withstand such aura and fury and flew to another part of the square. When humans enslaved the orcs, humanity celebrated their victory with gusto. When they deprived the dwarves of their will, they also had fun and laughed. And when they subjugated the elves to their power, they enjoyed the triumph. Such is human nature. If you allow slavery to exist, Riffenhart yelled, be prepared to become a slave yourself one day, he finished, falling on his opponent's head from the air. Are you crazy? Do you really think that elves are equal to humans? The knight replied, not paying attention to the fact that the last blows had knocked the spirit and blood out of him. Riffenhart took a long run up to strike. No Ceres is a slave, he shouted, approaching his opponent. Lantis managed to dodge, and Riffenhart's blow landed on the wall of another tower. As long as the slave system flourishes on the continent, even people who are unfortunate enough to be weaker than others are part of it, the mage continued to reflect. Defending an unjust ideology will always backfire. Only the stupidest people don't understand such basic things. If this vicious circle is not broken, Riffenhart was having an internal monologue, but he was not distracted from the battle, and having gained a huge amount of aura, he kicked the enemy in the chest. If we don't try to change the false ideas, one day everyone will live in fear, the mage thought, as Lantis crashed face first into one of the stone walls. Beads of sweat were running down the knight's face. It was clear that the battle had really exhausted him. The young warrior looked like he was ready to fight for another couple hundred hours. This must be fixed, Riffenhart concluded his internal monologue. I will put an end to this at any cost. The Demon King grabbed the pervert knight and began to slam his head against the wall. Lantis's head left cracks in the wall. Each time they grew wider and wider, and then bricks began to fall out. In the end, Riffenhart threw the knight out of the square through the hole his head had made. Let Lantis continue for several spans and end in the wall of one of the last surviving towers. I will change this, no matter what, Riffenhart declared, not paying attention to the fact that part of his monologue remained only inside his consciousness. So that no one would call Cirrus a slave again, the magician continued. So that no one would even think about enslavement again. For her sake, I will change this damn world, Riffenhart concluded, not seeing the impression he made on the elf at that moment. I thought he was just another crazy bastard, Cirrus mused. But how obsessed with role-playing games do you have to be to spout such nonsense about elves not being slaves? Is he really a hopeless pervert? The elf was even slightly upset. And yet, to be honest, the magician's words awakened something in Cirrus. She remembered her mother talking about how they were descendants of great spirits. Perhaps the young master knows history well and is really trying to help? Hope flashed in the elf's eyes. Meanwhile, Lantis, under the rubble of the tower, begged for mercy. When Riffenhart demanded a reason why he should forgive the filthy pervert, Lantis assured him that he had repented and was ready to reflect on his sins and do only good for the rest of his days. Your expression tells me you're not lying, the magician began. But I really hate the holy order of the Sayer, which allows you to do whatever you want as long as you come to the temple with repentance. Riffenhart finished his thought, noting that if Lantis had truly repented, he would have gone to prison and not strolled around the temples. I am ready to surrender to the authorities, the shameless knight begged. You don't need to dirty your hands for a worthless person like me. My hands are already covered in blood up to the elbows, the red-haired warrior said in a sepulchral voice, remembering his past in the body of the Demon King. But so be it, I believe you, he showed understanding. If you truly repented, you must have thought that you deserved to die, that it would be better to die quickly to pay for your actions, right? The magician asked the knight. Sillin and Cirrus saw Rifen raise his mighty fist and lift it over the rubble of the wall that had trapped the knight. The red-haired warrior makes one precise blow, and it becomes clear to his companions that the knight will not emerge from under the rubble alive. You shouldn't use the word remorse so thoughtlessly. Riffenhart leaves posthumous advice to Lantis. A piece of shit like that wouldn't know it anyway. Knight covers the remains of the former architecture of the square and buries the secrets of the recent battle. As expected from a walking first aid kit, Sillin cured Cirrus, which the mage was incredibly happy about. Are you okay, Riffenhart? The elf asked. The magician couldn't believe that she was talking to him, so he behaved very strangely. Sillin broke the awkward silence by pointing at the fleeing mercenaries. Riffenhart asked the boys to come over for a few kind words as politely as he could. Who gave you the order? Was the first question that interested the magician. When Riffenhart saw that the soldiers were in no mood to talk, he called for his favorite non-killing club. You are very lucky that I am merciful today, the Demon King smiled. The torture was over when the moon emerged from behind the clouds. I'm asking for the last time who is behind this. Riffenhart tried to get an answer from the exhausted mercenaries. This is Tarek, the head of the Rolofane Trading Union, lives on the southern outskirts of Zeppelin. You need to leave the city through the southern gate and turn left at the fork. All three soldiers spoke at once. Riffenhart was glad to hear the name of the man who had tormented Cirrus for 10 years in his past life. He wanted to kill that bastard more than anything when he saved her. But unfortunately, when he came for Tarek's soul, he was already lying dead in his bed. Remembering this, Riffenhart ignored Roman's warnings that he should not go and take revenge on Tarek. Tarek owns the second largest trading association in the Principality of Chatan. If you do something to him, you will turn all of Chatan against you. Roman blurted out information that the magician already knew. I know exactly what that bastard is like, Riffenhart said through gritted teeth. The magician did not kill the soldiers as he had promised. He simply left them in the cold, practically naked and exhausted from torture. But, on the other hand, they could always cuddle up to each other and not die from the cold. As our heroes approached the luxurious halls of Tarek's house, terrible events were taking place inside. "They're taking a long time to deliver the Dark Elf," Beret complained. "Yeah, what is Roman digging around there for?" Tarek supported his indignation. "Who are these?" Beret asked, noticing two trembling elves on the other side of the room, and was told that they were Lantis's toys. It was very noisy outside, but Tarek decided that this was another public rally and suggested not to spoil the evening. But in fact, outside the estate guards were trying to protect the owner from harm. Each blow of the magician hit the target, and after some time all the guards were lying at his feet. While Riffenhart tried to distract himself from the thought that he wanted to kill everyone involved in this whole story, including the guards, Sillin healed the guards and erased their painful memories. "Isn't that a spell that usually heals a broken heart, making one forget unhappy love?" the magician asked, and the priest replied that there were few funny moments in battles either. "If it weren't for these skills, how would you get rid of unnecessary witnesses?" the healer asked the red-haired warrior, receiving the answer that Rifen would simply rip their heads off. "Then my memory blur spells are just right." Sillin was glad that he had managed to avoid any senseless casualties. "By the way, I want to see you kick that bastard's ass," he continued, causing the warrior to laugh. "Talcata will not let strangers through." A mighty orc appeared on the traveler's path. "You have the blood of a warrior in you, and the one you so stubbornly protect is not worth it at all," Riffenhart said disappointedly. "I am a warrior, and I have obligations." The orc stood in a fighting stance. "If I am broken, can I call myself a warrior?" "You live in slavery," the mage snapped, watching the orc's shocked face. "That man isn't even your life mentor. Even if not, a warrior must see things through to the end," the orc retorted. "Even if he is forced to." "Rifen, do you know the Orcish language?" Sillin mumbled in surprise. "He really does," Cirrus noted, and promised her master to take care of this orc. Riffenhart was doubtful, but the elf took out her saber and said that she now had a suitable weapon. "You have become stronger, weak elf," said the orc. The magician asked the healer to cover the elf, and he himself went in search of Tarek. "Strong man, are you going to ignore me and go straight to Tarek?" the orc said to the retreating Riefenhart. "Your opponent is an elf. By turning all your attention to me, you are showing disrespect to your opponent." The magician put him in his place. While wandering around the estate, Riffenhart came across a door behind which strange sounds were heard. Moreover, this floor seemed to be shrouded in a purple haze that was not observed on the others. The magician quickly realized that the fragrant haze was some kind of drug. But when he looked at what was happening inside the room, he was speechless for a moment. Bloodstains decorated the room as well as the expensive curtains. Taking a break from their perverted activities, the two sweaty bodies turned towards Riffenhart. Tarek and Beret screamed curses at the guards who let the stranger into the room. But they didn't know that the soldiers wouldn't hear their complaints for now. Riffenhart searched for words to describe his contempt for the two sweaty carcasses standing over the dead elves. "I've seen a lot of shit in my life, but you certainly won't get away with this," he roared as soon as he felt able to speak again. The box containing the drug continued to emit purple smoke. Fat bastard. Tarek must have gotten really high because he kept asking Riffenhart, "Who are you?" and calling security. Anger finally enveloped the magician when he looked again at the bloody mess on the bed. The elves had clearly been killed quite recently. What they had done with the corpses of these noble creatures up until now was beyond Riefenhart's comprehension. Why are there so many people in this world who shouldn't be left alive? The Demon King asked himself. What's going on? Why is there an intruder here, and no one has even raised the alarm outside? Where is Talcata? The fat pig squealed, trying to fight his clouded mind. What do you want? Money? He turned to Riefenhart. Or a place at the trading market, Tarek suspected, constantly thinking that Tauban could very well be plotting against him. But Cirrus put up with this wretchedness for 10 whole years, the magician muttered in frustration, while Tarek swore by the name of his trade union and promised the warrior to double the offered sum. We can draw up a contract right now. I promise I won't take revenge. The head of Rolifan squealed in confusion when the red-haired boy moved towards him and muttered something about Tarek not having changed. But this time, he would make it in time. The fat pig was not destined to understand that Riefenhart would have time to understand, because from the blow to the chest, it seemed that his heart flew out somewhere into the area of his back. And how dare you, you creeping freak, do such things to Cirrus? The magician asked. But the current Tarek had no idea who this Cirrus was. Baretu was left to watch as his comrade was brutally beaten to death by some young boy. Maybe what is happening now seems unfair to you, but now you understand how those who died by your mercy felt, Reifenhardt said, sending Tarek on his final journey. The head of the Rollfane Trading Association lay on the floor of his luxurious room, unable to take another breath, choking on his own blood. Murderer! Beret attacked Reifenhardt, only making the mage laugh, since he only heard such an insult from a murderer. Beret denied his sins and claimed to live a righteous life. Scylla and Cirrus arrived at the room in the midst of an altercation between Reifenhardt and Beret, each claiming that the other was the killer. They then saw Tarek's brutally mutilated body on the floor. This is very cruel, was all the elf could say. Those bastards deserve worse, Reifen assured her, and Scylla agreed with his statement. The priest had been traveling for a long time and had long since gotten used to such sights, which he shared with the elf so that she would not worry. Scylla and Cirrus began to praise each other in front of the mage because the elf took care of Talcata, and the healer helped, maintaining her vitality. From what his partners told him, Riffenhardt concluded that Talcata was not dead and was very glad about it. You are the slave that I returned. Beret came to his senses. Are you the one who kills children? Cirrus asked, watching as Scylla tried unsuccessfully to help the elves. Your pathetic life won't be enough to calm this child's soul, but, said the usually silent 148th. It's the least I can do, she continued, allowing Beret to see his own reflection in the surface of her sword. Red drops splashed onto the room's purple wallpaper, creating a unique pattern of sin. Help! Beret reached out to the mutilated slave. The sword pierced his body as quickly as his soul left him. Don't you dare touch her with your filthy paws, Cirrus ordered, thrusting the sword deeper so that the freak wouldn't be able to recover. Riffenhardt looked at his beloved with sympathy, not imagining how he could shield her from the pain that humanity had inflicted on her. A little later, but still in the dark night, something was happening in the snowy forests. First, the fire became visible, causing the snow on the trees to melt. And then it became clear that elves and orcs had gathered around the fire. Talcata, at Cirrus' request, counted all the orcs and elven women around the fire, and noted that since Talcata's sword was bent, Cirrus' master was now his master. Scylla was surprised that there were only elf girls and orc men around the fire, but Cirrus assured him that this was normal, since they were the ones who were in the greatest demand. The elf took a break from her conversation with the priest to watch the father and daughter reunite. Cirrus thought back to Riffenhardt's fiery speech about slavery and doubted her first impression. Sorry to keep you waiting. The magician immediately appeared from the forest, as if he sensed what the elf was thinking about him. Scylla inquired what had delayed Reifen, and it turned out that the young warrior was looking for slave contracts and the seal of the head of the Rollfane trade union. The magician practically bragged that he found the documents in the safe when he broke through the wall of the office. Scylla, in his usual way, devalued his partner's achievements, calling his methods barbaric. Riffenhardt lost his temper and said that he hadn't heard the word barbarism for 50 years, and immediately regretted it, because he had attracted the attention of his already suspicious partners. So why did you bring these contracts? Scylla asked, deciding to change the subject. Listen up, everyone, Riffenhardt shouted instead of answering. If you don't like being slaves, I'll free you right now. What will you choose? There was some discussion among the elves and orcs. They did not understand the orders of the new master, and what this offer of freedom meant. The priest also did not understand what was happening. So he asked the magician whether he was going to resell the slaves, to which Reifen answered negatively. Are you going to settle down and give up the life of an adventurer? Scylla asked disappointedly. The seal of Rollfane on the slave contract means that they will no longer be slaves of Tarek, the mage explained, ignoring the priest's question. It is necessary to protect them from persecution. Riefenhardt thought that freeing these boys, who had neither a home nor the will to fight alone, was just his personal whim, but it was like exposing them to another kind of danger. They needed to be trained. The night streets of Zeppelin were preparing for dawn, and did not know what news would fall upon them in the morning. Mr. Riffenhardt, aren't these the slaves of the head of Tarek? Seavolt asked, thinking about how the young master had managed to buy them all up. You'll find out a little later. I hope you can take care of them secretly, the magician asked, leaving his interlocutor no chance to say no. Very interesting news awaits you tomorrow morning. But you will have to establish the truth in this matter yourself, Riefenhardt baited. And if our secret is revealed, you alone will be under suspicion. Why are you so worried? This is a normal thing for me, the magician reassured Seavolt. Riffenhardt poured out 100 gold coins on the table in front of the head of Taobang, and said that it was for expenses for the first time. There is one place on the outskirts of Zeppelin, No one will know anything if I leave my people there with the slaves. Sivolt, who had been stunned until then, finally spoke up, taking the gold into his hands and admitting the thought that his interlocutor had robbed Tarek himself. And make sure no one touches them or treats them like slaves, Riffenhart ordered harshly. But the leader of Tauban did not argue, only agreeing that it was natural, considering how obsessed owners were with their property. The magician also asked that the money he donated be used to teach his slaves, but not the things that the pervert Tarek taught them. He talked about counting, languages, history, philosophy, and medicine, whatever he could. Why go so far as to give full lessons to slaves? The head of Taobang stared at his interlocutor in confusion. Reifenhart assured Sivolt that the better trained the slaves were, the more useful they would be to their master. But the leader of Taoban believed that they were incapable of absorbing such knowledge. Agreeing with Riffenhart's point that he had already made the payment, Sivolt said that he would try his best, but it would be difficult, as the mentors would refuse to train the slaves. Yes, I know very well how arrogant mentors can be, the sorcerer confirmed Sivolt's fears. The mentors will probably have students, and among them there will be commoners who need money, so we'll connect them. Reifenhart suggested a brilliant way out of the difficult situation. Sivolt tried to object that the students in training did not have sufficient qualifications to teach, but the sorcerer convinced him that he did not expect anything special, and the basic knowledge was quite suitable for initial training. The owner of the trading association decided not to argue with the investor and agreed, although he expressed his opinion that slaves were unlikely to be able to absorb information. Teaching them was equivalent to trying to teach a cat or a dog to count. There's nothing so wild about training slaves, Riefenhart thought with disappointment. In his past life, someone had come up with the idea of slave literacy even before he had thought of it. But the cream of society, who were mostly slave owners, flatly rejected this idea for roughly the same reasons that Sivolt expressed. It all stemmed from the ingrained belief that all races other than humans were worthless. But Riefenhart believed he could turn that belief to his advantage. But to be honest, the reason slaves are not trained is because it is a preventative measure to prevent slaves from rebelling. Once the slaves start getting an education, even Sivolt will be surprised at how much they understand. And then he will start teaching his own slaves. The sorcerer chuckled in his own thoughts. After all, it is convenient for a slave owner when his slaves are more capable than others. If all goes well, then the education of slaves will become a trend and spread across the continent. The trend will help change the way people think. And this is exactly what Riefenhart wanted to achieve in his past life. But the sorcerer was in no hurry to rejoice. Everything is just beginning. And so, after successful negotiations with the Tauban Trading Association and the rescue of several hundred slaves, our heroes finally returned to the hotel. Silan, do you have any money? Riefenhart asked through clenched teeth, feeling terribly awkward. I suddenly gave all my money to Sivolt because I didn't take into account the transportation costs, the magician hastened to justify himself. Maybe I should return these clothes. Cirrus suggested a good option. No, you don't have to do this, Riefenhart protested instantly, blushing even more than before. The elf laughed loudly, and her comrades did not even suspect that this was the first time she laughed since becoming a slave. The next morning there was a commotion in the capital, the news spreading at the speed of light. The head of the Rolofane Trading Association, Tarek, and the head of the Karen Association, Beret, were found dead. The estate workers were questioned, but none of them could remember anything clearly, and discrepancies in the testimony of witnesses indicated that the case was hopeless and the criminal was unlikely to be caught. Fast forward 2 weeks with our heroes, and the first thing we see is a devastating explosion in some dungeons. Dear Philinense, I ask you to sprinkle these lost souls with purifying light. The priest reads the prayer. Philinense, take this soul into your arms. Silan continues to attack with divine providence and knocks another undead creature off its feet. Ceres also does not stand aside, gracefully smashing the skulls of enemies with his sword. Riefenhart watches his partner's work and is surprised by how well they work together, not paying attention to the fact that he is being hit from several sides with swords by several dozen skeletons. The sorcerer reasoned that a priest always complemented his partner well in battle and concluded that he had either been trained in tandem with someone since childhood or Silan simply began participating in real battles early. Silan was a much more brilliant priest than Riefenhart had expected, and if the healer continued to improve at the same pace, he might even become stronger than the powerful saint who had been the mage's enemy in his past life, Ellen. However, Riefenhart did not understand why he had not heard anything about Silan in his past life. Had he died too young? What do you say these ruins are called? Illusion? It seems to me that the monsters here are even more powerful than in Palton, the priest muttered, interrupting the mage's thoughts. But Reifenhart convinced him that, in fact, the monsters here were weaker. The group of travelers arrived in the Kingdom of Grime, which is located near the Stellard Mountains, where the forgotten ancient ruins of Eleusian are located, 2 weeks after leaving Chatan. Riffenhart was sure that Eleusian contained something that would help him restore his magical powers. When the group of travelers approached the door, which was sealed with magic, Sillin was sure that their sortie had failed. When Riffenhart asked the priest to be quiet and let him concentrate on his spellcasting, Sillin's jaw nearly dropped. He's great at martial arts. He even knows how to use aura. Are you saying he has brains too? The healer shouted mentally. It's not fair, Sillin continued to rant. I'm trying my hardest, but I still haven't worked a single muscle. Does third circle magic require a lot of mana? The priest asked out loud when Riffenhart asked not to interfere with him collecting mana. The magic was very difficult to perform. Beads of sweat ran down the magician's face. Power of the seal. Open what is locked. Riffenhart ordered after a few phrases in the ancient language. Open the gates, he shouted more insistently, and his magic became noticeable to his companions. They heard the gates begin to slowly open. 13 minutes. Better not tell anyone that you are a magician. The priest shamed his partner's abilities. But in the past, I was a mage of the 10th circle. I must find the voice of illusion. I don't want to be such a worthless mage anymore, thought Reifenhart. When the dust from the moving old gate cleared, the travelers were very surprised. Illusion's treasury was as empty as our heroes' stomachs after Reifenhart gave all the money to Seavold. A strange stick, wrapped in a cord on both sides, was hiding alone in the corner of the room. It can't be. How is this possible? The sorcerer lamented on his way back through the beautiful snowy forest. Well, we can't always be first. You don't own these ruins, the priest reassured him. But the ruins of Eleusian will be discovered only 17 years later. It was I who found them in the past. The sorcerer mentally fumed, convinced that the future was changing. Although we did get something, I think it's a good artifact. Sillin continued his encouraging speech, pointing to the stick in Ciri's hand. It was the magical bow Nihilin, which shoots arrows from mana and, depending on the concentration, can fire several volleys at once. It looks like an ordinary stick, but in fact it is a branch of the Tree of Life. Elfenheim. Ceres fired a shot and blew the nearest tree to pieces. How do you like Ceres? The priest asked. But he could already see from her eyes that it was an excellent thing. Sillin tried to get the mage to tell him how he knew that the stick was Nihilin, but Riefenhart couldn't tell him that it was Ceres's main weapon in her past life, so he just said that he had heard about it before. Okay, there are still plenty of unexplored ancient ruins on the continent, so don't get upset. The healer still didn't lose his optimism, but the sorcerer knew that Eleusian's voice had no analogs. Only with this artifact could he supplement his powers. Here is the village of Gahalan. I want to taste food cooked by someone at least once more, said the red-haired guy when they came out onto the mountain cliff and saw Gahalan located below. Everyone agreed with the priest's statement, so the first thing our heroes did when they arrived in the village was go have lunch. It's great that you eat well. Are you sure this food will be enough for you? The hostess fussed, watching as the travelers pounced on the laid table. The tavern owner was glad that her guests liked her food, because last week a cheeky group of knights from a noble family had stopped by and criticized all her dishes. I think they said they wanted to explore some ruins, she said. But Riffenhart immediately seized on the innkeeper's phrase. Can you tell me a little more about them? The red-haired warrior asked, offering silver, but the hostess politely refused. A week ago, Viscount Kelberin showed up here with a group of explorers, all of them seemingly above his status, she recalled. There was even a knight dressed in gold among them. Quite an interesting gentleman, beaming from head to toe. The woman got carried away. And he was nice in himself. When Reifenhart heard the words golden armor and sword, only one person came to mind. The Golden Knight of the Kingdom of Grime, the Count of the Tennis family. Let's move to a majestic fortress surrounded by forest, where an interesting dialogue was taking place in the dining room at sunset. You are amazing, Sir Jesus, the interlocutor praised the knight. You destroyed all those monsters in the ruins. As expected of the Golden Knight of Grime, he continued, ignoring the knight's remark about his own merits. The opportunity to bear witness to your exploits is already an honor for me. Don't worry, Viscount Kelberin. A third of the treasure is yours, as agreed, said Jesus Tennis, commander of the Tennis family knightly order, with a grin. The sun was inexorably creeping down, as if trying to hide behind the mountains and leave the castle in complete darkness. I have had the honor of fighting alongside you. Who cares about treasures in such a situation? I don't mind if you take it all for yourself, the Viscount assured the knight, confident that he had more than enough money, but that establishing connections with Sir Jesus would be much more useful. The knight asked his interlocutor what he had done with the adamant and orichalcum he had found, and received the answer that weapons had been made from them. As expected from the Kelburn family, famous for mining, you must have many talented dwarves, Yasis said, raising a glass of wine to his lips. But these are trifles, the Viscount convinced the knight, and hastened to introduce him to his daughters, who had already arrived. I know you're not married. I just thought it would be worth introducing you to each other. The Viscount chuckled coquettishly, looking at the knight's irritated face. Jesus expressed his unwillingness to communicate with any women other than his wife, which reinforced the rumors that were circulating about him, and the Viscount hastened to find out whether the knight's younger brother needed a wife. The sound of a broken glass pierced the dining room, and the eyes of the castle owner widened when he saw blood streaming down Jesus' hands. The knight's eyes seemed to be as bloodshot as the napkin on the table. I have no younger brothers, Jesus said, as if threatening Kelburn. I'm sorry, I made a terrible mistake, the Viscount said, stuttering and unable to hide the horror on his face. At that moment, a servant burst into the dining room with a loud cry and reported that one of the artifacts had summoned a demon. A terrifyingly large monster with a blade extending from its arms was Suffician. Suffician's lower half was horse-like, making him look like a centaur, but a fashionable one who likes to wear human skulls as a belt. The soldiers flew back in different directions from his blows, not having time to inflict damage on him. There was a summoning artifact there? The knight wondered, looking out the window and watching the battle unfold. That dumb bastard, Jesus muttered, replacing the mask of indifference on his face with anger. Beware of the monster's sword. The commander of the fighting squad gave orders. Get the civilians out immediately and line up. The black-haired guy was walking right in the direction of the battle and heard the commander's instructions that the magicians should go to the rear and the knights should raise their shields. Passing by his already wounded comrades, the knight stared stubbornly at the floor and grabbed his sword. The mages on the battlefield called upon Arius, the god of ice and wind, to aid them. 3 sorcerers erected a huge wall of ice in front of the monster. The swordsman watched from the walls of the tower as Suffician found himself trapped in the ice and looked scared. Excellent. Now his legs are shackled. We await further instructions from the commander. One of the knights in the attack positions rejoiced, who did not see that the ice did not shackle the monster, but only fenced it off. What are you doing, Russ? The commander yelled at the young man eager to get into battle. Vile demon! No enemy can withstand the onslaught of Tennis' sword. The same black-haired guy shouted and rushed towards the enemy. He made a great leap, raising his sword above himself to bring it down with all his might on his opponent. Suffician noticed the boy out of the corner of his eye and growled in displeasure. Russ put all his strength into the punch. The hero's sword dealt damage to the monster, at least that's what it seemed to Russ. The black-haired guy landed and looked at his still-living opponent in bewilderment. Suffician wasted no time in bringing one of his blades down on Ras. The guy managed to put up a defense with his own sword, so it was he who flew into pieces, and not Russ's head. Idiot! The commander shouted as the force of the blow sent Russ flying behind him. The boy was already bleeding and was barely alive, while the monster didn't even scratch after his attack. Russ came to when he was hit by an inexplicable wave of heat. The shining blow broke the monster's icy bonds and rushed straight into the monster's chest, causing significant damage. Russ sat in a daze, watching the ice chunks fall, and was surprised when his brother approached. Leave, Sir Lot. Better continue to support the bonds, Jesus ordered the knight who had been in command up until then. The commander is in place. The soldiers rejoiced when they saw the fair-haired knight. Who do you dare call brother? He turned to Russ. Great knights of tennis are not born from the belly of a stray dog. Pain and resentment appeared on Russ's face, and it seemed that the soldier was about to burst into tears. Suffician is a demon that knights without an aura will never be able to deal with, Grima's golden knight said with a grin, throwing a huge golden sword over his shoulder. He then made a spectacular swing of his weapon, cutting through the air around him. Without stopping bragging to the knights, he continued to swing his sword in different directions, thereby also attracting the attention of the monster. Open your eyes, Eldrad, Jesus whispered, raising the sword to his face. The blades in his weapon immediately began to spin and transform. The sword seemed to radiate an aura, disassembling and assembling itself like a mosaic. Jesus' clothing began to transform, starting with his boots. The golden aura emitted by the sword surrounded the knight from all sides. Soon, everything from head to toe of Jesus was covered in real gold, which was left behind by a mosaic of aura. "Attack, nether demon," commanded the grim knight, clad in golden armor, with a golden sword and golden hair. Meanwhile, in the village of Yahello, Scylla was just telling Riffenhart that the golden knight was Jesus. The priest was surprised that the red-haired warrior did not know about such a famous knight as Jesus, but Rifen reminded him that he came down from the mountains. Scylla continued to praise Jesus, saying that he would give even the owners of the aura a head start, which slightly offended Riefenhart, and he asked the elf if she had heard of the famous warrior. As it turned out, yes. "By the way, the pajamas suit you. What do you think? Does it fit well?" The magician couldn't miss the opportunity to compliment, and instantly embarrassed Sirius. But even if he is strong, how can you compare a night mage with an aura owner? The former is simply using a magical artifact, Scylla reasoned. But Riefenhart, sprawled on the next bed, lectured the priest and Sirius about how the magical armor of Eldrad is the most powerful tool of their era, which is very difficult to master. True golden Eldril is a magical metal that is several times rarer than silver mithril. The Eldrad magical armor, as well as the Eldrin magical sword, are made of real gold. They are artifacts of the highest rank among all the relics of the Silver Age. They are passed down in the Tennis family from generation to generation. Swordsman mages who use Eldrad and Eldrin are called Golden Knights. When wearing Eldrad, you can activate unprecedented magical power with just a few words, which will give you the ability to fight on equal terms even with the owner of the aura. Of course, this is only on condition that you are able to apply all of this correctly. Let's interrupt the conversation in the tavern and return to the battle, where the Golden Knight bravely fights Suffician. With virtually no respite, Grimes' Golden Knight delivers blow after blow to his opponent's mighty stone body. "Awaken, Eldrin," Yesus commands the sword, swinging it for another attack. The monster rushes towards the knight in a rage, hoping to strike first. With the 8th circle spell, Destruction of Matter, Eldrin plows the area as if it were a garden bed. Meanwhile, Rifen, lying on the bed, continued to talk about how the Tennis family had done a lot of research to learn how to use Eldred's power. Because even the strongest tool does not give an absolute advantage, Scylla noted that Rifen had a rather high opinion of the Mage Knights, although he is an owner of the aura, to which the mage replied that the Tennis family's armor techniques are much deeper than most fencing techniques. "Pierce the eye of the god of death, and let the roar of the leopard shake your body. See the whole world from the height of the dragon's flight," the Golden Knight shouted, attacking Suffician. "I've heard that they've lost most of their normal swordsmanship skills and are only guided by the artifact. But from their kind's perspective, that's for the best," Riffenhart continued. The sorcerer did not even suspect how much his words complemented the battle taking place in the castle, where the monster barely fought off the mighty artifact of the Golden Knight. After all, even if you dedicated your whole life to the art of fencing, it is not a fact that you will be able to master the aura, but a Golden Knight will definitely appear in every generation, the magician concluded. No one argued that if you always have a warrior in your family who is not inferior to the owners of the aura, this is a huge advantage. Meanwhile, Jesus almost killed his enemy with a wave of heat. All that's left is to finish him off with an icy snowfog spell. "A night mage using Eldrad is a difficult opponent," Riffenhart muttered under his breath. The Golden Knight of Grime had no idea who Riffenhart was, and dreamed only of defeating another monster that would bring him another piece of glory. His sword was charged with a spell and rushed towards the monster ahead of its owner. Suffician was defeated. Pieces of his flesh flew all over the square, and the soldiers continuously rejoiced, rejoicing at the victory of their commander. Only Russ looked confused and upset at the same time. The Golden Knight of Grime struck a heroic pose, throwing his sword over his shoulder and enjoying the crowd's cheers. But if Russ could have seen his brother's eyes from afar through the slits of his golden helmet, he would have seen the fury in his gaze. "Can I defeat him?" Riefenhart asked himself a difficult question. "Don't tell me you're going to fight Count Tennis." The priest was surprised, and learned that the warrior needed to take an artifact from Jesus that belonged to Riffen. "In the Principality of Chatan, I helped you because I believed that we were doing the right thing. But Count Tennis himself explored the ruins, and the artifacts are rightfully his. It would be wrong to interfere." Scylla shamed Riefenhart, hinting that he had no intention of engaging in theft. "Scylla, since you are my faithful comrade, the time has come to tell you something," the magician decided, realizing that it would be impossible to convince the priest without telling him about his past life. "I did mention that I was a student of the indestructible rocking chair, didn't I?" Riffenhart began. not bothering about Cirrus, as she was already snoring soundly on the bed behind the priest. "Yes, you said that you inherited the will of the previous martial arts king, Gerard," Sillin confirmed, and the mage continued by reminding him that he had to pass a series of tests to complete his training. "Do you mean to say that your mentor himself placed the artifact in the ruins and gave you the task of finding it?" The priest whispered in surprise, trying not to wake the elf, but disturbing the fire in the lamp. "Yes, this lesson is a tribute to ancient traditions, and our clan is somewhat uncouth," the magician confirmed another lie about his past. "So your mentor Gerard already explored the ruins of Eleusion once, but did not touch a single artifact inside?" Sillin doubted. "That's because the other artifacts are rewards for other students," the magician went on to the end in his lie. "Think about it. How would I have learned about Nihilin if I had never heard of it before, and if the ruins had not been explored, then how would I know the secret paths?" Forgive Sillin for lying, although there is some truth in my words. Reifenhart shamed himself when the priest agreed that there were no other options but to steal the artifact. "It's no wonder that I found your offer strange. No matter how valuable the artifacts of the Silver Age were, I would never have thought that you would covet someone else's property." Sillin sincerely flattered the nobility of the magician, embarrassing Reifenhart even more. The travelers concluded that the artifact would have to be obtained at any cost. "He just messed up all my plans. It seems like stealing is the only way out," Reifenhart justified himself. Meanwhile, Sir Lot praised the fair-haired knight for his excellent work and received orders from the commander to clear the battlefield. "A swordsman who only knows how to cut from top to bottom is no longer part of tennis," the blonde said with disgust, turning to Russ. "Go where you belong." "No matter what you think, I will always be tennis's swordsman," the black-haired boy replied with tears in his eyes. But the noise of the battle with the monster was left behind. The next day arrived in the kingdom of Greem. However, the morning air cut the sword, periodically hitting the cobblestones. Russ swung his sword like a madman, never giving up on his attempts to become better. "Hey, what did you do again yesterday?" the guard asked the young man. "I just wanted to fight the demon," Russ replied, not stopping his training or responding to their comments about waiting for the captain. "I am also a warrior from the tennis clan," the black-haired guy reminded the dispersed soldiers. "We can solve some problems with a duel. I have enough for everyone," he said furiously. The guards went on about their business, saying at the end, "Dirty cur." They didn't mess with Russ because they knew he was strong, despite the fact that he had only mastered one fencing technique, and that was the downward strike and the breathing technique that was required for it. The sword describes a perfect arc in the air, so fast that the blow is barely noticeable. Russ is a true master of the sword who spares no effort in order to achieve the perfect strike, but his execution of techniques other than the downward strike is embarrassing to even compare. Those who say that the tennis family is slowly losing its traditional fencing skills are right. Like all hereditary aristocratic knights, Tennis had his own arsenal of sword techniques, but Russ never studied them. Because he was illegitimate, the vassals opposed teaching him the necessary skills, so his father was only able to pass on one technique to him. This is only a part of the great sword path that our family possesses, but it can lead you straight to the aura, Rass's father said. You just need to be able to awaken this forgotten power. These words were imprinted in the head of the little heir of the Tennis family the most. His father had high hopes and Russ didn't want to let him down. The true mastery of the Tennis sword, capable of releasing hidden power, but all that remains of it is a downward strike anyway. It is only an art forgotten by all. Jesus spied on his brother's training through the window and generally reasoned the same, that all that was left of the art of wielding a sword was a downward strike. But unlike Russ, he was pessimistic and believed that the lost knowledge could not be returned. You're just an idiot, the knight cursed at his brother once again, even though he couldn't hear him. And yet, as I thought, this cretin is a genius, Jesus concluded to himself. If Russ, tired from training, could hear his words, he would be very surprised. The black-haired boy was exhausted, and while his brother was arguing about his own, he was screaming from fatigue and rage, but he continued to train. It doesn't matter how the rest of the day went in the kingdom of Grime, what matters is what began with the coming of night. Wearing a mask and cloak, Riffenhart jumped over the fence into the royal territory, mentally whining about having to deal with all this crap after being reborn. The mage was surprised by the huge castle of Viscount Kelbrin, but then remembered that he had made a name for himself in the mining trade, which meant that this was another job well done by the dwarves. Riffenhart noticed 3 guards on the way to the castle gate. Sorry, he muttered, and knocked out all 3 with one blow. I don't understand, Lord, there is already a golden knight in Grime. So what are we needed for if no one will dare to approach him anyway? Another soldier lamented, talking to his partner. It's just that the knights of the capital also know how to walk around in shining armor, the second soldier reasoned, when they both noticed a strange noise. Convinced that they had imagined it, they passed by and did not notice Riffenhart hanging from the ceiling, who noted that it was not for nothing that thieves learned to stick to ceilings like lizards. In reality, stealing is not such a difficult task. But maybe I have talent, the magician reasoned, moving stealthily around the castle. At the entrance to the treasury, as expected, stood two knights of tennis. Riffenhart came around the corner and knocked one out with his first blow. "Hey, who are you?" asked the second knight. But the magician decided that strangulation was the best way to fight silently and took the enemy in a chokehold. Having cleared his way to the treasury, the magician took a breather. He realized that there were several barriers on the doors, one that tracked movements, one that captured heat, and it would not be easy to disarm them. The magical barriers must have a core. It's probably somewhere nearby, Riffenhart reasoned. And immediately he found a stone on which some runes were engraved. The magician mercilessly crushed the guard stone in his hand, turning it into dust. Riffenhart walked inside the treasury, which looked more like a warehouse with many boxes and barrels. There is a secret anti-magic treasure, a pot with a seal, bottomless bags, and even a heavenly lyre. The magician listed what he saw. It seems like everything is categorized here. Who does this anyway? Riffenhart asked himself when he saw that the blades of Talad were classified as Helton's blades, which of course was not a critical error. But still, they had a fundamentally different magical component. And finally, he found what he was looking for. Lucian's voice. The magician took a step towards the desired box and heard a strange sound. When he looked down, he saw a rope stretched across his boot. It slowly dawned on Riffenhart that he had fallen into the most primitive of thieves' traps. And then a loud bell ringing echoed throughout the room. The realization of how much he had screwed up overwhelmed the magician. The Viscount and his wife, hearing alarming sounds, called the guards to explain what was happening. "Someone has broken into the South Tower." The cry went up throughout the kingdom as Riffenhart fled the scene, berating himself for being so careless. A whole squad of soldiers was rushing towards him, whom he put down with one poke of his finger in the stomach. And if they only knew how much he restrained himself and tried to calculate his strength, even in such a difficult moment, so that they would not die. "Halt immediately," Sir Lot ordered Riffenhart, behind whom a whole army of soldiers had lined up, and in addition several mages who were already casting spells. Riffenhart had no intention of standing still, so the mages immediately attacked him with a barrage of fire. "I'm truly sorry," Riffenhart apologized to another territory guard and grabbed him by the shoulder. The soldier had not yet realized why he needed to forgive Riffenhart, but he was already using him as a shield against fire spells. Hidden behind a man, a real monster, was heard from all sides, but the magician knew that the soldier's armor was enchanted from the local magic, so he was not worried about his health, except perhaps his mental one. "Fire!" Sir Lot commanded, and arrows flew towards Riffenhart. The magician continued on his way, not paying attention to the arrows that were smashing against his body. But then something stopped him. He noticed a sticky substance on his shoulders and chains attached to it. "They're trying to slow me down instead of killing me? I didn't expect that from humans," Riffenhart marveled. Sir Lot was giving orders to the local mages, and the Demon King began to worry a little, seeing that the locals had quite a large stock of skills. Throwing his shield aside, Russ rushed into the thick of things. "Hey, criminal! Bite the sword of tennis!" he shouted, pushing his comrades aside. "Russ, no!" Sir Lot howled helplessly. "Who is this idiot?" Riffenhart thought, as he saw the black-haired boy rushing towards him. Russ was confident in the power of his downward strike and saw only his opponent's masked face in front of him. Sir Lot pleaded in vain with Russ not to break ranks. The heir of the tennis family did not see anyone in his path, so he demolished his comrades holding the chains. Riffenhart got into a fighting stance and tried to remember where he knew the name Russ from. His movements, breathing, and steps are rather mediocre, the magician began his thought. However, what kind of blow is this? He wondered, as Russ's eyes lit up and the sword rushed towards him. Riffenhart managed to take a step back and put the chains under the boy's blow. The impact wave was very powerful. The magician was slightly thrown up, and the targets flew in different directions. The clang of metal on metal seemed to awaken the furious boy. He saw what he had done, and a bead of sweat ran down his face next to his frightened eyes. Without delay, Riffenhart struck back, only with his fist and, unlike his opponent, straight on target. After being punched in the stomach by a thief, Russ rolled across the cobblestones. Riffenhart was surprised that the kid had shown such a cool blow, but he couldn't dodge the banality. Blade of Heaven, rain down from the sky. The Demon King heard the words of the spell and turned towards the sound. Several blows of Eldrin's power flew around him, but the mage stood firm. Riffenhart was not at all surprised when the dust from the blows cleared and he saw the Golden Knight of Grime. "Your skills are too outstanding for a simple rogue," the knight addressed the magician. "I have my reasons," the Demon King replied good-naturedly. "Well, you can tell me a little later," the Golden Knight hissed furiously, and his eyes glowed red. "One of the main rules of the unbreakable rocking chair is to strike first," thought Riffenhart, and rushed into the attack. The knight was not afraid and rushed towards the magician. They stood epically frozen a meter apart, like a couple at a dance party. They even stared into each other's eyes. Maybe they'll start kissing? But no. It was just that Eldrin's sword was lying on Riffenhart's shoulder, and the mage miraculously avoided its blow by tilting his head to the right, and on Jesus' shoulder lay a healthy fist of Riffenhart, which also lacked literally a couple of centimeters, and if the knight had not dodged, then his nose would have at least been smashed to a pulp. Realizing that the first blow had not been struck, the opponents jumped away from each other to continue the battle. Several attempts by Jesus to reach Riffenhart with the sword, and each one was in vain, only raising dust around. The soldiers watched in amazement as their commander used deadly attacks and did not understand what to do about it. And the magician and the knight tried to change their tactics, agreeing that their attempts at attack were not ending in success. "Rise from the abyss, show your roar." The Golden Knight recited the spell, calling upon the darkness itself. "The roar of the shadows means it's using," Riffenhart muttered, and dodged the attacks of the tentacles of darkness, spinning around himself, creating a small hurricane. "And you skillfully resist magic," Jesus praised his opponent, not understanding how the thief could have learned the vulnerability of his technique. "I just know her well," Riffenhart replied casually. The Demon King was so used to dodging Gerard that it seemed like he did it automatically in any battle. They played a real game of catch-up on the walls and courtyards of the castle, and every time the knight was confident of the success of his attack, the sword crashed into the brick again. Riffenhart managed to time the moment when the knight missed again and struck with his sword to his left, losing his vigilance for a second. He punched his opponent in the stomach with all his might, and although he didn't know it, it was very painful for Jesus inside the armor. How can he cause such damage despite his armor? Grimes' Golden Knight fumed. "Arrows caught by the wind. Gather together the fires and strike the enemy," Jesus chanted, directing fire and air forces towards the Demon King. Riffenhart assessed the situation, and the only correct idea came to his mind: to run. While the glorious knight was rushing towards the magician shouting, "Awaken Eldrin!" he was already rushing away. Grimes' eyes of pride blazed with fury, and he made the decision that he would not let the thief go, no matter what. The bolts of fire and air formed a fiery tornado that swirled and followed in Riffenhart's wake. The magician ran with all his might, but the tornado caught up. To be honest, it wouldn't take long to die like this, thought Riffenhart. If you had seen the castle courtyard from the side, you would not have noticed the fighting heroes, only a flurry of fire and the fir trees periodically catching fire from it. When the smoke and sand from the tornado cleared, Riffenhart stood inside it, alive and well. The magician noted that the destruction was very significant, which meant that the knight was using high-level magic. The knight wondered how the thief had managed to survive. He certainly couldn't block the magic or dodge it. There was no way Jesus' superhuman vision hadn't caught the enemy's movements. What if he has an aura? The Grime Knight thought for the first time. "Corrosive breath break through space," he ordered, calling upon the dark forces again. "Poison fog." Riffenhart acknowledged the technique. "I can get rid of it with a simple whirlwind." The magician raised stones and dust and created a small tornado around himself, and without giving the enemy time to come to his senses, he rushed towards him with an attack. The knight managed to raise his sword like a shield, and Riffenhart's blow missed its target. But he did not give up and continued to box, and his opponent continued to put his sword under him, using it as a shield. This time, the Golden Knight was absolutely convinced that the thief possessed the aura. Riffenhart's blows never ceased for a minute. "I misjudged his level, so I had trouble. But now that I know what he's capable of, I'll act differently," the knight thought, and warned his opponent that Tennis's sword was not inferior even to aura. This time it was Riffenhart who had to dodge Eldrin's magic, and he thought he had underestimated the annoying magic knight. The soldiers watched as two supernatural warriors destroyed the royal court and the castle walls. "One thing is unclear to me. Why would a man with such power stoop to the level of a pathetic thief?" the Golden Knight lectured. Riffenhart wondered how Jesus knew that he had an aura, because the Demon King didn't even release the aura of the indestructible rocking chair because it was too recognizable. At this time, the knight was thinking about why his opponent had an aura but did not activate it. Maybe not much time had passed since he had awakened. Well then, he's no match for me, Yasis chuckled and blew up the paving stones next to the thief with another spell. The knight resorted to desperate measures and awakened Eldrad, asking for the power to destroy anything in this world. Damn, this is really dangerous. Riefenhart was scared, listening to Jesus' prayers. Light oozed from the golden sword as if it had turned into the sun. Eldril's light! The golden knight of Grima shouted and jumped, preparing to attack. Golden light? Whispered Riefenhart, realizing his salvation. Thank you, Lord, that he is a golden knight. The magician chuckled, releasing the aura of an indestructible rocking chair and placing a block. The knight saw that the thief was not running away and covered his face with his hands, but did not understand what this meant. Eldrin's sword collided with an obstacle invisible to Yasis' supernatural sight. The golden knight tried to push the sword through the fiery vortex, which was lost in the divine golden light. But the vortex guard's technique worked perfectly and did not allow the sword to reach its owner. The light of 1,000 stars flooded the square, and the soldiers were practically blinded. Another explosion occurred, promising a lot of restoration work for the dwarves. The soldiers did not see fighting figures, only a huge column of dust and broken bricks. When the smoke cleared a little, the golden knight saw the retreating figure of the thief. Impossible! How could he block Eldril's light? Yasis was furious. I should have used the vortex guard a little earlier, thought Riefenhart, covering his wounded shoulder and not noticing that blood was also streaming down his forehead. He jumped down from the high wall of the castle. The ground was rapidly approaching, and Riefenhart saw that it was ice. Having broken through the ice layer, the hero plunged into the water, raising a huge amount of splashes behind him. Jesus watched the thief's landing from the heights of the castle and asked Sir Lot to check the relics and find out what exactly he had stolen. And organize a search party. We can't let this impudent fellow get away, the Golden Knight asked. When Sir Lot asked if the thief was alive, Jesus muttered through his teeth, he certainly won't die from something like that. Meanwhile, at the hotel, an elf suddenly woke up in the middle of the night. Ceres woke up the priest too, but she couldn't answer specifically why, she just felt that something was wrong. I have a bad feeling about this, she muttered, sitting on the bed. Do you think something happened to Rifen? Sillin asked, unaware that the mage was currently going down. Morning came, but the travelers were still only dreaming of peace. Ceres ran across the rooftops of the village houses, holding Sillin under her arm. Ceres, I'm actually a man and this is humiliating, the priest babbled. Local residents told the knights where the pursuit ran. Thus the soldiers managed to surround Ceres and Sillin. You have nowhere else to go. Lay down your arms and surrender, shouted one of the knights. It's good that he reminded her about the weapon. Ceres dropped Sillin and took out Nihilin. Nihilin's invisible arrows hit the soldiers right on target. I beg your pardon, Sir Jesus, these are not ordinary thieves, Sir Lot complained when the Golden Knight appeared at the scene of the arrest. That's enough. I'll take care of them myself, commanded the chief knight of Grime. After dealing with all the soldiers, Ceres asked Sillin to return to his place under her arm, hurting his male ego but not meeting any resistance. Cry out, Blade of the Wind, the elf heard and hurried to grab her partner. A powerful blow landed on the place where Sillin had stood before.
Don't move, rats, the Golden Knight said to the travelers, landing on the roof of the house on which they were standing.
The elf looked at the newly arrived opponent with displeasure and grabbed her sword. The sun played on the intricate patterns of Ceres's blade. That's no ordinary sword, the Golden Knight remarked. Are you saying he's giving away such a rare weapon to some elves? Dear Philinense, grant your servant the courage of a lion. Give her hands the strength of giants, her eyes the vision of an eagle, and her legs the strength of a bull, so that she may crush her enemies. Sillin conjured, while Yasis was thinking that apparently all the ordinary thieves had died out, since this well-equipped elf also had a high-ranking priest to boot. No wonder Ceres had a bad feeling. Apparently that idiot Rifen was caught, the priest thought in turn. The elf didn't have time to understand how the Golden Knight appeared next to her in an instant. She held her blade out as a shield and it saved her, but she was still thrown back a couple of meters after his strike. The Golden Knight was overcome with rage and would not accept another defeat in the last 24 hours. Ceres's face was also filled with rage. She wanted to know what had happened to Riefenhart and why this knight had picked on them. While the elf and the priest were fighting against the Golden Knight Grime, somewhere our hero woke up, all bandaged up. Riefenhart lamented that he shouldn't have fought Jesus, it all turned out so idiotic. But as soon as the magician remembered that he had managed to steal Eleusion's voice, His mood lifted. A short man entered the room where Riffenhart woke up and asked how he was feeling. The short man turned out to be the dwarf Hethos. He and Riffenhart met, and the dwarf warned the magician that it might be difficult for him to get up for now. Having asked whether the stranger was hungry, the dwarf asked the girl who came in after him to bring the red-haired warrior some porridge. At first, Riffenhart thought he was dealing with a child, but Tilla de Stillemer turned out to be a fully grown female dwarf, and a warrior at that. When Tilla brought him something to eat, the magician was very surprised by the friendliness of the gnomes. They usually do not greet people so warmly, but his questions disappeared by themselves as soon as the main gnome arrived. He's finally woken up, our savior. Gelfade Delphiston, the priest of Alpot, rejoiced. Savior? Riffenhart whispered, his face turning from pale to red. 6 years ago, there was a prophecy. The great saint received a message from Alpot himself, Gelfade said, and from the darkness on the tiers of the northern winds a man will appear, omniscient and omnipotent. Follow him. He alone has the power to influence the finger of fate, for he is your savior. The priest read the text of the prophecy. If translated into human language, the prophecy will sound like this. A cold current will throw you a strong and smart guy from the caves. Help him, and he will help you. The great saint secretly spread the message among all the dwarves of the continent, so that Gelfade waited for this very savior every winter. Riffenhart chuckled. He thought Alpot had returned home long ago. Alpot is a god of the gnomes who periodically shows divine revelations to his charges. And it turns out that when the magician regressed 6 years ago, Alpot foresaw everything as soon as Riffenhart moved in time. The magician smiled, remembering the dexterous god who seemed to have given him another chance. What a magnificent God, thank you for believing in me once again. This time, I will do everything in the best possible way. Riffenhart asked if the dwarves were trying so hard for him only because of the prophecy, to which he received an affirmative answer and assurances that Alpot was never wrong. The dungeons where the dwarves lived were not the best place to recover, but the mage was grateful to be rescued from the icy water. You're recovering quickly, Tilla remarked as Riffenhart got out of bed. It's all thanks to you. The magician smiled at the dwarf, warming up, although she tried to prove that she had done nothing more than bring him porridge. If you feel better, may I call Priest Gelfade? He said he had something to talk to you about, Tilla stammered, interrupting Riffenhart's thoughts about how, if she fed him meat, he would recover much faster. Despite the magician's decision to find the priest on his own, the dwarf grabbed him by the arm and led him as if she were his crutch. While the Steelhammer tribe looked at the strolling couple with interest, Riffenhart noticed that they were all mountain dwarves who lived a life of slavery in the domain of Viscount Kelburn, because unlike the elves and orcs, they did not renounce their traditional way of life, but only after that because they were used somewhat differently. In a sense, they were left to their own devices, because humans were unable to master their techniques. For example, to find mineral veins. The dwarves only needed to listen to the words of Mother Earth, but humans were not able to do this. At the same time, the gnomes worked well only in squads of their own kind, so selling them in any other way than in a pack was simply unprofitable. In this way, they managed to preserve the culture and even faith. And thanks to the dwarves, they greatly helped the Demon King build his empire, because they are the only species among others that understands how society works. From a conversation with Tilla, Riffenhart learned that Viscount Kelburn owns 60 dwarven slaves who live in this place. When he asked where the male dwarves had gone, Tilla replied that most of the time the men were in the mines of the Settlard Mountains. The mage apologized to the dwarf for asking this question, because he remembered that humans often take members of dwarf families hostage to prevent the possibility of a riot. Riffenhart and Tilla approached an iron door decorated with patterns and gold in the middle of the caves. Welcome, esteemed savior, you look much better, the dwarf announced, as the red-haired warrior and the dwarf woman entered his modest abode. To be honest, we don't know yet why you are the savior, the dwarf chuckled at Riffenhart's remark that he could be called by his name. But it's clear from your eyes that you don't perceive us as slaves. It is true that I feel that we are similar, so I treat the dwarves as equals. But changing the fate of all intelligent races is a completely different matter, the magician confirmed. No one knows why Alpot chose a human as a savior, but everyone believes that this is a ray of hope and therefore they will help you with all their might. But we cannot tell you how exactly to save us, said Priest Gelfade in a fiery speech. It is my duty to give you all I can for your purpose, but may I ask why you did not seem surprised when I told you that you were our savior? The dwarf addressed the confused Riffenhart. The magician decided to change the subject and ask what Galfed wanted to talk to him about, and learned that it turned out they wanted to introduce him to the great saint. When the dwarf pronounced the name of the great saint, Reifenhart was not even surprised. He had known Machelin in his past life. The sorcerer smiled, remembering his old friend, and agreed to follow Galfed. It's funny, I was sure that my words would seem absurd to you, and I didn't know how to properly present this information to you, said the dwarf. People don't hear the voice of truth, unlike us, so I'm really surprised by your understanding attitude. The priest decided to explain his thought to the end. Riffenhart smiled again, flattered by the dwarf's remark. But one should not forget that in a past life Antares fell, so the probability course. So the magician hoped that by talking with the wise Machelin, he would be able to come to a better decision. Machelin is currently in the temple of Alpot in the Great Forge. Of course, the way there is known only to a few dwarves, warned Gelfade. You will need a guide, so Tilla de Steelhammer will go with you. She is the only representative of the ancient warrior blood that remains in the tribe. The priest introduced the dwarf to Riefenhart once again. I can feel the sounds of your thoughts, and they sound as if you already know about our great saint, as well as the location of the Great Forge, Galfade said uncertainly, after a short pause in their conversation. People who know that the dwarves hear the voice of truth do not like to talk to us, the priest said disappointedly, and immediately received Reifenhart's answer that he knew this. So I wasn't mistaken? Galfide rejoiced. Could you tell me how you know so much about us? Riffenhart apologized and convinced the dwarf that now was not the best time for this. Their conversation was interrupted by Hetos bursting into the room. And you didn't have any companions with you? An elf and a boy, the dwarf asked the magician, pausing to catch his breath. It seems they were captured and locked in Viscount Kelburn's castle, Hethos said in a dull voice, watching the red-haired warrior's eyes fill with blood. At this time, in Kelburn's castle, the Golden Knight was causing a stir and giving unthinkable orders, allowing the soldiers to use the most brutal torture in an attempt to break the detainees and find out the location of the thief. Yes, sir. The soldiers obeyed the tyrant's manners of their commander. Jesus turned to the door behind which the captives were located and could not hide his contempt. An elf who wields a magical sword that is only allowed to be used by knight captains and those of higher rank, and a priest comparable in strength to an archbishop. The Golden Knight had no idea what they had in common with the mysterious thief, but he swore to himself that he would find out. In the dark dungeon of the castle, lit by torches, two soldiers were talking about what types of torture they would use on the prisoners. They didn't want to start with beatings, because there was a high probability that the detainees would die before they managed to find out any information. And it was difficult to come up with something painful but not fatal. An order is an order, we must try, the knight encouraged his partner, taking a step into the cell. I'll start, Barras. Come on, Lento. The second knight willingly hid behind his comrade's back from the contemptuous and furious eyes of the captives. The elf leaned forward as if she had a chance to attack her opponents with their hands shackled. The priest, sitting in the enchanted circle, opened his mouth preparing to make a sarcastic comment. Let's fast forward 30 minutes and we'll see that the knights didn't even have time to do anything. And the priest didn't shut up. Have you heard about the indestructible gym? It's run by the martial arts king Gerard, and the way they train their students is just hell, the red-haired guy chattered incessantly. And they do all this just for training. Ordinary people can't do this. I'm sure even you can't work so hard, am I right? Sillin put moral pressure on his opponents. And their final exam? It's scary to even think about it. The priest recounted to the soldiers in great detail Reifenhart's fictitious story about the relic hunting exam, and noted that they had no desire to stoop to stealing, but there was no other way out. So Cirrus and he waited for their friend as they had been told. Sillin's throat was dry, so Lento brought him some water and a chair for himself, surprised that the prisoner was talking so much when they hadn't even started torturing him. Are you not loyal to your comrade at all? You gave us all the information, the soldier asked the priest. If the world finds out that the successor of the king of martial arts has committed theft, the reputation will be destroyed, Lento suggested to the priest. But the priest insisted that he and his comrade had nothing to hide, because if Riefenhart had been so concerned about reputation, he would not have even thought about theft. So now you don't know where the relic is now, the knight asked again, and received the same answer that Sillin and Cirrus were told to wait for their friend at the inn. What are you talking about? You probably discussed a way to communicate in case of emergency. Lento exploded, not understanding how the thief could leave without reinforcements and the ability to communicate with his comrades. Why? Can an aura owner stop a regular burglary? the priest said in surprise, and so naively that Lento's emotions instantly subsided. The knights were somewhat disappointed that they had not been able to use torture, and each of them thought about how often interrogations under duress ended before they had even begun. It was impossible to see in the dungeon, but the snow covered the entire valley around the Kingdom of Grime in a surprisingly beautiful way. It was hard to believe that yesterday the castle was literally ablaze. Two travelers were wandering through a snowy forest. "It's amazing you found the deer so quickly," the gnome admired as Riffenhart worked on the fire. "It's nothing. I have control over the aura. All I need to do is expand my perception and get on the trail." The magician sheepishly explained the reasons for his own success to his partner. Tilla was both delighted and worried, as hunting was strictly prohibited on the Kelbrin lands. "I don't care about such trifles at all," the red-haired warrior replied, leaving his companion dumbfounded. And the magician explained to himself that he definitely shouldn't worry about trifles, because the very goal of granting freedom to all intelligent races already goes against the law. Riffenhart took a big bite of the meat to make sure it was done, and as soon as he realized that everything was fine, he swallowed the deer leg at the speed of light, because he needed to quickly regain his strength. The gnome watched her comrade's barbaric meal in surprise, but at some point she noticed that Riffenhart's body was beginning to recover with each piece. He was healing himself. The red-haired warrior extended his left hand to the side, clenching his palm into a fist. Tilla watched as the fiery aura spread across Riffenhart's body and gathered in his fist. A few seconds later, the warrior made a powerful aura blast and knocked down a nearby tree, frightening the dwarf, who had never seen an aura strike so close. "Excellent," the warrior said with a chuckle, while Tilla still watched the smoldering tree. "I feel 100%, Riffenhart concluded, tearing the bandages off his body. The Kelbrin's castle was located in the mountains, so their windows always had a wonderful view. Apparently, that's why the Golden Knight never missed a chance to go to the window while he was here. It was hardly an accident. Thoughts about the thief kept coming back to Jesus. There's no way he could have taken this particular relic by accident. This guy knew something, he thought furiously, remembering the situation that happened a month ago. Jesus was in the training room when he heard the footsteps of a stranger behind him. "Are you Jesus, the Golden Knight of the Kingdom of Grime?" asked the man in the cloak who had just entered. "If you are indeed the heir of Count Tennis, then I am sure you remember this emblem," the stranger replied when the knight asked who the wanderer was. Jesus knew this emblem with snakes, dragon, and unicorns. On the day when Jesus was officially chosen as the heir, his father revealed to him a secret known only to the heir of the family about the Silver Sages. This is a group of sages existing in the shadows who possess enormous power and knowledge that surpasses the minds of modern civilizations. Jesus bowed to the representative of the sages, remembering that they appear only when humanity is in danger. The Silver Sage handed the Golden Knight a map. "I would like to transfer the right to explore the ruins of Aleutian to your family. All the treasures that you find there will be yours, but I will need one thing, the voice of Aleutian," the sage said. "If we fail," the stranger's violet eyes flashed from under his hood, "the very fate of the Tennis family will be at risk." The Golden Knight could not understand how it happened that the thief took the only thing that was really important to him from the treasury. There was a knock on the door of the room where Jesus was. Two knights entered and announced that the interrogation of the prisoners was over. "Their story sounds logical, but a little," Barras began, and was unable to finish the sentence under the commander's furious gaze. "Let's move from Jesus's room to the gates of the castle, where the usual guards are standing. One of them is shaking, not because he has a cold, but because he remembers the previous night. How are we, ordinary soldiers, supposed to fight someone who can smash armor with his bare hands?" Drain thought nervously, and his friend nodded in agreement, hoping that they would never cross paths with the red-haired warrior again. The soldiers remembered that the relic had been stolen after all, and the thief's accomplices had been captured, so there was a chance that they would meet again. If so, then let him knock us out as neatly as last time, Drain dreamed, not noticing his comrade's excitement. If the guards had known that in a couple of seconds they would see a red-haired warrior blazing with a fiery aura, they would not have voiced their wishes so loudly. "Horn of disaster," Riffenhart muttered, filling with aura like an apple filling with juice in spring. "That thief is a member of the indestructible gym?" the Golden Knight said in surprise when he heard the story of the interrogation. Jesus tried to find a thread that would connect the Silver Sages and the indestructible rocking chair. Of course, the prisoners could have lied, but Sillin is a believer. He is unlikely to be able to weave intrigues, thought the Golden Knight, concluding that the boy had told the truth. It seems that comrades are just pawns for the red-haired warrior, and he can easily abandon them here, Jesus gloated, finding something for which he could condemn his enemy. But then he thought about how they would catch him and return a Lucian's voice if he didn't come for his friends. The light in the window was such that it seemed as if sunset was already approaching. This distracted Jesus from his thoughts. And then there was a powerful explosion, lifting what was left of yesterday's cobblestones into the air. "What is this?" He rushed to the window. "This energy, is it really him again?" The Golden Knight tried to examine it with his eyes widened in surprise. Riffenhart stood in a fighting stance and didn't even look at the damage he had caused that was left behind him. "I heard that my friends are with you," he said belligerently, clenching his fist. Poor Kelbrun Castle was on fire again. The Knights of Tennis rushed towards the magician with swords, shouting a battle cry that now everything would be different than last night. "And I'm not the same anymore, guys," grinned Riffenhart, ready to attack even with an entire legion. Lento and Barras, who were interrogating the prisoners, were first in line to attack. The blast wave threw the brave knights back to where they came from, but in a more battered state. "Shields won't help when fighting an aura wielder. I don't think you've ever met the likes of me," Riffenhart boasted. The priests blessed the soldiers so that their bodies would be as strong as a stone block. Shrouded in protective spells, the warriors rushed at Riffenhart to avenge Barras and Lento. The Demon King dealt with each of them, despite their defense, playfully. And realizing that he didn't want to waste time picking them off one by one, he gathered his aura into a fist and hit the ground. A powerful explosion tore apart the tiles of the castle courtyard, and the warriors were caught up in the blast wave. The court mages tried to compensate for the losses of soldiers and sent blades of permafrost towards Riffenhart, and someone even thought of using fire spells against him. Not lagging behind his friends, the priest of Izor called down a storm. Thunderstorms and lightning storm on the thief's head. Riffenhart noticed that hundreds of curses and spells were flying at him from different sides of the castle. He emitted a huge amount of aura in the form of chi bullets, which not only broke the spells, but also rushed towards the magicians. The bullets threw the sorcerers off balance, and they were unable to maintain their manipulations against him. Curses and complaints about various limbs were heard from the mages, and Riefenhart realized that they were not a threat to him in the near future, because even a simple scratch was a huge catastrophe for such people. "And I expected at least someone to withstand the pain," he said disappointedly. After the sorcerers, Riefenhart began to eliminate the priests from the battle, who were not happy with his attacks and called his methods dirty tricks. Dirty tricks? Seriously? Out of nobility, you yourself came out in a crowd against one, the magician thought, while he was knocking another priest unconscious. "Spawn of hell, let Father Larkin go," they shouted at the red-haired warrior's back as he tried to knock out the priest in one go, as gentlemanly as possible, so as to avoid unnecessary suffering. Arrows, spells, even just bricks flew at Riefenhart from all sides, but the warrior successfully repelled everything with his aura, and the few that he did not have time to defuse did not cause him any pain. The soldiers were in a panic when they saw that he had become much stronger than he was yesterday. Russ stood in the middle of the battlefield, his sword lowered, and did not hear the commander's instructions that they needed to fight. "I'll demote you, just wait until we get back from the fight, and I'll throw you out right away," Sir Lot squealed, not understanding why the guy who was usually the first to rush into battle was now hanging around when it was really necessary. "So that's what it's like?" Russ watched Riffenhart with admiration, and yet a little fear. The aura controls the flow of power and, if necessary, makes the warrior more powerful, he concluded. "What a blinding light, I see it. I see everything." Russ could not hide his admiration from himself. He really saw everything, the direction of the warrior's movements and how his power flowed. "I notice and understand everything he does so clearly," the black-haired youth exclaimed mentally. He looked back to his past where his father had failed to show him other techniques. Now he clearly saw everything that he had not had the opportunity to know. The movements and breathing of a warrior, which are only possible for someone who has reached the heights of martial arts, and a single stream of aura captured the young hero. Is this how I should hold myself on the battlefield? Russ realized that these were the movements of a truly strong man. "I can't help but admire him," the unrecognized heir of the Tennis family said in his head once again, not yet noticing how his sword was enveloped in blue flame. Meanwhile, having knocked out all the magicians and priests and knocking out more soldiers, Riefenhart continued to rush around the castle courtyard. He waited for his main opponent to appear. He dealt destructive blows to the poor cobblestones that had seen better days, counting the minutes until the Golden Knight appeared. "Here you are," he muttered through his teeth as a fair-haired boy appeared on the battlefield with Eldrin's sword on his shoulder. "In the name of tennis, I will not forgive your crimes," said the Golden Knight of Grima, looking haughtily towards his opponent. "I saw everything you did to my knights," he continued, walking slowly towards Riffenhart. So you're pretending to be someone who just showed up, even though you've been hanging around in the rear all this time? The magician teased his opponent. Did you really think I didn't notice you? You hid behind the wall and kept an eye out. Riefenhart continued to mock the knight while he tried to find a worthy answer. I'm sure you wanted to assess me before you butted in, but isn't it too cruel to let me beat up your men like training dummies? The mage continued to morally pressure the enemy, noting that the magic armor only gives the knight strength, comparable to the power of the owner of the aura. But he is still very sensitive. And the rumors said that you were an honest and fair knight, but I would not say so. Riefenhart did not calm down when he heard that the soldiers were doubting their commander. So what were you doing there? Even if you were taking a shower and braiding your hair, you should have gotten here faster. The magician brought him to the boiling point, and the Golden Knight furiously replied that he had fallen fast asleep and could not wake up for a long time. Seriously? Were you asleep despite all that noise? You must be our sleeping beauty. Oh, I mean knight. The magician continued to ridicule the noble knight, forcing Yasis to yell at the thief to shut his mouth. And most importantly, he promised to make him pay for his foul language towards the Tennis family. The sword of Eldrin began to move and began the process of transforming Goldilocks. Golden armor enveloped the knight's body and displeased face. Jesus immediately raised a golden hurricane around himself in order to be able to catch the enemy off guard. That's right, let's fight for real this time. Riffenhart liked the knight's maneuver. A swift jump from the center of his golden tornado, and the knight is already flying at the enemy from above, not imagining how beautifully his cloak and hair are fluttering. Pierce the eye of the god of death, and let the roar of the leopard shake your body. See the whole world from the height of the dragon's flight. Yasis read the spells under his breath. Purifying stream, fill my sword, he shouted and raised his sword, preparing to strike. A challenge just what I needed. Riffenhart rejoiced when he saw the new trick with the sword full of mana. The mage put up a shield using his aura, and was able to avoid the attack from above. But the knight did not give up trying to wound the thief with this spell. After several clashes, Yasis managed to slightly touch Riefenhart, and the mage noted to himself that his body was strong, but a sword of pure mana without an aura could not be stopped. Even the veins on the noble knight's nose bulged. He had never wanted to deal with his enemy more than he did now. Jesus pushed off the ground and in another jump rushed towards the enemy with a sword full of mana. Riffenhart managed to cover his face with his hands and put up a protective aura. A powerful blast wave sent the knight flying back to where he came from as the sword and aura collided. The red-haired warrior did not miss the opportunity to attack. He ran up, pushed off the ground, and, catching up with the knight in a jump, hit him in the chest with his fist. Meanwhile, in the castle dungeon, Scylla complained about the noise, and Cirrus assumed that Mr. Riefenhart had come for them. And you behaved so distantly, it seems you still believed that he would come to rescue us, the priest said in a strange tone, embarrassing the elf. I don't know. I don't understand why he's so nice to me, Cirrus muttered. Well, maybe he has a thing for elven girls, Scylla suggested, and his companion confirmed that she too thought that Riefenhart was a fan of role-playing games. But when I look into his eyes, I doubt that he is driven by anything base, the elf continued innocently, despite the fact that Scylla agreed that the gentleman looked like a pervert. Girls in love always say that, the priest chuckled. Like there's something about him, he's not like everyone else. You do things like that when you like someone, but after you get married it turns out he's fooled you. Or so the caretaker of the orphanage told Scylla. Leaving the elf's uncomfortable topic, Scylla began to whine about how it was possible that Rifen couldn't handle a simple theft and why they got into this mess because of him. But Cirrus noted that she didn't think the priest was seriously offended by the master. You think so maturely, the elf complimented Scylla when he admitted that living in harmony with the law is not always possible, even if you stand for what is right. Well, I'll be 20 next year. I'm only 3 years younger than Rifen, the priest said coquettishly. But when he heard Cirrus's exclamations that she thought Scylla was 20 years younger than the gentleman, all the coquetry seemed to wash away. Hello, are you Scylla and Cirrus? The girl asked, opening the door of the dungeon and interrupting the conversation about how Riefenhart would cry when he found out how old Cirrus thought he was. My name is Tilla. I came with Riefenhart, the dwarf said with a smile on her face, jingling her keys. We'll talk a little later, we need to get you out of here first, Tilla asked when Scylla and Cirrus started asking who she was. As Tilla opened the priest's handcuffs, he couldn't help but comment on how she looked human, except for the elf ears. The only difference you noticed was the ears? Cirrus stared at her partner in confusion, accusing him of naivety, even though she had called him mature a couple of minutes ago. Stop! Who goes there? That thief's comrades have come out. came the rumble of soldiers from the corridor as the prisoners passed the stairs. Ceres didn't wait for the guards to call for backup and flew up the stairs, then knocked out the soldier with one knee to the face. The second one flew up to her from behind and was already preparing to attack. But then, out of nowhere, Tilla flew out and knocked away the soldier's weapon with her axe. Grabbing the base of his weapon, the dwarf lifted the soldier into the air as if he were a feather, and she threw him down so sharply that the poor thing plowed his nose through the stone floor. Scylla complimented his new battle friend on her strength, but she sheepishly replied that it was typical for dwarves. "Hurry up," Tilla asked, running to the window with a loaded saber. The next second, the gnome's projectile pierced the glass and flew beyond the castle walls. A bright pink flash lit up the sky above the Kelberan castle. "It seems that Tilla has successfully completed the task," the magician received the signal. "Don't tell me you were just distracting me?" Jesus was indignant, having calculated that the dungeon was located on the side where the flash had lit up. "Now I'll let off all the steam," Riefenhart laughed, asking why else he would fight at less than full strength. "Do you mean to say that you fought half-heartedly? How arrogant." The knight became angry. He took a running start and struck, but missed and struck the life-worn cobblestone instead of the magician. Riefenhart realized that this was a perfect moment to attack and aimed his fist straight at Jesus' face. And then he finished off the knight, who was already flying away, with qui bullets. "I need to turn the tide of battle," the noble knight of grime encouraged himself as he defended himself with his sword from the attack of bullets made of aura. But the red-haired warrior had no intention of giving the enemy a break, and began to strike the sword with his fists after the flow of key bullets was interrupted. Rage clouded Riefenhart's mind and filled his fists with an unprecedented amount of aura. The Demon King struck the spot where the Golden Knight had stood a second ago, causing further damage to the courtyard of the Kelberan castle. "Cry out, Eldrin," Yasis begged, still in the air and moving to attack again. The wave of magic passed the thief, but it told him where the enemy was. Riefenhart turned, looked up, and punched the Golden Knight in the chest. "I don't feel any effect," the magician thought irritably. He struck the Golden Knight a few more times and could now tell exactly what was wrong. Riefenhart took a short break to take a look around and figure out what kind of material it was. Behind his back, the magician felt a Golden Knight approaching him. However, he already knew that it was only a copy, and there were several such copies on the battlefield. He felt the presence of each clone. The magician sincerely admired his opponent's skills. Yasis showed that he was capable of more than was expected of him. "Awaken Eldrin. Illuminate all with the light of destruction." The clones of the Golden Knight cried in unison, gracefully holding the sword above their heads. "Found it!" Riefenhart ran up to the true knight, smiling in the face of his opponent. He didn't wait for the clone's destruction magic to work, so he eliminated the problem in the face of the real knight by giving him a juicy blow to the stomach. How did he figure out so quickly which of us was the real one? Jesus wondered. "I'm just a mage, dumbass. I can clearly see that your mana flow is different," thought Riefenhart. But he didn't reveal his cards to his opponent. "I don't know what kind of trick you used, but the Sword of Tennis knows no defeat," said the Golden Knight, preparing to cast the spell. "Fires, gather together and strike the enemy," Yasis commanded Eldrin's sword, and tongues of flame moved towards the thief. Riefenhart used the Vortex Guardian technique and repelled the attack. "Snow mist, envelop the earth!" Yasis screamed, releasing ice spells from his sword. The magician, without thinking twice, also repelled the attack with a Vortex Guard. "Wind, become arrows!" the Golden Knight shouted in rage, directing air arrows towards the thief. "The Whirlwind Guardian has come to the aid of its master again. Lord of Winter, descend to earth." Yasis tried again to reach the red-haired warrior with ice, but he again repelled the attack with a Whirlwind Guard. When the Golden Knight directed a poisonous breath technique at the mage, the Vortex Guard did not fail either. The knight was already beginning to feel as if the thief was making fun of him. What kind of skill is this that allows you to dispel all types of magical attacks, regardless of the attribute? Yasis was indignant, and if he had listened more closely, he would have realized that it was a Vortex Guard. But the main knight did not know that not all owners of the aura are able to use the Vortex Guard. And it is not because of its complexity, but rather the opposite, because it is absurdly easy to use. Most aura masters cover their entire body with it to strengthen it. But when the aura covers you completely, it cannot circulate, because if you try to resume circulation, the body will simply burst. Only the followers of the indestructible rocking chair with their steel bodies are able to withstand such a situation. But for the effect, it is necessary to release a huge amount of aura. "Who is the villain behind you?" the knight asked, giving up on his attempts to attack with spells. "Your subordinate," Riffenhart pointed to the soldier standing behind him. "Stop making faces and answer for who's behind this," Jesus growled furiously. "Open your eyes, Eldrad. Awaken Eldrin." He begged the sword for the greatest favor. And at that moment, even his armor seemed to change. The helmet became more like a skull with a menacing grin. "Give me the power to destroy everything in my path. Light of Eldril." The heir of Tennis called out to the forces of his kind and rushed straight at the thief. "Now this won't be easy. I should use my best skill," thought Riffenhart, and got into a fighting stance. The light enveloped both opponents, but behind Jesus it blazed as if the sun was setting right in the courtyard of this castle. The red-haired warrior was gathering mana for the Horn of Disaster technique. The Golden Knight was not going to admit defeat under any circumstances, and his passion had already turned into a crazy obsession. Riefenhart, in turn, like his mentor, did not find the word surrender in his dictionary. The four-stage Horn of Disaster against the light of the Eldril is truly a stunning sight for spectators. If they could see anything in that one huge flash. The cobblestones flew away from this castle, free from the constant and incessant explosions. The owner of the indestructible rocking technique struck the opponent's holy sword. The armor left the knight for a couple of seconds, flying into pieces and leaving his back completely defenseless. What kind of skill is this? Jesus stared at the thief in confusion, not noticing that his helmet was also falling apart. Riffenhart struck his sword again. The aura seemed to be a tornado, and it swirled around the participants of the battle. "Damn, he broke through my defense," the knight remarked, as his helmet flew off completely and the gold fell off the rest of his body in pieces. "It seems like he's layering aura on his fist to cause repeated explosions," the no longer so golden knight reasoned. "These explosions are like a boulder falling into the water," Jesus imagined. "But what's worse is that it creates a whirlpool that sucks in everything around it." The knight was horrified, realizing that this was how the thief had broken through his defense. "He only has one explosion left. I can't lose like this." Jesus resisted his fate. Riffenhart's next blow did not hit the sword, but straight into the knight's chest. A whirlwind of aura picked up the remaining cobblestones, and for a couple of seconds created a stone corridor around the fighters. And then Riefenhart hit his opponent again in his now bare chest without armor. The warrior was still standing with his hand outstretched, as the former Golden Knight flew to the other side of the courtyard. Jesus crashed into the stone walls with his unprotected back, breaking through the bricks. Riffenhart cheered as he surveyed the destruction, feeling no pity for the Kelber enslavers and their defenders who held his friends. When the dust from the explosion settled, the mage saw that it was Eldrin's sword that had fallen. The magician realized that it was too early to relax. If the sword was in order, the battle could continue. The soldiers were in complete shock. They did not believe that their commander could lose to anyone in this life. However, here lies their Golden Knight in the wreckage of his own armor, and in front of him is the very damaged sword Eldrin. The magic that maintains Eldrad's armor is in the sword, and since the sword is in good condition, even though it's scratched, I suppose the armor will soon be restored, Riefenhart reasoned, heading towards the sword. "He's trying to steal Eldrin," one of the soldiers shouted as the mage pulled the sword from the rubble. "I'm sorry, the artifact I stole was very important to me, so I caused trouble." Riefenhart apologized to Sir Lot and handed him Eldrin. "What? So he didn't do it out of greed?" The knight was surprised. The magician wanted to steal Eldrin and give it to Cirrus, but decided that it would be better to give her the divine sword of the light of the Messiah, so he was about to leave. "Don't move," someone said behind Riffenhart. "It's not over yet. Tennis's sword still stands before you," Russ commanded furiously. "What are you doing, boy?" the commander yelled, while Russ tried to explain that he was also an heir to the Tennis family and wanted to fight. "I will definitely renounce you. I will renounce you at any cost," Sir Lot muttered through his teeth. But Ras could not be stopped. He raised his sword above his head and was already rushing towards the retreating Riefenhart. He's only trained in a downward strike, so there's no point in even paying attention to him. The magician mentally assessed the newly minted heir of Tennis. Blue flashes cut through the air, echoing the movements of the sword. Russ's eyes seemed to have turned blue as well, or they were simply reflecting the aura that enveloped the sword. Riffenhart's eyes widened in surprise. He had not expected this turn of events. Tennis's heir sent a wave of aura towards the red-haired warrior, who was so surprised that he didn't have time to put up his shield. Riffenhart heard a dripping sound and realized it was his blood. He was able to wound a body that can withstand most blades. The magician looked at the cut on his abs in surprise. While the knights were wondering what had happened to Russ, Riffenhart had already realized that the boy had charged his sword with aura. The color of the aura looked painfully familiar to the magician. A pure blue aura reminiscent of the heavens enveloped Russ's weapon. The image of the hero who tried to kill him in the past involuntarily appeared in the Demon King's mind. "The holy sword Cyrus?" the magician exclaimed in surprise, and the boy immediately asked how the thief knew his real name. Riffenhart remembered from his past life that Cyrus von Tennis received his name when he was knighted. But because no one recognized him as a knight, everyone called him by the name his mother, who had no family, gave him at birth. How could I not recognize him right away? I knew he was Tennis, the magician reproached himself. Now the Tennis family is known only for the Golden Knight. But in 30 years, everything will be different. Russ will become a marquis and cleanse the family of swordsmen from shame, whose techniques were forgotten because of the magic armor. In the original time of the magician, the Golden Knight has long been forgotten. "How do you know my real name, and what kind of holy sword is this?" the boy asked, embarrassed, but still continued asking questions. "Oh, I mistook you for someone else," Riffenhart waved him off. The emotions on Russ's face were instantly visible, and the magician realized that the guy was now upset. "The Cyrus from my past life was a heartless and indifferent person," the magician remembered and smiled, whispering to himself that perhaps people were capable of changing. The boy did not share his smile and was already rushing towards the thief in an attempt to attack, a sword above his head, his expression as furious as that of his golden-haired brother. Riefenhart managed to put up a defensive aura so as not to cause any more damage to his body. He looked at the boy in surprise, expecting him to fly away from the collision, but the guy stood on his feet. It was as if ice and fire had come together. Two auras, blue and fiery. Riefenhart put aura into his fist and prepared for a powerful blow. Blood flew out of Russ's mouth as the mage's fist slammed into his stomach. But instead of passing out, the boy roared menacingly. An aura enveloped the entire area around the black-haired boy, shielding him from Riefenhart. The mage realized that Russ had used his aura to reduce the impact of the blow and praised him for handling his aura well, despite only awakening it. While Tennis's air was destroying everything around him in an attempt to reach the enemy, his former comrades decided to retreat, realizing that in this battle they were only getting in the way. A wave of panic began to slowly wash over Riefenhart. The magician could not predict his opponent's chaotic attacks. All fighting techniques come from some established theoretical base. Countless people work on creating fighting methods. Even Gerard passed on the training of indestructible fighting, using at least some system. Russ always fought like a wild animal. His movements had no specific pattern. Logically, he should be damn easy to fight, but he executes all his moves with the proper force, and Riefenhart simply can't find the right moment to counterattack. The guy only swings his sword left and right, but his defense remains impenetrable. It's not for nothing that they apparently called him the Saint of the Sword. Such geniuses are born once in 100 years, the magician reasoned. "It was at his hands that my faithful comrade and friend fell," Riefenhart recalled. "These filthy orcs are no match for my sword." He hears the holy sword of Cyrus answer the question of whether they have defeated the 4 heavenly kings. "Do you mean to tell me that the great and brave orc warrior Tashid is dead?" The Demon King recalls his rage and promises his friend revenge. With one blow, Riefenhart knocks the aura out of the boy's sword. The mage absorbs all available mana, preparing for the decisive blow. "I am the sword of Tennis!" Russ screams furiously. The Demon King notices that Tennis's heir is preparing to use a downward strike. The determination is commendable, but Riefenhart already knows that this man is destined to become his sworn enemy once again. "I'll kill him right here and now." The magician turns on the destruction mode. He delivers a crushing blow, knocking the spirit out of his opponent, hoping to reverse the most terrible fate right here and now. "I am glad that we had the chance to meet so soon. Farewell," is the funeral eulogy for the holy sword Cyrus from his sworn enemy Riefenhart. The guy flies a good couple of meters away, accompanied by a broken brick of his native castle. Riefenhart is practically blinded by the blinding light of his own aura. The whirlwind of the blow gradually dissipates, and he sees the guy lying on the cobblestones. Fiery tongues of aura lick the owner and emphasize the fury of the moment. But a second later, Riefenhart hears wheezing and the sounds of moving armor. Russ tries to stand up, leaning on his sword, saying that Tennis's sword never gives up. "Cyrus," the Demon King whispers through his teeth, dissatisfied with this outcome. This attack was supposed to kill the boy, because unlike the fight with Jesus and the others, for the first time, Riefenhart really wanted to kill. But the guy still managed to survive, and he even got back on his feet, although he should have been lying there as a lifeless corpse. Finish him off? Riefenhart asks himself. He definitely wants to. But some voice inside tells him that he shouldn't do this, perhaps because he has not yet committed any atrocities. but there is always the possibility that he will kill someone close to the magician. On the other hand, the orc warrior Tashid is still alive in this time period, the mage thought, and my friend would be very angry if I dared to take such a revenge away from him. Riefenhart understood the roots of his doubt. He certainly wouldn't like that, Riefenhart said through gritted teeth. I will spare you, he said to Russ without turning around. Live and become much stronger, the magician continued, despite his opponent's confusion. For the sake of my friend Tashid, Riefenhart finally dared to look at the future holy sword of Cyrus, and thought that all that was required of him was to create an arena for the fight between these two. In the magician's past life, Tashid and Cyrus fought countless times, and it made each of them stronger. Perhaps it was thanks to Ras that Tashid was able to gain the power of a great warrior. And if Riefenhart killed him now, he could destroy Tashid's future. That's right. It's Tashid who should kill this man, thought the magician, and headed towards the exit of the castle without turning around to look at the surprised people. The knights' faces were filled with amazement and relief, because no one except Ras wanted to fight the red-haired warrior. The future holy sword couldn't hide his disappointment. His lip began to tremble as if he was going to cry in a second. But he did not cry, but screamed furiously, frightening Sir Lot and several other knights standing near him. Russ swung his sword and struck with all his might at the miraculously intact paving stones in the middle of the square. A wave of aura raised dust and scattered stones around, protecting the owner from prying eyes and giving him the opportunity to let his tears out. Let's leave the unfortunate Kelberin court and move to the snowy forest, where you can hear the unfrozen river playing with the shore. Riefenhart, you're back! Exclaimed the dwarf Tilla, seeing the red-haired giant in the middle of the forest. First of all, the magician had to apologize to his comrades, especially to Sillin, who kept whining that he didn't want to get involved with things that would lead to imprisonment. Everything is fine, but Cirrus is an elf. Did you really not even think that something bad could happen to her? The priest poured kerosene on the fire of Riefenhart's shame. Cirrus, are you okay? They didn't do anything to you, did they? The magician immediately became alarmed, but the elf convinced him that they were treated even better than she could have imagined. Did you find what you were looking for? Cirrus asked. Riefenhart answered affirmatively and took out the voice of Aleutian to show his comrades, though he immediately regretted it later, because Sillin began to bombard him with questions about how the device worked. The magician decided to get away from the topic, muttering that he himself didn't know, because the master of the fighting clan simply asked to bring this box. And besides, it was time to move away from the Kelberin's castle. What our travelers did not know was that the knights, who had stood aside during the fight with the mighty red-haired warrior, were forced to repair the castle walls and restore the inner courtyard, where most of the fighting took place. I saw it all with my own eyes, were the words heard from the knights exchanging gossip. The Order of the Knights of Tennis finally has an aura owner. The whisper of these words echoed off the ruined walls. Everyone's talking about Russ, Jesus muttered, confused. Did he really become the owner of an aura? The Golden Knight tried to put together the pieces of gossip. How did some filthy bitch's bastard get such power? He quickly turned into anger. Yesus's father always loved Russ and expressed it quite openly, and the elders always praised the Golden Knight in his presence. But behind his back, they complained about the lack of an aura owner in the family. The very presence of the owner of the aura in the family can dramatically increase its status. But what about me? Jesus seemed to realize that he was afraid for his future in the shadow of his brother, the owner of the aura, albeit a bastard. The Sword of Tennis, the knight mockingly mimicked Ras, and his gaze fell on the golden armor that glowed in the rays of the setting sun. The golden armor and sword looked very bad, but an aura was moving around them, helping the weapons to recover. I am the Sword of Tennis, Jesus said solemnly, taking the golden sword Eldrin in his hands. Russ, meanwhile, was enjoying the sunset, standing on a mountain with a stunning view. It seemed like he had only awakened his aura, but the whole world seemed to have changed. Although Russ understood that he was not yet strong enough and that he would have to put in a lot of effort to reach the level of a red-haired warrior. This is just the beginning. Soon I will become the real Sword of Tennis. Russ could not hide his excitement and smiled to himself. You're too cheerful for a loser, Jesus chuckled, surprising the owner of the aura with his appearance. I heard you awakened your aura. Maybe you could demonstrate it? The fair-haired knight egged his brother on. Russ didn't catch the mockery in Yesus's words and happily showed him how the aura worked. For a few seconds, they both froze, admiring the blue flames that were emitted by Ras's sword. How beautiful, was all Jesus could say. Russ was glad that his brother finally acknowledged him. I have been recognized by the Sword of Tennis itself. the voice in the head of the black-haired boy exclaimed when his body felt that something was wrong. Eldrin's golden sword pierced Rass's armor, aiming for his heart. "Why?" the owner of the aura asked his brother as he looked straight into Russ's face without regret in his eyes. "My sword must shudder and wring from the blood of enemies," Jesus screamed passionately. It only dawned on Cyrus's holy sword that his brother was indeed trying to kill him. A cloud of dust and rock flew up as the black-haired knight released an aura for his own safety. "I cannot recognize the sword of tennis as the bastard of some dirty slut," the Golden Knight said arrogantly, swinging for another blow. Russ held Eldrin back with his own sword, preventing his brother from making another strike. Jesus thought that something exploded in the castle and he was distracted, thinking that the red-haired warrior had carried out another attack. At that moment, Russ took a step back and flew down the mountain with his sword. Jesus' face was frozen in fear, and a dirty curse escaped his lips. He saw his bastard brother fall into the water. There are thousands of legends in which a man who has been betrayed falls into a river, survives, and returns to seek revenge. So Jesus decided to prepare for such an outcome in advance. "Sir Jesus, what is happening?" the soldiers cried out as they saw their golden knight sitting at the edge of the mountain with Eldrin, covered in blood. "It was Russ. He ambushed me, trying to get the place of the patriarch." The heir of the tennis family accused the bastard. Naturally, it didn't take long for the knights to start complaining that nothing else could be expected from a mudblood. When the knights asked where the offender had gone, the Golden Knight explained that he had wounded him in the stomach, but he had managed to fall into the river. "Now I shouldn't have any problems even if he manages to survive," Jesus rejoiced inwardly. "Find him. He cannot have gone far," commanded Sir Lot, sending out a detachment to search for the offender of the golden sword. "That's why connections matter, brother," Jesus smirked. The sun set, and night covered the kingdom of Kelbrin with a dark blanket, as did the snowy mountains nearby. A group of brave travelers walked through the dense forest, with a half-naked Reifenhardt at their head. The elf asked the magician how he met Tilla, and was very surprised when she learned that the gnomes saved the man. "Their priest said that I was destined to save the dwarf race," Reifen boasted sheepishly. "It's true. Reifenhardt is a savior who was sent to us by the deity itself. That's why I'm helping." Tilla, who had overheard the conversation from the very beginning, responded to Cyrus's doubts. Scylla was surprised that the dwarves had gods and priests, to which Tilla muttered something disappointedly about how people found it hard to believe that a race for slavery could have its own interests and even a religion. "Isn't Alpot an evil deity?" the priest playfully asked Riffenhardt when he learned who exactly the dwarves worshipped. The magician knew that among the 12 gods there were 2 little-known deities, Eldia, the goddess of the elves, and Alpot, the god of the dwarves. Alpot was known as an evil deity, but no one can tell why he is called that, not even Scylla, although he tries to act like a know-it-all. "Mr. Riffenhardt, look there," the elf shouted, pointing to the river. "I may be wrong, but it looks like a person." Cyrus stopped and looked at the water more closely. In the middle of the icy waters there really was a body lying there, wearing a green knight's uniform and with dark hair. The company of travelers did not leave the poor fellow in the water, and while Scylla treated the boy, Riffenhardt tried to understand what Cyrus was doing here and why he had a sword wound. When the priest asked whether the red-haired warrior knew the boy, Reifen answered evasively. "Could it be that this is a continuation of the priest's prophecy?" the magician asked himself. The wheels of the cart stumbled over the snow-covered rocks, giving the passenger inside a healing jolt. After another rock in the road, Russ finally opened his eyes. The owner of the aura sat down and looked around, realizing that he was in a carriage. A couple of minutes later, Russ remembered his brother's treacherous blow. Jesus is too strong, and the black-haired knight is unable to resist him, although he did everything possible not to disgrace his brother. How naive Russ was to think that if he gained enough experience, the Golden Knight would recognize him. Cyrus laughed nervously, realizing that his expectations had been dashed to ashes. "Are you awake? How are you feeling?" Riefenhardt asked as the boy stepped out of the wagon and into the scent of the fire. "Did you save me?" Russ asked back, unable to take his eyes off the food being prepared. "Yes, your body was floating down the river in a half-dead state," the magician admitted. The young man then learned that they were now in the kingdom of Wade, and 3 days had passed since the incident at Kelbrin Castle. "We were originally going to stop at a tavern where a healer could take care of you, but Scylla insisted that the wounds were too deep and you needed professional care," Riffenhardt informed the boy, and Scylla added that if Russ didn't have an aura, his help would be powerless. "It seems that it was your aura that helped you avoid a fatal wound," the priest concluded, confirming in Russ's mind the fact that his brother had deliberately wanted to kill him. I'm not implying anything, but we actually saved you. Can't you force yourself to thank us? We even took a cart for you. Riefenhart shamed the boy, who immediately showered him with gratitude. But anyway, it wasn't me who paid for the cart, thanks Solana, Riefen immediately translated, without mentioning that he himself didn't have a penny. It will be to our advantage if the future Holy Swordsman ends up in our debt. Even if he becomes our enemy, he definitely won't want to kill his saviors, the magician triumphed. When Ras was asked if he needed money to get back to the castle, it was the knight's turn to tell about what his new comrades had missed. The smoke from the fire rose high into the mountains, diluting the night coolness with its heat. I am more than sure that I have already been exposed as a traitor who attacked the heir, Tennis's bastard concluded his story. In Riefenhart's past life, Cyrus awakened his aura and held an official duel for the title of heir, meaning history changed its course once again. The red-haired warrior's question about what the exiled knight was going to do left Russ stumped, and he looked to the skies for an answer. If I go back to Tennis County, everyone will think I'm a traitor, he thought sadly. If I won't be a burden, let me join your group, the boy said out loud, causing Riefenhart to choke on his stew. You are my savior. I must repay you somehow, but my family has disowned me. And the only way I can repay is with my body, Russ continued, while the entire company stared at him with bulging eyes. Riefenhart tried to brush off his former enemy, saying that he shouldn't take his salvation so seriously, but the boy enthusiastically said that he had awakened his aura only thanks to the red-haired warrior and wanted to become stronger by learning from him. But you don't even know who I am, the mage tried to dissuade him again. But Russ insisted that it was enough for him to know that Riefenhart had studied with Gerard. In his past life as the Demon King, Cyrus wandered the world in search of other aura users to become stronger. But now, as a traitor, he will not be able to do so. I swear allegiance to you until such time as I deem myself strong enough, Russ said solemnly. Two personalities were fighting inside Riefenhart, the old him, who could not forgive Cyrus for killing Tashid, and the new mage, who had the opportunity to take under his wing one of the most talented swordsmen on Earth. An enemy who became an ally is not bad at all. The magician would not mind doing such a trick with the rest of the heroes. The hero Alex and the priestess Elin most likely haven't been born yet. We're leaving Tesron out of the equation, so that leaves only the light mage Jade, the Demon King reasoned. But this bastard is too cunning. I wouldn't take him even if he crawled on his knees. The magician flared up with rage, remembering that it was Jade who killed Cyrus, and claimed that she was not his equal. No need to swear allegiance, but I wouldn't mind if you joined, the red-haired warrior encouraged Ras. Can I call you Big Brother? How old are you? Russ asked happily. I'm 27, Riefenhart answered, and learned that the black-haired boy was only 23. We'll leave the elf's surprised exclamations behind the scenes. The Dark Night covered not only the mountain peaks but also the Kelberin Castle. In one of the halls of the palace, a golden knight was kneeling and apologizing to the Silver Sage. I am disappointed because you had all the information you needed in your hands, said the sage. Nothing supernatural was required of you. Could my request really be so impossible to fulfill? He continued. Or is the Golden Knight of the Kingdom of Grime incapable of anything? The Silver Sage pressed on the sore spot. Sorry, Jesus mumbled again, forced to listen to all these insults. I admit my guilt, but please spare my family. They have nothing to do with this. The Golden Knight of Grima understood that if a mage was powerful enough to send his image through space, then he might be capable of things that Jesus could not even imagine. With your actions, you have put the future of the Tennis family at risk, the Silver Sage continued to scold, ignoring the endless words of apology from Yasis. The image of the Silver Sage dissolved into the air as a purple haze, leaving the Golden Knight Grime to wonder about his future fate. They managed to screw up even with my help. There was no point in relying on an immature sword mage, the mage muttered under his breath while holding the purple sphere in his hands. Duke Illinard wishes to see you. The servants conveyed the message to him as soon as they learned that business was finished. Greetings, Sage Reston, the Duke greeted the magician when he entered his room. I wanted to know for what purpose you use the seal, Illinard asked the sage. You are truly an amazing person, the Duke continued, without waiting for an answer. In all of our history, no one has ever managed to awaken an aura at the age of 20. And on top of that, your gift of prediction has helped in the defense of humanity more than once. That is why, despite your young age, you were recommended to be a Silver Sage, and we approved your candidacy, as we are convinced that you are worthy of this title, Illinard praised Reston. I am well aware that the reason I was accepted as a sage is not because of my current abilities, but because of the value I will have in the future, and I apologize for that," the magician said. The Duke looked at Reston carefully and assured him that the council would not take disciplinary action for using the seal this time, as it had not led to any serious consequences, but advised him to remember his position. "You may go, Sage Reston," Illinard concluded wearily. Doubt crossed the Duke's face for a moment. "Oh no, you're Tesron," Illinard corrected himself. "Let's give you a minute to recover from the turning point, and remind you who the Silver Sages are. They are the protectors of humanity, a secret order that rules the continent from the shadows. Their power is so great that they are able to influence the destinies of entire nations. The main problem for Tesron, the former king of martial arts, was that he was still at the very bottom of the hierarchy. The demon king who held the entire world in fear, comparable in intelligence to an archmage, he was reborn in the mortal world, having at his disposal a body of steel, who was able to restrain him," Tesron thought. "Aleutian's voice is a great loss, and now the mage must stop it before Reifenhart regains his powers. But we still have hope, because no matter how trained Reifenhart's body is, without my brains, it will not be easy for him to regain the magic he had in his prime," Tesron concluded, realizing that he needed to be stronger in any case. Aleutian's voice and similar items are what Jade said helped the Demon King gain his power, so he needs to be stopped before he gets his hands on the artifacts. "Wait for me, Demon King Reifenhart," Tesron sent threats into the universe. Meanwhile, a cart was moving through the snowy forest. The elf and the dwarf chatted, not noticing Sillin, who sat between them and made displeased faces. "What an interesting group," Russ marveled at the sight as he walked alongside the cart, sword at the ready. "Our heroes immediately seemed strange to the Holy Sword, because the tasks that could be entrusted to the elven slave were distributed among themselves using a lottery, in which, by the way, Reifenhart lost. Senior, why did you decide to do this yourself instead of giving the order to the slaves?" the knight asked, catching up with the red-haired warrior, who was heading with the plates to the river. "Some may consider them slaves, but not me." Reifenhart looked tenderly at the group remaining by the fire. "For me, they are dear comrades, and so it will be. I'll understand if after my words you want to leave the group." The mage made another attempt to drive the swordsman away, but Russ had already rolled up his sleeves and started helping his older comrade wash the dishes, thinking that no matter how strange Reifenhart was, he had sworn allegiance to him and would not leave until he achieved perfection with his sword. Until then, Russ will pretend that the red-haired warrior is a lord, and that he, as a loyal knight, must carry out the nobleman's orders. "I wonder what he's doing there now," the swordsman thought, looking at the cart. What was happening inside did not resemble meditation for enlightenment. Reifenhart restored his mana and tried to turn on Aleutian's voice. Stage 1 test. Newbie was announced by a glowing box that instantly became a Rubik's Cube. A second later, the red-haired warrior himself was standing inside a purple cube, which consisted either of aura or of magic itself. The magician didn't like this design of the box, so he decided to change the landscape a little. "That's better," Reifenhart said happily as he saw purple change to blue and busty girls appear around him. "The Silver Age is truly a blessed era," the magician rejoiced, allowing the girls to root for him in the upcoming test. "Welcome to the magical rhythm," said Aleutian's voice, and immediately, multicolored plates began to rain down on the magician. "Wind, become my bullets and strike down my enemies," Reifenhart recited the spell. The air bullets flew right on target, knocking down the tiles before they hit the ground. "Gather, blazing flame, fiery arrow," the magician prepared for a new spell. "Oh my god, what do I see? Is that all you can do? No way!" The girls insulted Reifenhart in the ancient language as the tiles became more numerous, and he could barely knock them down. "I missed 3 whole ones. Is it really that hard?" a group of fans wailed, not paying attention to the hundreds of tiles that had been knocked down before. "Congratulations," Aleutian's voice announced, and the test was over, giving the girls cause to rejoice and say how they had always believed that Reifenhart could do it. It seems that all this happened only in the hero's head, because if we looked into the cart, we would see a red-haired warrior with a cube in his hands and his eyes closed. In fact, Aleutian's voice is an educational magic game that was used in the Silver Age. In this game, you can choose different landscapes, whether it is a casino, a school, a park, etc. Rhythmic music and a cheering crowd of beautiful girls, coupled with a system that gives points for completing certain stages, gives a sense of achievement. In addition to increasing the user's morale, this artifact enhances his magical skills, Riffenhart looked at the box and wondered what tricks had to be used in the Silver Age to force people to increase their magical level. With this box, even with Tesron's intelligence, I can restore a significant part of my abilities. The magician admired the artifact, but he understood that it still couldn't compare to his intelligence. "Mr. Riffenhart, look!" Sillin called to the red-haired warrior, and he looked out of the cart. The heroes looked at Strazand, which was visible in the distance. The horses pulled the cart slowly, giving our company the opportunity to admire the surrounding landscape and the magnificent sunset. Strazand is a strategic and commercial center where the northern trade routes converge. Information from the trade union, sign here. A messenger handed Riffenhart papers when the mage decided to visit one of Tauban's branches. "Finally, I will be able to find out information about my body," the magician rejoiced. At 16, he went mad from an unknown mental illness. He claimed that he was Tesron, not Riefenhart. The joy faded after the first sentence was read. Now Riefenhart knew for sure that the first King Tesron had also been reborn in this era. "He took over my body, and I took over his," the magician thought, and lamented out loud that he had hoped that this would never happen. The papers also said that Tesron left the magical Tower of Delphi at the age of 20, after which no one heard anything about him. Riefenhart was surprised, because in his past life he managed to become a magician only at 30, because the top of the tower simply did not allow him to leave it. "Are we leaving Strazand yet?" Russ called out to the red-haired warrior, confused, as he headed for the exit. "We need to get ready. We'll leave tomorrow morning," Riffenhart replied, playing with the fire magic in his palm and wondering where he could get a bounty hunter from Tauban to find out more about Tesron. "By the way, maybe it's time to tell them about our true destination," the magician thought, seeing Cyrus's confused face. The travelers stopped at a fine tavern and had heart-to-heart conversations over dinner. "At first I thought Rifen was just a village idiot, but then he took off his shirt and finished off that demon. My god, that was so cool," Sillin said admiringly about the exploits of his senior comrade. "Wow, I expected nothing less from him, hiding his true power in his style. So modest," Russ continued admiringly. But the priest immediately cut him off, stating that Rifen had a reason for hiding his powers. "What should I do? Can I take Sillin and Ras to the Great Forge?" Riefenhart wondered, ignoring the odes to his honor. "Guys, I need to talk to you," the red-haired warrior interrupted the lively conversation, and everyone stared at him. "We're not actually heading for a relic of the Silver Age," the magician said, once again convincing himself that his decision was correct, because these people were his friends. "So we're not going to the Settlard Mountains?" Ras asked, but Rifen replied that they were. "Before I reveal our endpoint, I want to share with you my goal and dream," Riefenhart said. "I do not consider elves, dwarves, and orcs slaves," the magician stated, "and I want everyone to share this opinion," he said, not so confidently, looking at the faces of Sillin and Russ, who were perplexed. "My dream and life's goal is to create a world where all races will be free from slavery." Riefenhart gathered his strength and finished his speech powerfully. It seemed that all his friends were in a bit of shock, except for the gnome, who looked at him with obvious approval and adoration. "Master, I don't understand. That is, you are going to release the elves and dwarves to freedom?" Russ stammered. "They are no different from people. They have reason and feelings," the magician replied, asking not to talk about these races as animals. While the knight was in confusion, Sillin asked Riefenhart if he was really going to change the world. "And you won't limit yourself to freeing all the slaves, right?" the priest asked, having received an affirmative answer to the previous question. And again the red-haired warrior assured him that they wouldn't stop there. "Being ready to make my dream come true, even if the whole world turns against me. I will ask you a question. Will you really continue this journey with me?" Riefenhart insistently concluded the discussion. "Of course." He immediately received the answer from the red-haired priest. "It's not that I completely agree with his goal. As far as I'm concerned, it's hardly feasible, but, as he said, I also don't understand why everyone treats you like slaves," Sillin responded to Cyrus's silent incomprehension. "Moreover, you don't often meet such talented guys," the priest flattered the team leader. "Besides, elves, dwarves, and orcs are divided into two sexes, just like humans, and I must instill the love of Philinense into the hearts of each of them," Sillin began in a fiery speech. "I will go down in history as the first person to convert another race to his faith," the priest dreamed. Riefenhart warned Sillin that people might hate him, because for the sake of slaves it might be necessary to attack noble persons, and this is a crime. But the priest agreed to all necessary measures and to turn a blind eye to the murders if necessary. "Honestly, I don't understand what you're talking about. But I swore allegiance, which means your path is my path. Russ supported Sillin in his desire to join Reifenhart. The most important thing is to keep our plan a secret, for the subject of further discussion will be completely confidential, said the magician, accepting the words of a true knight. We are heading to the Great Forge, where the Temple of Alpot is located, the god worshipped by the dwarves. The mage finally revealed his destination. In the Settlard Mountains among the ice floes, the wind howled. "Dear Earth, please share your strength with me," the gnome exclaimed, rushing into the attack. The huge, scary monster was bleeding after meeting little Tilla. How dare a filthy creature raise a hand against a man blessed by Sayer himself? Ras asked the ogre, striking with a sword shining with aura. Riffenhart looked at his partners and realized that some ogres were definitely no match for this super squad. Fury's feathers flew in all directions from the attacks of our heroes. The three-headed Hydra died before it could harm any of the travelers. The bear, which had gone wild and had also attacked the heroes, was also neutralized. Riffenhart looked at his opponent in surprise, who had fallen with one blow. It turns out that werewolves aren't particularly useful against aura-based enemies either. The magician told his comrades that the temple was built here because the place was teeming with monsters, and therefore no outsiders would be able to get close to the shrine. Are gnomes really capable of surviving in such conditions? I don't believe you. Russ was indignant, trying to catch his breath. Just follow me and you'll see, Riefenhart replied, hitting the monster flying up behind him with a chi bullet without looking. But instead of dying, the griffin created a clone of himself. These are not ordinary griffins, but phantoms. We need to find the original, the magician realized, and asked Ras to cover him while he worked magic. Mirror of Truth, show your light. Reifenhart cast the illusion-dispelling spell and created a vortex of green mist around himself. Glowing balls formed from the smoke and flew towards each of the griffins, destroying them one by one. I can't get used to the fact that he's also a magician, Russ told Sillin, and he was surprised at how much his comrades' magical abilities had grown in recent times. What are you standing there for? I'm running out of mana, Riffenhart shouted, confirming the priest's further words that no matter how great the power, it won't last long. He's so cute sometimes, the elf remarked, and asked Tilla how much longer they had to go. When Russ overheard that the journey usually took 2 weeks, he began to panic. But Riffenhart calmed him down and said that he knew a shortcut. We'll cut it a bit. The rest of the way will only take a day, so chin up, the magician encouraged the travelers, ignoring the dwarf's slack jaw. The next day, the detachment walked in the middle of mountains on which the snow had frozen, imitating a waterfall. We're here, Riefenhart exclaimed, pointing to a small opening in the mountain opposite. These are the ancient ruins of Damon, the red-haired warrior told Russ when he tried to guess where they were. How did you find out about the shortcut? The elf asked the magician suspiciously, but he, as usual, replied that he had simply heard it somewhere out of the corner of his ear. Ceres tried to understand what Riffenhart was like and what he was thinking about in general, but it was all in vain. What does he think of me? The elf asked herself, trying to read the expression on the mage's face, but most of all she was interested in what she thought of him. I'll go ahead, someone cover my back, Russ announced, looking into the cave. We're going the wrong way, Riffenhart said slyly, opening what looked like an archway at the side of the cave. My master came across this entrance in his youth, and it was he who told me about it, the magician mumbled, under Ceres's suspicious gaze. Damn. I use that excuse every time she gets suspicious, Riffenhart chided himself. Yeah, I heard about it. And he knows the ruins inside and out, of course. It feels like he's been here personally, the attentive elf noted. Well, shall we go? The red-haired warrior turned to his team, standing at the open door where the gilded arch used to be. Travelers were amazed at what the Great Forge looked like from the inside. The ancient language of Hawkril, how I missed it. The magician touched the raised letters carved on the plates in the wall, and then he hit the aura right in the center of the plate, which he had so gently run his hand over before. A bright light was pouring out from the gap in the plate. For a moment, Riffenhart felt as if he had gone blind. Everything was so bright that other colors ceased to exist. The same fate befell his comrades. Tilla came to her senses faster than anyone else and made out a bright hall in the passage in the wall. After waiting for their vision to return, the entire gang walked through the opening in the wall and found themselves in the center of the Great Forge Hall. Statues of great warriors from the dwarven race decorated the hall. The travelers looked at the temple from the bottom up and from the top down, trying to comprehend the full magnificence of the moment. Riffenhart even smiled when he heard Sillin and Russ agree that the creations of the Silver Age were something beyond comprehension. Reifen, was it us who broke that thing? Sillin asked innocently, pointing to the plate that the mage had destroyed. "Everything is fine, at the altar," the Demon King began, but did not finish, realizing that he had done something bad again. "I came to the Great Forge following memories from a past life," the magician thought, turning pale. That time, part of the temple was damaged, but it didn't cause any problems because at that time, Alpat had already announced his prophecy. But what will happen now? Ryfin panicked, not understanding how much of the past and future he had already changed. "The temple is destroyed. We are under attack," the temple guardians shouted in the Dwarven language, setting their weapons to lethal mode. Considering that Alpat's prophecy has changed dramatically, the dwarves will definitely get it wrong. Riffenhart was horrified as he watched the dwarven soldiers begin to gather on the balconies of the hall. The entire group looked at their leader, each with different emotions, but definitely making the mage sweat and get nervous. "Aim!" the dwarf shouted, giving the order to all the crossbowmen. "Why do gnomes always rush to conclusions? They just saw us and are already trying to kill us." Sillin was indignant, hiding behind the fragments of the sacred gnome tile along with the others. "Did you think they would offer us tea? Not only did we invade their home, we also tore down the wall," Riffenhart yelled at Sillin's whining. But when he asked why the wall had to be torn down, the mage had no answer. The gnomes looked terribly furious, but in principle they could be understood after all. Their home was under attack. "Inferior beings, how dare you attack humans?" Cyrus shouted passionately, charging his sword with aura. "Russ, stop!" Riefenhart commanded, and the boys stopped in confusion. "Listen, we come in peace," the magician said in the Dwarven language, leaving the shelter and raising his hands up as a sign of defenselessness. The next moment, a dozen arrows hit his chest, and a couple of seconds later, several dozen arrows and spears were trying to pierce Riffenhart's body. "O sons of the earth, capable of hearing the voice of truth, we are not your enemies." The magician tried once again to reach the dwarves while they were reloading their guns. Riffenhart knew that the gnomes were walking lie detectors, and they could immediately tell if he was telling the truth. "A man dares to say that he is not our enemy?" One of the gnomes chuckled. "Well, if you're not an enemy, then who are you and what are you doing here?" he asked the red-haired warrior. "I am your savior, the man spoken of in the Alpat prophecy," Riffenhart shouted, knowing how humiliating his speech would sound. "How can you say such nonsense with such confidence? Even I feel a little ashamed," Sillin muttered, and the mage immediately snapped at him. "Following the instructions of the Steelhammer tribe, I have come here to meet with High Priest Mashelin," Riefenhart said, putting on as much confidence as possible. "Oh, savior! Finally, we've been waiting for you!" "Oh my god, why didn't you just come in through the main entrance?" The elves cried out in delight as they ran to meet their savior. Soon the dwarves surrounded Riffenhart, and he stood among them with his hands raised like a totem. The Great Forge is an entire city located 30 meters below the Settlard Mountains. The city is 2 kilometers long and 30 to 50 meters deep. This huge cave has its own hot spring, and the geothermal stones that litter the vault emit light and warmth. The dwarf who first took the initiative to listen to Riffenhart gave the travelers a tour of the dwarven city. Russ was outraged that with the number of gnomes they had to build such a magnificent city, they could have saved other gnomes from slavery. "If you have such thoughts, it means you question the idea of slavery," Sillin said to his partner, as if lecturing him. And with this statement, the priest made the young knight think seriously. "The Great Forge was originally a Silver Age ruin. We just did some interior work," the dwarf said. "But during the Silver Age, this city was also in the possession of the dwarves," protested Riffenhart. And when Russ asked where the master got such information from, the magician simply showed very low doors. In other words, during the Silver Age, the dwarves were so advanced that they had the strength to build a city like this. For those who were born to be slaves, such a thing is simply impossible, don't you think? The mage turned to Russ. The young man thought again. But this was normal, since he had been ideologically indoctrinated since childhood to a completely different position. "You can stay here for now. I'll bring you dinner." The dwarf cordially led the guests into the room, but Sillin found something to complain about here too, since he was the only one who walked through the door without bending over. "What kind of meat is this?" the priest asked when dinner was brought, and their now familiar dwarf replied that dwarves love basilisk liver. All the friends were wolfing down the basilisk, but Cirrus said that she was on a vegetarian diet, like all the elves, trying to shut up Sillin, who started squealing about how she had eaten more meat than anyone else yesterday. "The taste may seem a little strange, but this product is extremely useful for men. How can I explain to you why exactly?" The dwarf was embarrassed. Scyllin and Russ immediately pounced on the basilisk's liver without waiting for the host of the dinner to find the right wording, while the gnome and Cirrus only watched them with disdain. Interrupting dinner, the dwarf came in and asked the dwarf Pulvrat and the savior to go to the central tower. This way, Pulvrat pointed to the corridor at the very top as he led Riffenhart to the huge staircase. Apparently, only authorized persons can go further. It's not surprising, after all, the high priest sits there. The magician began to justify his guide, but Pulvrat replied that he was simply too lazy. The stone statues of the dwarven heroes seemed to look at their descendant with disapproval. Let's skip over how easily Riffenhart managed to climb the steps. After all, his physical form exceeds that of the average person. When he climbed the last step, he saw his old friend surrounded by gold and a coat of arms with the sign of Alpot above his head. "Welcome, savior chosen by Alpot himself," Machelin greeted Riffenhart. You didn't have to be a saint or a psychic to notice that the red-haired warrior's face was frozen in an attempt to realize that this was not a dream, a kind of mixture of sadness and hope. At that moment, the scene of the final battle with the Demon King froze before Tesron's eyes. The first king himself did not understand when he managed to fall asleep, because he only wanted to rest a little. He felt that his efforts were still not enough, even though he had been damn busy for the past 6 years. Even with such a frail body, he managed to awaken his aura at the age of 20 and used this power to intimidate the elders of the Delphia Magic Tower so that they would grant him the formal rights of a magician. After that, Tesron contacted those who were destined to become powerful warriors in the future, and also became a member of the Silver Sages. But he still could not defeat the Demon King with only the aura and magic of the Fifth Circle. Most likely, Riffenhart is much stronger, and all thanks to the powerful body of the young Tesron. Also, the first king did not know how much of the original magic the Demon King had managed to restore. He's most likely also in search of his subordinates and the lost magic, Tesron mused. It wouldn't hurt for him to acquire some strong warriors who would help him defeat the enemy. "Long time no see, High Priest Machelin," Riffenhart addressed his most devoted subordinate, loyal friend and respected teacher all rolled into one. "I haven't left this place for 50 years. Have we really met before?" the dwarf replied, noting that the man was not lying, although it seemed physically impossible. "It's hard for me to explain, but we were destined to meet 10 years later." Riffenhart decided to be completely honest. "Please listen to the end," he asked when he saw his friend's stunned face. A deep breath in and out, and now the magician is ready to reveal a secret that no one except Teacher Gerard had heard. But he did not take it seriously. "I came here from another time," said Riffenhart, and told Machelin everything. The truth about his wanderings across the continent as a great mage, and how his search for a way to reach the 10th Circle brought him into contact with other races, about how they fought together against people, about how he was nicknamed the Demon King of the state of Antares, and about the start of a war with an entire continent shortly before his death. "I know this is hard to accept, but I am telling the truth. Whether you believe me or not is your choice," Riffenhart concluded his speech. "If I were not the Oracle of Alpot, I would say that you have gone mad, but I do not doubt the truth of your words, although it is difficult to believe them," said Machelin. "Can I test you?" Gnoy suggested, wanting to know if the magician had really come here from another time. "If I really was one of your close associates and we became so close, then I should have told you about it," the dwarf began from afar. "What color is my beard?" he then asked, touching his long, thick light beard with braids woven into it. Riffenhart chuckled, thinking about the funny question his friend had chosen to test him with. "You don't have a beard," he said confidently, looking at his friend with great tenderness. "Machelin, even in 30 years you will still be wearing this false beard and will not have changed at all." The magician chuckled while the dwarf peeled the wig off his face. "Then perhaps you also know the secret of this beard." Machelin smiled, and Riffenhart remembered his friend's words about it being blessed by Alpoth himself. The red-haired warrior demonstrated his knowledge of dwarven culture to Machelin, reminding him that a beard is the greatest indicator of masculinity, and if it weren't for the fake face, his friend would not have gained much respect among his race. "Even the dwarves can't tell this beard from the real thing. You have earned my trust," the priest of the Great Forge proclaimed. "I wanted to meet to give you some advice, but since you already know everything," the beardless gnome spoke, descending from the steps of his pedestal. "On behalf of all dwarves, I, Machelin Fort Hammerline, swear allegiance to you, Riffenhart and Teres." The dwarf swore on one knee. "Get up," the magician said sheepishly, and hoped that at least in this world he would be able to repay his friends for their loyalty. "You are wrong, Machelin. I need your advice more than ever." Riffenhart smiled at his friend. He had already failed his friends once by trying to solve everything by force, and they ended up becoming enemies of humanity. The Demon King will not make such a mistake again. I took custody of slaves from the kingdom of Chatan and asked them to train them. If all goes according to plan, others will also begin to train their slaves. Reifenhart shared the news with Macheline. The dwarf noted that this was very good, but it would take at least 100 years for noticeable changes to occur. And although elves and dwarves live longer than others, the magician himself would already be a decrepit old man when the world finally changed. Yes, that's the problem, the magician agreed with his friend. Right now, I'm trying to get my magic back, and I've also managed to gain physical strength that I didn't have in my previous life. So changing this empire and becoming a terrifying demon king isn't that hard. Reifenhart began his pompous speech. But in doing so, I would only repeat past mistakes and become a symbol of fear for all of humanity again. And I do not want to drown the continent in blood, he continued. This makes everything much clearer, the gnome summed up after listening to his comrade's concerns. You underestimate this world, Macheline said menacingly, looking Riffenhart straight in the eyes. The reason for your defeat was not in your strength, but in the fact that you used nothing but it, the dwarf wisely noted. The world is not as simple as you think. Do you hate people? Asked Macheline, to which Riffenhart answered negatively. And to the gnome's question whether he liked people, he also said that he didn't really. That's what I understood because in your past life you didn't have any friends among people, concluded Macheline. I suppose that you treated them badly precisely because of your respect for other races, the dwarf continued to shock his friend. Why was there not room for even one person in your army? Macheline concluded. Riffenhart tried to justify himself by saying that he couldn't trust the humans and that it wasn't their war. Macheline objected that then it would be possible to take people into the administration of the empire. But the Demon King had an ironclad argument to this, saying that elves and dwarves had never been noticed in corruption, unlike people. You didn't even give them a place in politics, although they were recognized as citizens of the empire. Did they have no rights at all? Macheline asked. But the less they decided, the better things went, so… Riffenhart muttered, turning from red to pale and back again, experiencing all the emotions at once. Now it makes sense why they called you the Demon King, because ordinary farmers may have had carefree lives, but that can't be said about those who held higher positions. Macheline expressed his guess that the Demon King didn't get his nickname because he left behind piles of corpses. When a powerful being does not listen to its surroundings, but only to the voices of its close ones, the dwarf taught. Directing the world in the direction he needed, it was then… Macheline kept the intrigue going. That's how he gets the nickname of the Demon King, the dwarf chuckled. Mr. Riefenhart, despite your good intentions, you were indeed a Demon King, concluded the priest of Alpot. Didn't I tell you something like that in my past life? Macheline asked when Riefenhart grabbed his head. But the magician replied that his friend had begun to serve him when people were already exterminating the gnomes. The creation of the Antares Empire is half your merit. Riefenhart decided to slightly shame his all-knowing friend in response. Really? Then who am I to judge? The dwarf was embarrassed, and the magician just smiled and asked what they should do with all this now. Macheline emphasized that the Demon King's biggest mistake in the past was the idea that this was a war between other races against humans, because humans are doing a great job of exterminating each other, and other races don't even need to interfere. Greed never leads to anything good, that's all I can advise. Think carefully about my words, the dwarf asked. A snowstorm raged among the Settlard Mountains. The roar of the ice dragon knocked the snowy tops off the mountains, raising an even bigger blizzard around. A large number of dwarves held the beast on dozens of ropes. 7 blades, Russ shouted, launching boomerangs of aura at the ice monster. Each boomerang hit its target and caused pain to the dragon, but did not knock it off its feet. Russ was not happy. He was trying to copy Riffenhart's air bullet technique, and obviously he was still far from a master. The elf fired from Nihilin at the same ice target, and despite the accuracy and power of the artifact itself, Cirrus still failed to inflict significant damage on the monster. She immediately realized that there was no point in continuing any further, but out of the corner of her ear she heard someone rushing to attack. "Cardamite now!" shouted the massive black-bearded dwarf. The warrior Cardamite made a huge leap and rose above the ground, holding the axe on his shoulder. Russ looked closely at this suicidal man and noticed a faint light gradually embracing Cardamite. The next second, the gnome sparkled like a Christmas tree, engulfed in a fiery aura. In one move, Cardamite cut off the ice dragon's head. "A glorious feast awaits us today," said the hero, smiling. Sillin and Russ looked extremely shocked and tried to comprehend that there were also aura possessors among the dwarves. And among their friends there were 3 mighty warriors with illumination. I heard that the dwarves are superior in strength to an entire nation, but this... The bastard tennis tried to gather his fear and surprise into one thought. More than a month has passed since the travelers arrived at the Great Forge. At first, there was a noticeable difference in culture, although the friends adapted well in a short period of time, although there were still some shocking moments. And the snowstorm in the Great Forge only intensified. "Yay, I've grown a whole centimeter," Sillin rejoiced. "That's so great, Sillin. Congratulations." Russ and Cirrus congratulated the priest in turn. And what's so good about being tall? Maybe people prove their strength this way? The gnomes were surprised, but Tilla told them that it was as cool as growing an inch taller in the shoulders. "Where is the master?" Russ asked. And the priest said that he was probably in the same place as usual. After these words, they both looked at the high tower and still could not imagine what he was doing inside. The massive steel tower at the center of the Great Forge is the power source that feeds the geothermal rocks. This is, one might say, the sun of the Great Forge, life itself. Magrim. The Silver Age was truly beautiful, Riffenhart marveled, standing before the sun of the forge. It is quite natural that other races, turned into slaves, did not preserve their traditions. Of course, much of the dwarfs' magical knowledge was lost during the slavery period, but the doctrines of Alpot were passed down from generation to generation in the form of sacred writings in the libraries of the mages. The power of a god depends on the status of his worshippers, and since the authority of the gnomes in this world has fallen, Owlpot can hardly influence this reality. At best, he can awaken Magrim, the magician thought, but came to the conclusion that he could do it too. However, Tesron's body has been devoid of magic for a long time, so no matter how hard Ravenheart tries, his mana reserves do not increase. But with the power of Magrim, he will be able to change this body, making it more prone to magic. In his past life, Ravenheart managed to subjugate Magrim to his will within a year, something only gods are capable of. And then, inspired by this method, he invented the spell for a 10th circle nuclear explosion, which he used just once to defeat the kingdom of Vasily in one fell swoop. In general, Magrim is a concentration of purest mana, and in order to change the characteristics of the body, you need to get rid of any obstacles, so our red-haired warrior even had to take off his underwear. "It's good that no one sees me, otherwise it would be a shame if someone came in," Riefenhart thought, absorbing the rays of the Magrim sun. If the magician had turned his head to the left and up, he would have seen a completely modern video camera. The monitors were watched by lustful gnomes, displaying an image of Riefenhart on the main screen and zooming in on all the intimate areas. They were wives with many years of experience, so it is not surprising that they thirsted for a young and such a pumped-up body, and they literally rejoiced when he turned his back or face to the sun. Without going into further detail about Riefenhart's not-so-personal solarium, let's just say that 40 days have passed since our friend's visit to the Great Forge. The wires in the control panel of Magrim's sun glowed bright orange. A second later, the color changed to purple, and this immediately made it clear that magic was affecting the artifact. "Son of the cold snows, essence of the north wind, I ask you to obey my will and reveal yourself." Riefenhart read the spell. "Frost Elemental!" The magician shouted the name of the technique, rejoicing at how high quality the magic had turned out. "I was able to create a 5th circle summoning spell. All that remains is to increase my mana." The magician summed up the success of the lesson. Riefenhart considered various ways to increase his mana, and came to the conclusion that it would be better to follow Mashelin's advice and first look into the kingdom of Croans. "Wow, Sillin, you've started to grow muscles." The magician praised his comrade's physical form when he came down from his solarium. "Really? So noticeable?" The frail, red-haired priest rejoiced. He immediately began to show off his not very large, but still already visible biceps in front of his partner. Having received not very sincere approval, the priest was satisfied and finished the training, putting on a caftan. Sillin wondered how soon they would be leaving the Great Forge after learning that Riefenhart had finished his business. "What? Have you managed to get used to this place?" The older comrade smiled, but the priest only complained that he hadn't managed to convert the gnomes to his faith. Russ said he felt something and decided to go into seclusion, throwing himself into training just like you. He took a week's supply of provisions with him, Sillin reported, and Riefenhart realized that Cyrus would not return to them anytime soon, for he had received enlightenment. The dwarf children ran around the yard with toy axes, shouting out the phrases of the spells with which their parents went into battle with monsters. Ceres watched them from her place on the steps, Her thoughts were not in the Great Forge, but far away in her childhood. She remembered the little elves who bragged among themselves not about their combat weapons, but about the new plants they had found and the lizard they had caught. The elf was confused, as most of her memory was closed to her, and she thought that she would never remember such things again. Riffenheart approached Cirrus to find out what she was doing. "The children are free here," the elf shared her observation. "But I'm sure a hard fate awaits them. Some won't live to maturity." The elf sank into a depressive mood. "Don't pay attention. I was just remembering my native places." She hastened to apologize when she saw the pain on Riffenheart's face. "Her homeland is the Svilat Desert, a remote area to the west of the Kingdom of Grame," the mage recalled. "This is a barren land where no human foot should set foot, where her family lived. The Danheims." Riffenheart thought about his beloved's ancestral home and decided that he needed to visit them. "Cirrus, do you want to visit your hometown?" He winked at the elf. "It will take at least 2 months to get there." Cirrus began to dissuade, confused, but Riffenheart assured her that there were shorter routes. "Let's go, just the two of us," the red-haired warrior suggested, breaking into a wide smile. Two rocks in a distant and god-forsaken desert did not yet know what awaited them. A second later, a purple explosion exploded the space between them and raised so much sand into the air that if you saw it from the outside, you would think it was a sandstorm. "I told you there were shorter ways. Using the diamond portal, you can get to the Svilat Desert in a couple of seconds," the red-haired warrior boasted when Cirrus confirmed that they were indeed in the Land of Tears. "I heard that only high-level mages can activate the relics of the Silver Age," the elf doubted, looking at the portal. But the mage replied that a sixth circle mage was quite enough. Cirrus immediately narrowed her eyes and looked suspiciously at Riffenheart, asking who had taught him this, and naturally heard that his mentor had a friend who was a mage. There was something strange in Riffenheart's behavior, but the elf could not understand where he got this knowledge from. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a huge desert monster resembling a cross between a crocodile and a dinosaur attacked our heroes. The red-haired warrior prepared for his signature blow. The next minute, the crocodile was knocked out. Looking at the lifeless body of the sand lizard, Riffenheart remembered that they had quite tasty meat. He created a shadow over the crocodile's carcass with magic. Then he created a field of fire to roast him. And then he created a spell with which he was going to separate the water from the blood of the sand lizard for unforeseen situations. "Magic is really useful. I can't believe I haven't done this before," Riffenheart exclaimed as Cirrus silently skinned the lizard with her weapon. "Sir, try it." She handed him a juicy piece of steak on a blade. "Cirrus, how far is your city?" the magician asked for the sake of decency, as if he didn't already know that they had to walk for half a day. The elf expressed great doubt that anyone in her settlement had survived, but Riffenheart continued to encourage his friend. "You never know what to expect from life," the red-haired warrior said cheerfully, and Cirrus was slightly distracted from her sad thoughts, although perhaps this happened because of a very tasty piece of meat. The travelers decided not to set out at nightfall and spent the night in the same place where they had left the portal. The next day they set out early in the morning, and by midday they were on the threshold of the destroyed city of the elves. The heroes stood still, not daring to enter such a quiet and motionless city. "My daughter, you must grow up and protect our clan," the ruins said in the voice of Cirrus' mother. "Well done, great lunge!" The elf's dad praised her after a successful training session. These voices echoed loudly in Cirrus's head as she walked through the deserted city. "Why did I even come here? Not a single soul!" The elf cursed herself mentally. The memories of her parents' faces, the voices of her friends, the longing for the smell and breath of her brothers and sisters ate at Cirrus. But still, she could not remember the name they called her. The elf wanted to cry, but the tears had dried up 50 years ago, like this desert. Riffenheart looked even more lost than Cirrus. In his past life, the Dunheim clan was fine, but now there is no trace of it here. "But I didn't do anything so global," the magician muttered under his breath, assuming that the future had changed again. Riffenheart asked Cirrus if she thought the village looked very strange. "But you said that the Danheim clan was destroyed 50 years ago. Has no one really settled here during this time?" The magician stumped the elf with his question. "Judging by the tracks, someone ran this village about 2 weeks ago," Riffenheart concluded, looking around at the pots left on the fire and the washed laundry on the lines. "Oh shoo," Cirrus heard fragments of someone's prayer. "Please," she heard the other elf's voice even more clearly. "Please help me," the adult elf with a long blonde braid mentally begged. A caravan of camels with riders led the elves under escort. "Natina, pull yourself together, don't show them your weakness." Shaylin's older sister prompted the little girl, who was being led on a leash. Mercenary Bright was unhappy that after so much time they found only 3 elves, 2 of whom were just children. All his expenses for this journey exceeded future profits. "We've missed out on so many good opportunities just to come here. This job pays too little," Bright complained to himself, trying to hide from the annoying sun. After meeting a red-haired villager who prevented them from capturing an orc, everything in Bright's life went wrong. "Clonto, do you have any cooling magic?" Bright begged his comrade, but received the answer that magic is not a cure for all diseases. "I paid everything I had, and you turned out to be absolutely useless. Why is everything going to hell no matter how hard I try?" the squad captain scolded Clont. Another mercenary tried to encourage Bright that they were not returning empty-handed, but had taken 3 elves with them. "You can't get much for the little ones, and besides, one of them is just a boy." The captain continued to complain. Out of the corner of his eye, Bright caught a glimpse of movement in the otherwise peaceful desert. "There's a grown elf approaching us. Get ready to grab her. She's literally a bag of gold." The mercenaries weren't afraid when they saw Cirrus. "Let's leave the hot desert and move to a civilized city." There was a knock on the carved door that adorned the magician's current haven. "Can I come in?" A modest girl with golden pigtails asked Tesron. "Are you studying that work again?" she said, frozen between the half-open doors. "Felina, we agreed. No unnecessary chatter." Tesron rolled his eyes. He invited her in and looked carefully at Felina, his childhood friend, the only person he could trust after being reborn in another body. She was on his side when everyone else decided that the black-haired mage had gone crazy, and if it weren't for Felina's help, he wouldn't have been able to awaken the aura, given all the limitations of the magic tower. "Tesrin, when you smile like that, I remember the past." Felina looked at her friend adoringly, not suspecting that she was originally destined to be the Demon King's girlfriend. "About the time when your name was Reifenhart," the girl continued, not hiding her smile. "It's strange that you brought this up. How did the task go?" The first king changed the subject, upset. As expected, the reputation of the Battle King Reifenhart runs ahead of him. Felina handed the mage the scroll, finding it interesting that the names of both heroes were the same. "My name is different now," Tesron reminded her, and disagreed with her further assertion that it was an irony of fate. The Golden Knight suffers a crushing defeat from the new owner of the aura, most likely the work of a certain family, envious of the success of Count Tennis, reads the headline of the newspaper, The First King, and remains dissatisfied because such news will only make Riffenhart more famous. "Have you seen Sir Jesus?" the magician asked his friend and received an affirmative answer. It turns out that after reading the letter, the Golden Knight immediately agreed to meet. Tesron was pleased with this news, as in the letter he offered Yesus to become his ally in order to defeat Reifenhart, which meant he had gained a powerful ally. "By the way, I managed to find another suitable candidate," Felina recalled. "Stefan von Altion, the second son of Marcus Altion of the Kingdom of Vasili." Her friend introduced another ally. "The name sounds familiar, but it doesn't matter. If it turns out to be useless, I can always find a proper use for it," Tesron thought. "Great job. Thank you very much." The magician hugged his friend. "Demon King Reifenhart, you took what is mine and I will take what is yours." The magician hugged Felina and gloated. If her friend had seen the look in his eyes, filled with rage and the desire to take everything that was left from Riffenhart, she would not have stayed in his arms any longer. Meanwhile, one of the mercenaries tried to capture Cirrus in the desert. Before he could strike with his axe, his face was cut in 2 by a sword. Cirrus had no intention of showing mercy to those who used and hurt her people. "This is just an ordinary elf, grab her!" Bright screamed as the squad froze in indecision, looking at the head of Cirrus's previous offender, cut open like a watermelon. In the end, the bravest one decided to attack her from behind, but the elf did a graceful somersault in the air and dodged the attack. Her eyes burned with hatred and the thirst to kill. The elf was so fast that the mercenaries did not have time to follow her. Her victims were swirled around as if in a sandstorm after encountering her. And while the mercenaries were trying to figure out whether they were dead or just badly wounded, she was already preparing for the next strike. Where did she come from? Bright was now seriously scared. "Heat, fill your palms with your power, let it turn into flame and strike down my enemy." Clonto cast a spell, sending a shockwave of fire towards Cirrus. The fireballs he launched made the desert not just hot, but literally turned it into hell. At such a distance, the magician could not see how fatal his blow was for the elf. "Finally caught up? Don't run away alone anymore," Riefenhart said in an angry tone, who at the last moment managed to cover them both with a purple protective sphere that held back the fire. "Don't move. If you move, I'll kill you." The red-haired warrior ordered the mercenaries when the sand cleared. Wow, we've met before. Are you a slave hunter? Reifenhart was surprised at Bright. The realization of who was standing in front of him did not immediately reach the mercenary, but as soon as the puzzle in his head came together, a cold sweat appeared on his face. Even years later, I can't forget the events of that day, but I didn't think he would remember me, Bright said indignantly. I hate to keep the memory of a piece of trash like you in my head, Riffenhart said, as if reading the mercenary's mind. I'm going to ask you a couple of questions, the mage said, moving threateningly towards the bounty hunters. Are these three the only elves you have? He pointed to the girl and children imprisoned in ropes. Your lives depend on your answers. Reifenhart intimidated the mercenary when he began to squeal that he would not answer the stupid questions of a redneck. Yes, no one else, Bright gave in after a second of thought. How many elves have you killed? The red-haired warrior asked the next question. Bright's face reflected complete incomprehension of the situation. About 40, he answered after a while, because he never counted how many slaves he killed. And then he saw how Riffenhart's eyes lit up with hatred. Well, I see, the red-haired warrior muttered, gathering an aura around himself. In that case, we will have to pay for the blood spilled, he demanded, sending a spell towards the mercenaries. Klonto managed to put up a protective barrier in front of the captain before he would have been blown to pieces. The hired mage then attempted to attack back, but Reifenhart put up an even more powerful purple shield than before, stunning Klonto's imagination. Is his mana power similar to mine at such a young age? Klonto compared the powers, confused. From earth to heaven, from heaven to earth, let the two forces collide and merge into one. Riffenhart cast a complex spell. Go forth, son of heaven, strike down your enemies, the red-haired warrior shouted, directing a chain lightning spell towards the mercenaries. Are you doing all this for the elves? Let them take what's yours. Klonto shouted at his rival when he saw half of his squad collapse under the spell. It's strange that you haven't turned to dust yet. I guess I don't have enough mana. Reifenhart ignored Klonto's suggestions. I'm telling you, they're yours, the magician yelled, right in the red-haired warrior's face. But he replied that it was too late. Wait, at least tell me why you're going to kill me. Klonto tried to stop Riffenhart. I already told you, you must pay for the spilled blood of the elves. The red-haired warrior stared at him in confusion, his fist raised to strike. There was a human among the elves? The hired mage tried to understand Reifenhart's motives. The Demon King froze, not understanding whether this powerful mage was really that stupid. We didn't know that they had a master. We thought they were just wild elves, that's why we killed them. We didn't know that you owned them. Klonto continued to justify himself while kneeling. You're wrong. I told you that I would make you pay for their blood. The warrior explained his point once again. You took the lives of elves and you don't even feel guilty? They are no different from humans, but you equate their murder to the slaughter of animals. Reifenhart flew into a rage after another uncomprehending grimace from the mercenary. Are you crazy? Muttered Klonto. Since you are a magician, you should definitely know the answer to this question. What is the difference between a human and an animal? The red-haired warrior decided to conduct the last lesson for the mercenary. Klonto replied that people have intelligence. Their actions are rational. They do not obey only instincts. Then why don't elves fit that description? Reifenhart said, boiling like a kettle. Even a person who does not meet the requirements can be considered a slave. How can you compare elves with people if they were already born slaves? The confused student Klonto repeated. Or do you deny the system of slavery as such? Do you imagine yourself to be the wisest man in the world? The magician finally realized. In Reifenhart's head, Machelin began to speak, repeating the phrase about him underestimating their world. I wouldn't want to live my life in the skin of a slave. The red-haired warrior shared his thoughts, looking at the clouds. If I have such thoughts, then others may think the same thing. What's wrong with that? Reifenhart asked the hired magician. Stop trying to force your way of thinking on others. Klonto called attempts to teach people kindness arrogance. Arrogance indeed, said Riffenhart, grabbing the hired mage by the throat. If I am forced to adhere to the logic of today's society, even though it is wrong, then I will choose to be arrogant. The red-haired warrior read out the funeral speech. Klonto's body went limp in Reifenhart's arms, as dead as all his fellow mercenaries. The imprisoned elves looked at this scene with fear on their faces. Are you okay? Sirius distracted them, cutting the ropes that bound their hands. Shaylin? Sirius asked the adult elf, confused. It's you, isn't it? Sirius hoped as Shaylin tried to shake off the shock, rubbing her now free wrists. Serendi? Recognition flashed in Shaylin's voice as she looked back into Sirius's eyes. Riffenhart's lover's eyes widened as if she had been doused with cold water. "Serendi, come with me. Let's catch a whole bunch of scorpions today." The voice of the little elf Shaylin was heard in Sirius's head, evoking lost memories. "I remembered my name, Serendi al-Arelfiana." Sirius rejoiced with tears in her eyes. "So all this time you were alive?" Sirius grabbed her friend's hands. "Yes, just like you," Shaylin replied discontentedly, pulling her hand out of Serendi's clutches. "Shaylin," Serendi whispered in shock, not understanding why her friend wasn't happy to see her. "Don't talk to her, Ryder," Shaylin told the elf boy when he asked if his older sister knew the girl. "You have become a slave to a dirty little man. You have no honor or dignity left in you." Shaylin spat insults in Sirius's face. Sirius tried to find words to prove that everything was completely wrong, but nothing came to mind. "She is no slave, but my comrade," Riefenhart defended her in Elvish. "Even if you are a member of her family, I will not allow you to continue calling her a slave," the mage continued, not answering Shaylin's question about how a human knew Elven. "Sirius, you should have told her about this from the very beginning. You are not a slave." Riefenhart addressed his friend. "Is that really true?" Serendi looked at her comrade defiantly. The elf herself did not fully understand what kind of reaction she wanted to see from the red-haired warrior. He looked at Sirius with a mixture of disappointment and pain. He often looked at her like that. "Have I ever treated you like a slave?" Riefenhart asked, and received a negative answer. "Then why do you continue to belittle yourself?" the former Demon King exclaimed in confusion. "Lord Riefenhart, you never directly stated that I am not your slave," Sirius replied, apparently forgetting how every battle he literally shouts to everyone and anyone that she is not a slave. But let's say. Riefenhart looked confused, glanced sideways at Shaylin, and then back at Sirius. "You don't belong to me," he said tenderly, looking into the eyes of his beloved. "You and I are equal. You are a free elf," he said, stunning Serendi and Shaylin. Riefenhart stared at Sirius, waiting for some kind of answer. "I know, and I understand perfectly well that you do not consider elves slaves," Serendi finally almost whispered. "You sincerely treat other races as equals, I don't even doubt it," the elf continued. "But I still can't comprehend it because there is one thing that I am 100% sure of," she said, looking straight into the magician's eyes. "When you look at me, you see someone else." Sirius quickly looked down. Riefenhart blushed to match Scylin's hair. "Before, these words would have meant nothing to me, because I considered myself a simple slave," Sirius continued her confession. "You are certainly not trying to deceive me, but in that case, I would prefer that you treat me like a servant." "Please don't say such things with such sincerity," Serendi begged, not knowing what confusion was going on in Riefenhart's head. He was proud that he had saved the elf from her fate, but if you think about it, he had acted like the average person who had bought her. To her, he was a stranger trying to win her favor with money and care. Their whole friendship was just an illusion to him. He impressed upon her that she was not a servant, but he gave her no reason to think that she meant anything more to him than a valuable investment. "I can't accept sincerity that's meant for someone else," Serendi said sheepishly, breaking the mage out of his self-flagellation. "I understand everything. You are free," Riefenhart said seriously. "You can do whatever you want, Sirius." The magician gave her his blessing to leave his mission. More precisely, Serendi al-Arelfiana, he corrected himself. "I now see a different meaning in my previous words," Riefenhart said, letting the elf know that this was a deliberate decision. "You can stay or go, it's up to you, and no matter what you choose, I will respect it," he said, looking into Serendi's eyes. "Do you want me to leave you?" The elf was upset. "I really want you to stay, but I'm not going to limit you anymore," the magician objected. "Let me think for a moment," Serendi said, completely confused about her feelings. "Will you help her find her family?" Riefenhart asked Shaylin. "I repeat, she is not my slave, and I will not reveal the location of your village to anyone," the magician convinced the elf while Sirius climbed onto the camel. He was going to wait nearby for Serendi's decision, but Shaylin called him along to repay her savior. "You were bound to find our hideout sooner or later, weren't you?" Shaylin chuckled when Riefenhart tried to dismiss the idea. "That sounds quite rational," he smiled, and the elf supported him, saying that their race was generally a rational people. The caravan of camels, unladen with nothing but 5 horsemen, set off. Shaylin apologized to Serendi for her behavior, explaining that she would have done the same thing if she had been in a similar situation. "You've met a good man," Shaylin turned to Riefenhart, who was bringing up the rear of the caravan. "Exactly, truly kind," Serendi smiled tenderly. "Is that why you told him your real name?" Shaylin asked, leaving the elf stunned. "He called you by your real name," Shaylin reminded him, seeing Cirrus's stunned face. Serendi remembered how the mage had corrected himself and called her elven name. How does he know a name that even I couldn't remember? She thought in confusion. Let's move to the elven camp, which is located in the middle of the sandy mountains. One of the settlers informed Elder Relhard that there was only 1 day's worth of water left. Relhard decided to clarify about the scouts and the return of the bodies of the community's warriors. But it turned out that the scouts had stopped searching, and the bodies of his comrades were destined to remain buried in the desert sands. May Rhaegal rest their souls. The elder, who had seen too many deaths in his 343 years, cried out to the gods. Elder, we can't stay here any longer. We need to return to the village while there's still water. The boy demanded a solution to the problem, and Relhard replied that they needed to get ready, since they were leaving at sunset. Eldia, please show us the way, the elder prayed, not understanding how his community could avoid the slavers' visits to their monastery. A minute after the prayer, strange sounds were heard from the street. This is the caravan of camels arriving with our heroes, Shaylin, Natina, and Ryder. The familiar faces of the soldiers guarding the entrance to the camp spotted. Don't let them pass, the commander ordered when he saw that there was a human among the elves. The elves loaded their slingshots and prepared to not let the man take another step. The slingshots landed right next to Cirrus and Reifenhardt's camels, but the mage reassured his friend that these were just warning shots. They made the slingshot projectiles out of molten glass, crude work, but they enhanced them with elemental magic. Riffenhardt examined the stone that had flown into them. The pebble was made of sand, and the mage explained to Cirrus that the elves had achieved the melting point of sand using elemental magic. Though without the World Tree, they were unable to summon enough spirits to fight. Your clan has lived here for hundreds of years, and all this time they continued to study the spirits of fire. You are no different from them, because the same blood flows in you. That is why you have not become paler, even though you have not been in this desert for 50 years, the magician lectured his friend. You learned this from your master too? Serendi asked sarcastically, no longer believing Riffenhardt's stories about her master's friends. Well, it's time to show that we come in peace, thought Riefenhardt, and turned to the elves, raising his hands in a sign of defenselessness. Dozens of shells immediately flew at him. What a monster! Our attacks don't work on him, the elves exclaimed. Descendants of the great spirits, even though I am a man, I am not your enemy. As a man well-versed in elven history, I ask you for a token of friendship, Reifenhardt said loudly, so that the elves in ambush could hear. Elder Rielhard tried to understand how a person could know the elven language and their rules of etiquette. Your words sound convincing, but it's still not enough, Relhard replied after a slight hesitation. I expected nothing less, Riffenhardt rejoiced, calling on the mana. What kind of energy is this? The elder was frightened, seeing how the red-haired warrior was surrounded by a fiery aura. Riffenhardt fired a 4-stage disaster horn blast into the sky, and it looked extremely epic. People would consider such a prank a threat, but elves are rationalists, the magician thought and smiled. You are truly strong. You should have shown yourself from the very beginning. Now I see that you really did come with good intentions. The elder confirmed Reifenhardt's thoughts. Welcome to the real house. The magician winked at Serendi. The sun was setting over the elven camp, painting the sky in incredible colors. This is Serendi, daughter of Errol and Piana. Remember her? Cirrus introduced to Elder Shaylin. A child lost in the days of nightmares. Today, our lost family member and our old relatives have returned to us. Relhard rejoiced. You are truly our benefactor, the elves embarrassed Reifenhardt, but he replied that instead of compliments, they should prepare for their return. And so, after a short journey, the elves arrived at their village. Despite the late night, no one wanted to sleep. Everyone was happy, dancing around the fire, singing songs. They raised toasts in honor of their benefactor Riffenhardt and to their entire family. Ceres was surrounded by her ex-girlfriends, trying to figure out which one she remembered. Riffenhardt sat on the ground, leaning against the wall of one of the buildings, lost in thought. He saw how happy Serendi was surrounded by other elves, many of whom were boys her age, by the way. Will she change her mind about coming with me? The red-haired warrior worried. He leaned his hand on his knee and rose from the cold ground. I have one request, he said, intercepting the elder on his way to his friends. I want Serendi to experience the power of the elves, the magician asked for his friend. Are you talking about spiritual magic? Relhard clarified. I know a couple of spiritual spells myself, but that only concerns summoning, and my abilities are no match for elven magic, the red-haired warrior replied, showing a fiery dragonfly in his hand. Teaching Serendi's spiritual magic is our clan's duty, but after losing the World Tree, that's all we can do now. The elder showed the unformed fire in his hand, and it quickly went out. This kind of magic is barely enough to replace a regular fire, and it's definitely not something you can use in combat, Relhard complained. Of course I was going to teach her, but not being able to communicate with spirits as an elf, isn't that sad? Riffenhart complained in response when Relhard suggested that he teach Cirrus himself. You really understand us well, the elder smiled sadly. If she still decides to stay here, and you don't want to part with her, then the Dunheim clan has no choice but to consider you one of their own, Relhard said, looking at the cheerful Serendi. You are our brother now, the elder added, looking into Riffenhart's eyes. After the night party, 4 more days passed, which Riffenhart spent in the elven village, waiting for Serendi's decision. If you practice spiritual magic, sooner or later you will be able to communicate even with the spirits of wind and water. But first you need to learn to sense them and resonate with them, Shaylin taught her friend. Ceres was upset that she didn't feel anything, but her friend understood her, because her own resonation process took 3 whole years, and they only studied for a couple of days. And suddenly, Serendi felt something, seeing red lights dancing around her. Shaylin was amazed at Ceres's progress, as she seemed to have established a very strong connection with the spirits in such a short time. Few elves are able to master this magic in such a short time, but Ceres, since childhood, being a slave, underwent various training. Thus, this experience gave her a learning speed comparable to that of humans. Do you like it? Riefenhart asked the elf, when he noticed that she had mastered the basics of spiritual magic, and received an affirmative answer. So, have you made a decision yet? The magician did not delay with the question that tormented him. Yes, I want to stay here and help them, Ceres said, hiding her eyes from Riffenhart. But even so, I won't be able to fundamentally change their lives. She turned to the community, not noticing how broken her comrade was. But perhaps by following you I can do it, Serendi added slyly, still not turning around to look at the red-haired warrior. Of course, I swear on my life I will definitely help them, Riffenhart answered carefully, afraid to frighten her decision. In that case, for the sake of my clan, I want to go with you. Ceres finally turned to her interlocutor and smiled broadly. Riffenhart immediately smiled back at her, and then his smile grew even wider, and a nervous and at the same time victorious laugh burst out of the magician. I will change this world. I will do it for the girl who chose me. Riffenhart rejoiced inwardly, continuing to laugh furiously. And then he released another blast of the Horn of Disaster into the heavens, unable to contain his joy as he attacked the heavens. Ceres, right now I will show you the future of your clan. Riefenhart addressed his friend, having come to his senses. He called Serendi and the Elder and led them to a rift between the mountains. You said you were using this place as a temporary shelter, right? Riffenhart asked Relhard when he asked why he had been brought here. This will now be the village of the Dunheim clan, the red-haired warrior declared, ignoring Relhard's cries that there wasn't even water here. Ceres, could you lend me your Nihilin? The mage asked his friend. You awakened the connection with the spirits in just 4 days. Isn't it interesting how that happened? He convinced her to give up his magical bow. It's because you are the rightful owner of Nihilin that he considered you his mistress and granted you the power to call upon his name and use his power, Riefenhart said. And after such a fiery speech, he abruptly thrust Nihilin into the stone where he had just stood. Awaken, protector of our world, the seed that nourishes these lands. Riefenhart read the spell over the stick in the stone, and then a green sprout sprouted from Ceres's weapon. A wave of green aura washed over the surrounding area, and the elves' eyes widened in surprise, unable to believe that this was happening in reality and not in a dream. The sprout was no longer alone. The onion was blossoming, sending out leaves and branches. It can't be. The elder still couldn't believe his eyes. In front of the elves stood a contented red-haired warrior and a small tree next to him. From under the roots of the tree, where there was only stone and nothing else, water began to flow in thin streams. In a couple of minutes, it was already a mighty stream of water, what the elves had previously called springs. Relhard, I think you already understood everything. The mage, pleased with himself, addressed the elder.